We good.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
Shout out Flight Sports TV. We're here tonight rocking with you. Flight, are you available? Rave is on the panel, and we're gonna bring you this. We're gonna bring you this game tonight. And listen, everybody that's out there in these YouTube landscape, and y'all, you're gonna hug it with us here at Flight Sports TV. We want to give you a nice show. We want to give you some great content, and we want you to leave different from when you came in to when you leave out, so you can share with your friends and family, your comrades, your significants, that Flight Sports TV is a machine. How you feeling over there, Rafe?
I'm feeling wonderful. Tonight is an important night for two special teams. Two special teams tonight. Your fans, that is fans of the Miami Heat, the fans of the Boston Celtics, are going at it tonight. Specialty. Gotta have your popcorn. Gotta have your drinks. It's very, very important, because if the Miami Heat loses, the Boston Celtics advance, while the Miami Heat is most definitely going to have to go home and sit on that couch. And that, you know good and well, that is not the objective, to sit on that couch and lose. So, most definitely shout out to Dex, shout out to the panel, shout out to everybody. I want everybody to enjoy themselves. We are about to enjoy a wonderful game that is very, very important. And also, please hit that like. Please hit that sub. Y'all tune in. Y'all get ready. Yes, we will be having a little bit of coverage on the Boston Celtics. We'll be having a little play-by-play here and there. We're going to be reading off the stats to you. And everyone, please, if you have to, hit that like, man. Hit that cash up. We appreciate you, man. You understand. We actually look at those that's the our differences in those likes. And those likes don't know, somehow doesn't match up to all the views that we are getting. So this is important. We want to appreciate y'all once again for coming on Flight Sports TV. We see y'all, Slim, and Day One's Basil. We see you. Shout out to everybody, man. We see you in there. Mark
Yes,
Harden, we
sir.
see you, my guy. Thank you for
Yes, sir.
tuning in.
As the game starts to begin, yes, as the game starts to begin, we know the Miami Heat is on the seed. They're open to save their season and stay alive. Game 7, which they will be the host. The game will be played in South Beach. So tonight is the fight of Miami's life, and this should be one of the most memorable games in Boston Celtics and Miami Heat playoff season series rivalries. It is inevitable that Miami win this game so they can push on for game 7. But listen, Friday at the TD Garden in game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals, Boston led the best of 7 series 3-2. Tip off time, as we know, is underway. As we look at the Heat and the Celtics come together, and basically the prediction of the odd makers, I believe the odd makers got Miami Heat as a underdog, and they got the Boston Celtics as a favorite to close out Miami Heat. But I think Jimmy Butler has a lot to say about that. I think Eric Spoelstra has a lot to say about that. Let's see if Ime Udoka can be covered by the Las Vegas odd makers, and he can make them feel real good tonight. So we're going to see how that going to take place. Boston took control of the series by clobbering Miami 93-80 in game 4, and that was on Wednesday. The Celtics doubled the Heat up 32-16 in the third quarter, which was the key to that victory. So here we are with Miami leading small forward Jimmy Butler. He almost 13 points on that night, 4, which is abysmal, especially if you're going to be a superstar, you're going to be a leader, a drum maker for a team. While Boston, Jayson and Jayson Green, they both combined 47 freaking points, 50 points out of 2 of them. So Jimmy Butler cannot post a miserable 13 points when he's facing a 2-headed monster with Jayson Tatum and Jay Brown. So the Celtics 3-2 against the spread. And 8.9 or 9.
Hey, Dex, you gotta
on this game.
You gotta refresh your mic.
3-2.
Dex, you gotta refresh your mic.
Oh, it went out?
No, it didn't go out. Like it's like going in and out.
Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know what part did you hear, but like, okay, cool. So basically, these are our key injuries tonight. We listen. Boston is not, they're not healthy, but man, the Heat. Oh my God, the list of injuries that they have coming in tonight. Whether these players play or not, and whether they're on the floor now or not. Listen, the Miami Heat are coming in this game limping. They are limping this game, but it's no excuse at this time because everybody is trying to crawl to the finish line. Every team is crawling to the finish line. There's only 3 teams left, and the winner of this, and if the Celtics win, they will go on to face the Warriors, and if the Heat win, there will be a game 7 to decide this for good and for all. Tyler Hero got a groin. Kyle Lowry have a hamstring. Matt Strauss has a hamstring. PJ Tucker has a knee. Gabe Vincent has a hamstring. They're all questionable. Marcus Smart ankle, and Robert Williams, Time Lord, is questionable as well.
Wow, Dex, unbelievable. And listen, man, that to me, I feel like, ladies and gentlemen, that is a huge thing. You can see that what happens in this long period of season. You got this long, gruesome regular season. You got this long playoffs, and we all are headed to the biggest dream that the Kings all find themselves to get, and that is the NBA ring, so they can work on their legend status. That ring is very important. That ring is where you're fighting for, and Jimmy Butler tonight will be fighting for that ring. And I really will enjoy Jimmy Butler to do his job because he does deserve it. He is one of the hardest working people. But then again, Boston Celtics stand in his way. Ladies and gentlemen, they stand in his way. So that's what I see tonight. Oh, a starting lineup.
Exactly.
We got Williams, Brown, Tatum, Marcus Smart, and Al Horford for the Celtics on starting lineup tonight.
Yeah, and that was well said. Listen, if this is Jimmy Butler's time, I don't know if Jimmy Butler can climb this Mount Everest mountain to become a champion and hosting the Larry O'Brien Trophy. This is his night. All cameras, all eyes are on Jimmy Butler. Can he beat the young super duel of Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Because when we look at Miami basically came into the postseason as a well-oiled machine. The questions wasn't on Miami. The question mark was on the Boston Celtics.
Right. Right. And come to the ball when it comes to the Boston Celtics and Miami Heat, there was always questions. Why? Because they always ask, can Jayson Tatum play on another level? The Boston remember the Boston Celtics at one point was having like arguments like their chemistry wasn't correct. So remember Marcus Smart called his entire team out for not passing the ball and not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And Celtics did what they were supposed to do by putting their heads together and playing like the great team that they are showing to this very day, this very moment. In the Miami Heat, there's always questions. They still say it today. It's not enough offense. They play outstanding defense, but it's not enough offense. And maybe their pieces like Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero, they have to step up sometimes. So there's always questions between these two teams, but we can all agree on that. This is the number one team in the East and the number two team in the East fighting for what we all dream to get.
Exactly. We all want to get up to that Mount Everest and be a champion, and eventually have our face on the cliffs of Mount Rushmore. So, listen, the Miami Heat, like I said, they came in this game limping. They're trying to crawl to the finish line, and they're trying to get past the super duo of Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown. Or Jayson Tatum had just hit the three, and they're coming on basically on the fritz because Miami looked like such a formidable team when we was choosing who's going to do what and what's going to be what, because a lot of teams were ducking and dodging the Brooklyn Nets in the playoff slotting and positioning, and Miami just they didn't care. They went on and won it out, and rightfully so. They became the number one seed. But as we look at Miami right now, they do not look like a well-oiled machine. They basically look like a device not working properly, more so like a computer on the fritz.
Mm-hmm.
You want to know why?
This is crazy. This is crazy to believe, but we are here watching.
I got a lot of noise on their mic.
Yeah, wherever that is.
That's got to be Marvin. Marvin be having his phone in his pocket and all kind of stuff.
Yeah, wherever it is. Yeah, mute your mic a little bit.
It was Marvin. It was Marvin.
Okay, so everybody, the game is starting up. Yes, we have scored. Jimmy Butler is on that board, by the way, as the Miami Heat was starting on fire, 5-0, playing very good aggressive ball, and Jimmy Butler has swayed the momentum with a beautiful three off the screen, and it gave us a little bit of momentum to the Boston Celtics as the first quarter is on its way. And once again, shout out to everybody. Please hit that like and sub. Shout out to Marvin. You there?
We're Marvin. What's up? KNT here.
What's up, KNT, man? How you feel about what do you see into this game, man?
Yeah, I'm watching a whole playoffs full of second tier teams. Like I told y'all from the beginning, all these teams is beatable. I told you that. From the beginning of the season, all these teams are like, for real. Every single team is like, every single team. Whoever's healthy is going to win a championship. Because all these teams are like, the Celtics, the Heat, the Warriors, they not it.
Well, they're not really that healthy, though. Miami Heat
even when they healthy, all these
Miami
teams
Heat is playing injured.
Even when they not.
And then the Boston Celtics, they just got Robert Williams back.
Neither one of these teams. The best player in the East is a second-tier player right now. You hear me? The best player in the Eastern playoffs is a second-tier player. Jayson Tatum and Jimmy Butler. They're high second-tier players.
I don't know about that.
Jayson Tatum defense by Jayson Tatum.
KT, they play. You don't believe they deserve their credit?
I believe everybody that's there deserves it, but I just think if the teams was healthy, they wouldn't be there. They being honest.
Well, there's an early pill call for the Boston Celtics. Ime Udoka has seen
Every
enough.
team
12-5. It's a 12-5 ball game right now. Miami Heat is coming out with a lot of energy. Basically, what you're looking at is a sortie of a defensive fortress that Miami is coming from. They're coming from a defensive stance and attacking, turning their defense into offense. That is what you're looking at, an expose of a sortie.
And by the way, if I might say, from
I like this game the way it's starting off, though.
The reason I don't agree with Jayson Tatum being second rate, because if you think about it, Jayson Tatum been in this position since like damn near.
Yeah, he's not second rate. I don't know what K&T thinking about.
Like that, like even doing
they second tier players with DeRozan, high second tier player. I'll put the Lowry.
I disagree.
You put Tatum with DeRozan? I don't know about that.
Tatum and DeRozan.
They all high second tier players. They're great players that score a lot, but they're not good enough to be the best.
You're listen. K&T trying to be a shock jock right now. You're calling Jayson Tatum a second tier player? Are you serious?
Second tier, high second tier, 89 overall. 90.
He's got to be amongst the top 10. And amongst the young players, he got to be top 5.
Oh yeah, it's that. He's not no top 10 player. You got Jayson Tatum. Stop.
So where you got Luka at? You think he's second tier?
Luka's a high second tier player too, because he plays zero. He plays zero defense.
A high second tier?
Yeah, a lot of these dudes are 89 overalls, bro. Jayson Tatum, the Kyle Lowry's, the Rosens, the Zach LaVine. All them dudes are the same. They're like you got your ones, the LeBrons, your Kawhis, your KDs, and then you got your twos. Then that's these guys. That's all in the playoffs right now.
So
there's only one high tier player in the Curry. Curry, the only player for a 1-tier player in the playoffs right now. Only one. The rest of these dudes are second tier players, bro. Because you can't put neither one of these players on the level of a Kevin Durant, Kawhi, LeBron, or any of them guys. They're the ones.
How you gonna even insert Kawhi? He didn't play. He haven't played in almost 2 years.
He inserted himself already.
And
once you there, you there.
K&T, come on, man.
So you're saying Kawhi ain't a 1-tier player?
Win championships.
No, not now. He ain't.
Because he hurt.
We got to see him come back.
He's in the game right now. He's a 1. He's one of the best.
We got to see him come back. We got to see how
we take Kawhi
how he reacts in response to
Jayson Tatum anywhere near Kevin Durant?
Let's not.
That's what you gotta ask yourself. Is Jayson Tatum anywhere near Kevin Durant? That's a one player.
Kevin Durant anywhere near Jayson Tatum.
But I'm just talking about all them one players. We could throw any
what
one
happened?
player.
If the last I thought that, hold on, K&T. Hold on, man, with this foolishness. The last I seen that those two super duels knocked the other duel out of the playoffs and they didn't win one game.
Who?
Ain't no Owls. What do you mean who?
Oh, you talking about but the thing is, they played like 15 games together and then went to the playoffs.
It doesn't matter. But they're supposed to be the elite of the elite.
They're supposed to be.
K&T, you need to stop, man.
Bro, there's a lot of supers in the NBA, bro.
The players you saying are second tier.
They're second tier 100%.
Beat the top
The Celtics are a better team than
and they didn't win a game.
Players and a whole bunch of nobodies that don't do nothing.
Come on, man.
They got 2-1 players and a whole bunch of
everybody that's listening to K&T right now, please scratch his remarks from the rest.
I said this at the beginning of the season. All these teams are beatable. I literally said if the Lakers would get in the playoffs, we could beat every team. I literally said that. I literally said that 5 months ago. Neither one of these teams aren't that good. The only team that was the last team that was all like that.
K&T, you're looking for a shock jock moment, calling
Jayson Tatum
a
moment at all. I just don't think
Jayson
Tatum's a 1-tier player.
And when you look at name the top 10, then name the top 10. Name the top 10. Name your top 10.
I don't even think there's 10 1-tier players in the league right now. For real.
It gotta be.
Hell no.
If it wasn't, then we'll know the championship every
year.
One
of like, if you're talking about a high top tier player, there's probably
from the top 10 players of the season this year. Who are they?
The top,
because it has to be top 10.
Are you talking about top 10 players, or are you talking about top tier this year?
This year,
you can be a second tier player at MVP, for real. You can get MVP as a second tier player. Me?
So you saying Jokic is a second tier player? You really gonna say that?
I think he is. I always thought he was.
Jokic is second tier.
I always thought he was. He's not that good.
I don't know.
I heard enough. I heard enough, KT. I heard.
He's one of them players that's gonna get you to the playoffs every year and lose, bro. I've been telling you at the beginning of the season. I told
That
you what the
doesn't make you
Nuggets
second
didn't do.
tier.
What year? What month was that? That I tell you
So
they
if
were
you
the
saying
team,
LeBron
That's a
is a
team
first
thing,
tier
though.
and he ain't make the playoffs, what
That's
that
a team
means?
thing.
You don't got to make the playoffs to be a fucker. It's the first time. If Jordan was in the league and he ain't go to the playoffs, he was still number one. If LeBron ain't go to the playoffs, he's still a one.
Okay.
That's a
But
team
what
thing.
about the-
You're
Tatum
comparing a
in this
team thing
position
to an
every
individual.
year.
Listen. We're gonna cut this. Hold on, man. We're gonna cut this because it's getting out of hand
Yeah,
and
I
it's
got
sounding very foolish.
Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah, that's
it's
what
really
you think.
sounding foolish.
I don't
Okay,
think
I'm
neither
telling you
one of
that's
them
what I
guys in the
know.
league except for Curry.
Because what
Curry's
you're
the only
saying
one
right
in the
now
His
league.
position
utterly
every
ridiculous.
year, but he ain't top 10.
Who else than Curry?
Okay,
Who else
ladies
but
and
Curry is
gentlemen.
a one-tier player
Okay,
in the league right now?
okay.
In the playoffs right now playing.
Listen.
Damn
Let's
sure
go.
ain't Jimmy
Okay,
Butler or Jason Tatum.
okay. I feel you, KNT.
KNT want chaos.
I respect your opinion, KNT. Ladies and gentlemen, we gotta get back to the topic. As the Miami Heat is finally executing, as they have a lead so far, 12-5 against the Boston Celtics. It's very early. We appreciate everybody that's tuning in. First quarter was 7 minutes ago. As the Celtics are fouling the Miami Heat, as the Heat is applying the pressure to the Boston Celtics. So far, the Miami Heat is showing that they are most definitely going to not quit and fight for that game today. Like I said yesterday as well. Dex, how you feel about the game so far?
Well, I like what I see with Miami. I mean, they're
Miami's
coming with
strapping up,
force.
right? Dex, they strapping up, right?
Yeah, Miami's coming with force, and it looks like Boston going to have to find another gear because tonight, at least in the first quarter, according to what my optics, is that Miami's coming with some energy, and right now their energy is doubling the Boston Celtics.
Most definitely.
Yeah, you want to hear? They're taking turns choking right now.
What's that? KT Panic? I haven't heard too much from you. What do you expect out of this game against the Boston Celtics and Miami Heat, Panic?
Well,
I said, what do you expect about this game to go against the Heat and the Boston Celtics, and how you feel about the game so far?
I mean, I just feel like Miami got to just slow them down. Miami got to keep them under 100 points because they ain't gonna score like that. Since they ain't got your boy coming off the bench, that's their main problem right there. They can't score. So as long as they keep them low like this, where Boston's scoring maybe 20 points a quarter, I mean, they got a chance to pull it out.
Most definitely. That's what's up. KNT, you enjoying the game so far? What you think about what
happened? I think this is the most boring playoffs I ever watched personally. But I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest.
This been amazing playoffs.
No, it's done. Hell no. This shit is boring as hell.
I can't ask KNT nothing.
I'm watching this, right? I'm watching this, right? We need some more stars in the league, bro. Like when I watch this, we need more stars in the league, bro. We really do.
Man.
We really need more stars in the league. I'm watching this right now. I'm not watching nothing amazing. I'm just watching regular basketball.
It's been a great playoffs, actually.
I guess.
Wow.
I guess.
I respect your opinion.
I ain't see nothing. The last time I was excited is when in that Celtics series of game 2 when they was balling. Forget what was that game 1 with Kyrie. Kyrie made it exciting and they end up choking. But other than that, I'm not excited for these guys. The Jayson Tatum, they don't twist the needle for real. They don't.
Hey, we see that people are starting to stroll in. Shout out to everybody. Hit that like and sub.
Yeah, hit that like and subscribe.
Shout out to Rap God, CWE Best.
Yeah, shout out to Rap God. I agree with KNT on his take. Shout out to Rap God. You heard what he said.
Jessica, you know what I'm saying? One of our queens. I see you, Jessica, in there. Thunder, man, long time subscriber, man. We shout out to you, man, moderator.
Yeah, exactly. He named 6 people.
Man.
Like I said there's 6 top tier players in the league: KD, Curry, Giannis, LeBron, Kawhi, AD. Besides them, I'm dudes.
The fact that you ain't named Kyrie in that is that
Kyrie. I'm just 7. There's 7 1-tier players in the league. The rest of them dudes are second tier.
It's more than that. Like if you take out injuries, you can say what AD.
I'm trying to think of another one right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Miami Heat are playing well.
There's nobody in this game I'm watching right now. I don't see him in this game at all.
Boston Celtics versus Miami Heat. This is a win or go home.
This is Miami game to lose.
Not win this game.
All I'm
they
saying
will
with that
go home. Jimmy Butler, ladies and gentlemen, with a spin layup. With an amazing spin layup contested, Jimmy Butler is showing aggressiveness as, like I said yesterday, while everybody's counting the Heat out, the Heat are playing with pure focus, playing good defense. And Horford, was it Horford? No, Marcus Smart with the and-one lane.
Kyrie is not a top tier player. Oh my god.
Bezo, you smoking, innit?
He's smoking work. I wouldn't say nothing crazy like that. They're disrespectful, fam. People disrespectful.
Kyrie been missing all them games. Still been giving 27 again.
Yo, Kyrie was literally taking days off, coming back, dropping 40, go back on a 10-day, a 5-game road trip where he can't play, then come back and drop 60. He just came
like,
a week and dropped 50
ease.
on that day.
With ease.
With ease, though. He dropped 60 on 20 shots, bro. I don't want to hear nothing, bro.
First quarter with 4 minutes to go.
You ain't never probably going to see that again. 21
19,
shots.
Boston Celtics with 12.
Would he start the game off 11 for 11 or something like that? It was something
Marvin,
crazy.
You here?
I think so.
Jaylen Brown, that was a good 3 right there. He shot in his man's face.
Jaylen Brown, super inconsistent.
Yo, all them dudes, bro. That's what I'm saying. He's a low second tier player. He a low second tier player, but he good. He not bad. Jimmy Butler, the high second tier.
And shit, Kyrie ain't even had a bad playoff. That really been on call.
KD had the bad playoff, but nobody wants to speak on it. KD stunk it up and choked. Nobody wants to talk about it. KD,
the thing people gotta understand when you
KD
got
was
Kyrie
terrible this whole playoffs, bro.
Can't be the point guard. Kyrie gotta be the 2 guard. Get a good point guard, a solid point guard on his team. You good.
Real rap. That's why they need Ben Simmons. The Ben Simmons solves both issues, the passing and the defense. They're missing a big facilitate when they got rid of Harden.
Yeah.
They're not. But that's why I told everybody, Ben Simmons, the updated Draymond Green next season. Get ready for that.
Boston Celtics.
That's why I don't even know why they even tripping about paying Kyrie that much.
People really care if Ben Simmons scored. That's why I'm laughing. All you gotta do is play defensive facility.
And that's why it's bad when they been getting on him in Philly, because he like, y'all getting mad at him for not shooting threes. Yeah, you kind of.
They need him for that though in Philly. They don't. That's different. They needed him to score because that was a 1-2 punch. But with the Nets, he can literally just get his off of like people worrying about KD and Kyrie. Yeah, he can literally back cut people to death and throw dimes out of the post. That's literally all he bro. Draymond Green really weak. Draymond Green with athleticism pretty much.
Yeah, he's Draymond Green.
That's why I said Draymond Green upgraded. That's why we're trying to tell everybody it's not. This was a 2-year plan, bro. Now that I watched them and they didn't really care in the playoffs, this was a 2-year plan like the Lakers did. The Lakers didn't even care the first year. The second year, we brought in AD, won the chip. That's the magic set.
I guarantee you give the Brooklyn Nets a full season together and Ben.
Yeah, that's what I said. They played 15 games together. They didn't even care. It was game 4. It was game 3 on the closing game. They didn't even care, bro.
We have a timeout, ladies and gentlemen. First quarter, 3 minutes to go. Boston Celtics.
This man updated Draymond Green. This man funny. That's a fact. What else is he gonna be?
19 or 14, ladies and gentlemen.
Yo, bro, who am I talking to that was talking earlier?
That's Panic.
Oh, Panic. What you think about that updated Draymond Green?
No, that's a perfect comparison.
Thank you. That's why I know this basketball stuff. That's why beginning of the season I told you the Bulls are going to be out of here in 5 to 7 business days with a 4 seed. And what happened on the 7th business day? Told you at the beginning of the season. I told you at the first day of the season, bro. That's why it's so funny. I told you Luka Doncic is going to be out of here in 5 business days. I ain't even say the 7. I told you that.
Well, that don't take a wizard to figure out Luka Doncic wasn't going anywhere.
Jokic is going to do the same thing he did last season.
He's playing against Golden State Warriors. He overachieved when they beat the Phoenix. He should have not even got past the Phoenix side.
I ain't even know who the Bulls was playing and they was getting swept. I said that they was going to be out here in 5 to 7 business days. I didn't even know what he was playing, and I said at the beginning of the season. I said that Jokic and them, they're going to go to the playoffs every year, but never go to the finals.
You was 1 game from being wrong.
But was I wrong? Who cares about if you're right, about how close you was to being wrong if you're right?
Relax. All right, we get it.
But at the beginning, these are all things I said at the beginning of the season and got bashed for it. I came on here and said the Bulls ain't it, but they should be.
And shit, I ain't gonna lie. Once I see how the Bulls, even with Lonzo playing, like I think the Bulls are gonna be a first round exit in the beginning anyway. Not beginning of the season, but once I watched them most of the season, like I look like a first round exit.
All right, we respect that. All right, shout out everybody. Please hit that like because we've noticed that the likes does not add up to the views we are getting. So the like is free. I repeat, the like is free. If you want to come to the panel, we most definitely you could. There should be a recent link, or drop down a link again if needed. I'll most definitely try to drop down a link if you need to join the panel as well. We're talking the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. Tonight is an important night. The Boston Celtics, if they win, they advance to the finals. If the Miami Heat loses, they will be on that couch, and you don't want to be on that couch watching the game from your little sofa. So you most definitely want to do what you got to do. Miami Heat showing that they are not ready to give up yet. They're fighting, even they're a little bit banged up. And a lot of people like to call them, they're no offense, but they out there with their no offense fighting. So that's the big thing. That's the most important thing. Everybody tune in. We got a beautiful game going on today. Hey, Marvin, you here?
I think y'all forget about the Warriors in the beginning of the season, how they take
Marvin here?
Warriors
No,
ain't no slump,
Marvin's not here.
You not here? Okay.
So, what's good, y'all? What's good? What's good?
Shout out to
How you doing, brother Anthony?
Anthony.
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I'm just watching the game right now. You feel me? I want Miami to win. I'm cheering for them, and I want to see this. I want to see a good game. I don't want to see another blowout. Not trying to see that again.
Definitely.
I can
Did
tell
you-
you one
Miami,
thing: if
they
they let
showing a
Miami
little
take
fight.
this game right here, it could be hard to win Game 7 Miami.
No,
That's
for
what I'm
sure.
saying.
Show a little fight tonight.
And that's what
I
Ray
don't
was
wa-
saying yesterday.
I don't want to change the subject, but did you guys get the news of the new hire for the Los Angeles Lakers head
Yeah,
coach?
that's a boring hire.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a dumb hiring,
why.
actually. It's like you don't hire a coach
But you could talk
from
about
a
it though.
team like that. You don't hire a coach from a team like that if you ain't built like that. Like y'all
Wait,
don't
you,
got a Giannis on y'all squad, so you don't get a coach like that. You get a coach that can work with Russ if y'all going to decide to keep him.
wait, you guys don't like the Darvin Ham hire?
I mean, I don't. I don't know how they feel, but I just don't.
Well, I talked about the Darvin Ham hire on Raw Truth Media, and I kind of went into depth about that. With the Darvin Ham hire, it seemed like they just want to put a blackface there, because one thing about Darvin Ham, he was an okay player, so he might turn out to be a great coach. You feel me?
I like the hire.
He wasn't no the most memorable thing that Darvin Ham ever did was break a backboard, and that was in college in Texas Tech.
They hire a player coach because that's what LeBron more comfortable with, but LeBron ain't even that one.
I mean, I like the hire due to the fact of Darvin Ham's history within his coaching links, as he came from, I believe, the Mike Budenholzer tree, which he came from the Greg Popovich tree, and I'm very intrigued by what he can bring to the table, because the man also has I don't know if you guys know this, but he has a play named right after him. I think it's called the Hammer play, in which I don't remember what exactly the play was, but it was used a lot within the Milwaukee system, and it really, really helped them. And I knew after I seen that the man has a whole play after him, I knew that there's something about him that we really don't know, and I feel like it's a good hire.
When you
Just
think
off
about
that.
the Milwaukee Bucks,
Can you hear me?
About?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Hope everybody's tuning in.
I don't.
We got a good game.
I really can't comment a lot because we haven't seen Darvin Ham as a head coach, but I'm very intrigued because I feel like it's a weird hire that I didn't feel like LA were gonna make. I thought they were gonna go for the occasional Terry Stotts or another veteran head coach.
Like I just don't like it because so much of Milwaukee offense is built on one player. Like, not saying that Chris Middleton ain't a factor, nothing like that, but everything starts with one player. Now you put them in a position where you got three players you got to get. But I mean, LeBron will be LeBron. No matter who the coach is, LeBron gonna try to run his system, which is whatever he dictates the offense to be. So bringing in the coach, pretty much. I mean, I know that I don't like no hiring outside of a player, outside of a coach like with LeBron, you got to bring in the coach where like he feel like, oh yeah, I respect him. So if he tell me this ain't working and we need to do this, he'll do it.
So you say like a Mark Jackson.
I wouldn't even say Mark Jackson. I'll say somebody like Tyronn Lue, like somebody who you feel like I can have a good conversation with about what I like and what I don't like, but they also know me and comfortable enough for me to tell me as LeBron, like, listen, we ain't doing that, we doing this. And I can trust that whatever decision they make, even if it go against my decision as LeBron, that so may be the right decision. Because you got coaches that come in and coach LeBron but don't want to tell him something because they're like, oh, this is LeBron. Like, but in the damn near 10 straight finals. Like, what can I tell him? I feel like a lot of coaches going to come in doing that. And Darvin Ham, I think this is his first coaching job. So, I mean, and then with Russell, like, you ain't bringing in the coach to coach LeBron. You bringing in the coach to really damn try to integrate Russell into an office that fits him. But you can't really do that because LeBron need the ball in his hand. Russ need the ball in his hand. And their focal point is getting the ball inside AD, who barely there. So it's like it's hard to see where they're going at with this. I don't understand the direction.
Listen,
I don't think
I
that is
don't
the
know.
right coach. I can't tell you who they should
Yeah,
get, but
I
I don't
don't
think
know
that's
if
the
that's
right
the
one.
right coach either. I prefer a coach that won a championship as a player and as a coach. There's some out there. May it be an assistant. You follow me? Since the other guys have their jobs already intact. I just believe you have to have that type of mindset coaching with LeBron because LeBron respects players that won and would
Right.
contribute. Now, I'm not just talking about players that didn't contribute. It's a lot of players got rings that sit on the bench. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
didn't play not one second in a game. But he needs somebody has been through the throes of war, has been battle tested, and is tried by fire. That's the only thing you're gonna get to get LeBron to act right. That's the only thing you're gonna get to get Russell Westbrook to act right. Listen, the crowd boos Russell Westbrook. Russell Westbrook is an LA native. The crowd is booing him. Russell Westbrook represents everything LA in his mind. In his mind, he represents everything LA. But everything LA is not really rocking with Westbrook, because Westbrook have his little quirky moments and things of that nature when he want to be some type of alternative figure and things of that nature, right? And a lot of people don't rock like that, especially where he's from. We appreciate the 2020 for Nipsey Hussle and things of that nature, but Russell Westbrook needs somebody that's going to be stern and is going to say, listen, Wes, if you don't play it like this, then you have to go on the bench. And if you don't want to go on the bench, ask for a trade because we're trying to move forward, man. We're not catering to egos. We want to move forward. We need to start getting these championships. And we want these championships to pile up while we have the talent that we have. If you're not rocking with that paradigm, then ask for a trade. Go back to the red dirt.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's all it does. Like, that's all it does. Like, can't say it no better than that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring an update to the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. We want you guys to please tune in on Fly Sports TV as we are watching the game and having coverage of the Boston Celtics and the Miami Heat. It is literally maybe 30-some seconds left, and the Miami Heat has a lead, not big lead, but we have a 7-point lead on the Boston Celtics. And ladies and gentlemen, what I expected and what I've been trying to tell people yesterday when they were saying the Celtics got this in the bag 100%. You cannot deny the man of Jimmy Butler on his leadership, and he is one of the most hard-working players in this league. As Jimmy Butler is acting a leader on the court, grabbing rebounds, passing the ball, fighting for the ball, and doing whatever it takes as Jimmy Butler is out there making and one shots as he is passing the ball. He even got Caleb Martin hitting threes. So he has his team focused tonight as looks like Jimmy Butler does not want to go home.
I don't know who looked more like Jordan, Jimmy Butler, or Anthony Edwards.
What do you mean, like face?
Yeah, in the face.
I'll say Edwards. Actually, damn, never mind. No, Edwards.
I know Edwards got the attitude of Jordan. I know he got that. He think he the best at everything.
skill set, I'll give it to Jimmy Butler. Skill set. Because I'll say because of his leadership, giving Jimmy Butler, where he plays that defense. Jimmy Butler, he really loves that mid-range game. Michael Jordan loved that mid-range game. He was not afraid of contact, not afraid to get in people's faces. So I'll say Jimmy Butler is a little bit towards Jordan skill-wise. Face-wise, yeah, I'll give it to Edwards. But most definitely hit that like and sub, ladies and gentlemen. Shout out to everybody that came on the panel tonight. Shout out to Panic. Shout out to K&T. Shout out to Dex. Shout out to Marvin. Shout out to whoever else is on. Anthony. Shout out to him for coming to the panel tonight to watch this amazing game as it is a win or go home tonight. And shout out to the chat, man. We appreciate y'all, chat. All that support. We love it, man. Hit that like.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Woo. Trying to get focused on this Boston Celtics game.
Wow, it says that Jimmy has 14 points, 4 assists, and 5 rebounds. Wow.
Yes, he does. Tell you, leadership, man. Boy, balling.
All that in the first
he's
quarter.
scoring, but he's grabbing rebounds. He's passing the ball. He doing everything he can. He ain't ready to go home.
Yeah, see, they big man, Bam, he got to do a lot more than we doing. Like, he played that one game where he put up like 20-something points. But he got to do a lot more. I get your defense elite, but you got to do a lot more, bro.
Well, you got to remember the assignment that what am I gonna say? The person that was defending Bam during that game was Daniel Tice. You got to remember that Time Lord was out for that game. From there, when Time Lord was added to the lineup, Bam Adebayo was completely shut down. Offensively,
Bam Adebayo getting a max contract.
Oh, of course, bro.
Like, you gotta put that out your mind.
Yeah.
At this point in the season, that's why I say they giving these players so much money nowadays, and they ain't really proving nothing. Like, you can get a max contract just because another team feel like they want you more than another team already offering you or whatever like that. And it's like, Bam ain't no max player, but we gotta pay him like a max player because he's that important on defense. But it's like, but you gotta give me more than 15 points. You gotta do something.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Shout out to everybody. Listen, man, the second quarter has blasted off 29-22, 10 minutes to go. As we got some fouls going on, the Miami Heat has been playing amazing defense and went on a transition run, but it did not work. It was literally 5-on-2. The Miami Heat ran full speed and they could not execute. So that's one thing Miami Heat needs to continue to work on. When you have that chance to execute, you need to execute, especially when it's a 5-on-2 difference, as the other Boston Celtics would even feel like running to help. And as the score is 29-22 with Jaylen Brown throwing up a crazy three. And oh my God, so Boston Celtics get a steal. Oh my God.
Yeah, like Andrew Wiggins might get a signed Mike's contract if Golden State can't afford him. That's how crazy they give up money now.
Yeah, Miami's getting a little reckless with this basketball. They seem like, Bam Adebayo just got backdoor picked by Derek White, and that's something that should not happen. The big man supposed to keep that ball up at all times until he sees his outlet man. Then he'll push it to his outlet man and let the outlet man initiate offense. So all this bringing the ball down, thinking you getting ready to take off with the ball. Come on, Bam.
Right, and then not only Bam is messing up, they grabbing a rebound and they dribbling all slow and losing the ball, getting the ball stalled, can't grab the rebound. And then they had a fast break where there are 5 Miami Heat players and 2 Boston Celtics defenders, and somehow they let all the Boston Celtics defenders run all the way from one side of the court to and they could even execute and quickly score, man. They're gonna get their execution right now.
The Heat's about to be in a bad position next year. That's the year that they need to max out what they got.
Bam in the post.
They got to pay Tyler Hero next year.
Oh my God! And Bam with the ball again in the post, and he loses the ball. Another turnover.
At this rate, you have to put Jimmy Butler in the game because it's not looking good.
Man, they
Well, he
can't take
got to
him out.
cheat on the resting though. There we go.
yeah,
You just
they
called
need
it.
him for that fourth
Jimmy
quarter.
Butler has entered the game.
You
They
see,
need Jimmy for that fourth.
but like it's just so noticeable the awful play that they have without their leader. It's just not good. It doesn't look good at all.
Well,
I mean,
you know what? Listen,
mhm.
this is not. We're not looking at the Detroit Pistons and the Orlando Magics. We're looking at two of the top teams in the
Yep.
Eastern Conference. Now, whether you like these teams or not, you cannot sit there and say you're not looking at some of the better basketball players that's in this league. You looking at players that's on the All NBA team, whether it's 1, 2, or 3. And as I keep trying to say to some of these guys, top 15 is basically the top tier of the NBA, top 15 players, because those are the all NBA teams. You know what I'm saying? And when you make an all NBA team, whether it's a first team, second team, or third team, you get big money.
Mm. Yep. Gotta love that money and bonus.
Yeah.
And you know them contracts. If you make that first team or second team, you already know them contracts look really, really good because of that.
That cost Clay $35 million, if you guys can remember. Nice shot by Jayson Tatum. He hit a three.
And
That
that's the
cost
bad
Clay
thing about
Thompson
it.
$35 million.
Yep. And that's the bad thing about it with the because they don't do it based on the top 15 players. They do it based off of like you got both of guards and wings and forwards and centers. Like I shit, they had Joel Embiid like on the second team and he been second in the MVP voting. Like that shouldn't make sense. He should have been on the first team. But I
Well,
say
the
like
MVP
why
is
I don't
that, right? The MVP got that, right?
yeah.
So him
But
and
see the
Jokic and Embiid play the same position.
Yep.
yeah, but see the problem is like you can't take the second highest vote getter in the MVP race and say he's a second team All NBA. He got to be first team, like regardless. Like if you got to slot him into the forward slot, whatever they don't. It's like you got to have one center for each team, and that don't work because now you causing certain people not to get their money. Like how you said earlier, like Clay ain't get his money because he probably ain't money in the top X amount of guards.
Well, you know what happened, right? They put Terry Rozier in over Klay Thompson.
Yeah, and I
They
bet you
inserted Terry
anybody.
Rozier on that third team. That third all NBA team, and it cost Klay Thompson. Everybody knows that Klay Thompson should have got that slot.
Yeah, like you look at players like Rudy Gobert every year, like he's a center, so ain't that much good centers in the league. So every year he gonna be 1, 2, or 3. It's a no-brainer every year. Like, well, who's the third best center? Well, ain't Joel Embiid. He 1 or 2. Jokic 1 or 2. There ain't nobody else. Let's put Gobert in, and that's how he is every year. That's why I feel like it shouldn't be like you that same year that Clay gets snubbed. I pretty much you can find 5 forwards or centers that you can be like, oh, Clay had a better season than that.
Right, exactly.
And
But
cost
see,
them
Ladies
all
and
that money.
gentlemen, not to interrupt anybody, but the Boston Celtics, if you're not tuning in, Boston Celtics on a timeout, and the Miami Heat are a little bit in shambles as the Boston Celtics has crept up to the lead 32-31 as the Boston Celtics are on a run. And Jayson Tatum, with all the energy in the world, with a spin dunk and a mid-range fadeaway on Jimmy Butler, bringing the energy as the Boston Celtics has crept up on the lead, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Y'all watching this game, right?
Yeah, we're announcing it.
Oh, okay. So y'all y'all see any players with any it factor out there? Yeah.
Bro, come on, KT. Can you stop?
Yeah.
Can you stop?
Yeah, I'm
Can you
watching
stop?
it. Yeah, I'm watching this
Come on
game,
now.
right? And
Yeah, if you're
I'm
watching it,
literally
you just saw Tatum go for a three, scoring
but
3-4 times, dude, in a
he
row.
scored 3.
Going crazy.
I don't see I'm trying to see a superstar. I don't see one out there on the court
All
right
right,
now.
man.
I see a whole bunch of players that just they're playing to each other's competition for real.
All right.
But the Warriors about to have a cakewalk in the finals. For real.
All right.
But anyway, the back to the game. They just let them come
Yeah, I
back
a fan of the
32-31.
underdog, so
They're 32-31 right now. Jayson Tatum heated it up. Yeah, the Heat are starting to go back to reality again. and then they came back. So let's just see who's gonna have that energy. Like Doug said earlier, everybody's using their last bit of energy this in Game 7, and then what is this, like Game 90 something now? We are like Game 90 in the 90s now, right?
94, 95.
Yeah, we in Game 95 now.
Well, no, he's the first round series is 4-1.
So that's 5. So that's 87. And then the second one was they swept somebody, right? The Boston's, all right. So they had 91, and then plus 7 more.
They swept your
yeah, they beat the Sixers in 6.
Yeah, so they had like we had like Game 97, 98 now. You know what I mean? So them legs is kicking in. So we about to see who got the juice, because both teams look like they had cooked for like 2 minutes, and then they'd be trash for the next 3 minutes while the other team.
The only way the Heat's winning this game if Jimmy Butler dropped 40 plus.
Yeah, I just think the Celtics got a better team than most teams right now. Like they got enough. Like, you ever meet one of them teams that don't really have a it player, but they have a whole bunch of players that can do the job?
How the Nuggets been before Joker start coming out.
Yeah, that's how I feel like the Celtics are. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, they got a whole bunch of players that can do enough.
And with the Celtics, you gotta remember now, Ime is a good coach in itself, but they got one of the best coaches in the front office that hand picking the players for the team that he trying to put on the court. Like, they're running, it's still running everything. They're still running everything that they've been running. It's just like, okay, now.
And I wanted to say this too after you're done too.
I understand what you're putting on court.
Or I said this too. Rudy Gobert is a defensive liability. I've been saying this for years. I don't understand how he keeps.
Actually, everybody.
I mean,
I'm just saying. I said that at the beginning of the season. He's trash for real. I've been saying he's trash.
Everybody said that.
I've been saying he was trash, and I got grounded up on here for that.
But no, that's kind of unfair. Now,
who'd you get grounded up by?
I got grounded up on here for every one of my takes that happened in real life.
That's cap, because Gordon.
The first one I got.
Agree on that.
No, I said he's a defensive liability. They was like, he a defensive player of the year.
That's cap.
Nigga, I've been said that. Then every one of my crazy takes that happened in real life, I
don't think Rudy Gobert
he trash, bro.
Year material. And I do think he a liability because he can't switch as much position as most.
He can't guard any stretch. He got killed by Kleber.
Now you got to remember, Donovan Mitchell don't play by so much defense, and he a small guard too.
Second tier player.
Kind of hinder him a little bit.
They got their best player.
I don't think he a defensive player of the year candidate.
And then I got grounded up for this too when I said they need a better player, better than Donovan Mitchell to win the championship. And I said they need a better player than Zach LaVine and DeRozan for them to win the championship. And I got grounded up.
That's not, bro. Okay, listen, bro. Like, you're trying to, get some extra credit and grab.
No, I know extra credit. I'm just telling you what I said, bro.
But what you're okay. But some of the things that you literally just blatantly just said is kind of like mute because. Yeah, everybody.
No, I only said it because both of them talking about in the chat. They're talking about Rudy Gobert in the chat.
Dude, everybody knows the Jazz are just the regular season.
The Nuggets too.
Everybody knows that.
The Blazers
Rudy Gobert,
and
at one point, it was people were saying he did not deserve one of those defensive player of the years.
But remember that list at the beginning of the season of teams that fake teams that ain't really. Remember that list?
Hold up, KT. Now don't get it twisted. Rudy Gobert, one of those years, I would say I like that he got the defensive player.
The first one, right?
He was actually putting in some work.
The first one.
Them blocks.
Yeah, the first one. I think it was the first one. Yeah.
But there was one of those defensive players I did not agree on.
The last how many you got now? 3, right?
Because everybody knew with DeMar DeRozan, it's kind of mute because we all said we didn't like that ISO thing. We said it all year.
No, we ain't talking about the ISO. We talking about they need a better player than DeRozan to win the championship. That's what I said. I ain't saying nothing about ISO.
If the Celtics end up,
you can say that, but it's more than that. You can't go out there and have that type of.
Bulls built kind of like.
It's not about having a better player, bro. It's about you can't go out there with that type of scheme.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
That's gonna last long in the playoffs, bro.
I don't doubt. Yeah,
better player, bro.
You quoting my man Nico right now.
You just said it yourself. These are second tier teams to you, and here they are about to go to the finals.
Yeah, 100%. The second tier teams about to win the championship.
So it's not even about who getting a better player. It's really about
100%.
What's your game plan, what's your scheme, and are you going to have it full? Is it going to work? And then you're going to have full confidence in what you're doing. Because if I'm not mistaken, even with the DeMar DeRozan game plan that they did, they still wasn't even fully confident in that.
Yeah, they definitely wasn't confident in that. That didn't look like They were confident at the beginning of the season, but when it stopped working at the end of the season, that's when the things start going left.
Right, that's just
Bulls,
that. Bro.
I
I'm just
think if
speaking
they
facts,
buy
bro.
in as far as DeMar DeRozan and Levine, I think if they buy in more defensively and they had the same course the Celtics got now, I think we'll be looking at the Bulls doing the same thing.
Well, I think I'm gonna keep it straight, but I think a lot of players are going to get more recognition, right? With all these they're gonna get way bigger. Like for example, right, when everybody's hurt. You know what I'm saying? They're going to get put on way bigger pedestals than what they really are for winning championships. Because right now, it's not the best teams winning championships no more. It's the more healthy. It's not the best team in the championship ever really anymore.
Oh man,
the best team don't never go to championship no more because they usually get hurt.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to bring an update.
Oh my God! Did you see that move Jayson Tatum just did to him? Oh my God!
Yeah, I was just about to say it.
That was crazy.
To bring an update. The Miami Heat was on a roll because Jimmy Butler, once again showing his leadership and putting fight out there, going for the and one and shooting free throws. And as the Boston Celtics was slowly losing momentum, Jayson Tatum out there showing that he does not want to.
No, it ain't no excuse. That's the fact.
Jayson Tatum going out there, big body and with a smooth dunk. Looking saucy out there. So it's 37-33 with second quarter, 6 minutes to go. It's a very good game.
Hey, KNT, I agree.
No, I want to say something back to Rap Guy real quick. Yo, Rave, they said KNT on the Nico. I'm glad because Nico literally said at the beginning of the season they're going to get comfortable winning games with bad offense, ISO ball, and then it's not going to work at the end of the season. They're going to get up out of here early in the playoffs. That's exactly what Nico said, and that's exactly what happened. Yeah, shout out to Nico.
I guess.
And what you saying about the best team that won the championship, I just think the best two teams don't make it to the chip no more. It's always a team that's actually good and a team that kind of overachieved to get there.
Exactly. Healthy, a good healthy team always beating a superstar-studded unhealthy team.
Like last year with Phoenix and Milwaukee the year before.
Look at the Milwaukee and who did they like?
The Suns. The Suns
before that.
Lakers and Heats, and the Heats overachieved.
Yeah,
the Lakers are the best team in that bubble.
There's always an overachiever. But right now, all you gotta do is be healthy, and you going to the finals for real. Golly, like that. There ain't no health. Like them 90. I ain't gonna lie. Like them 90 games hit different in the 90s. When you in the 90s, the people don't be having nothing left. I swear to God, like. Yo, that's 90 games and what is that, 5 months? 5 months, I say. When did the playoffs start, Dex? I mean the season start. When did the season start?
October,
end of October to June. So that's about 8 months you didn't play 90 games. That's a lot, bro.
Yeah.
That's a lot, bro.
As much as I agree about the gruesome back in the day, and I am one of them who always will defend them players and the hard work back in the day. But we had a lot of injuries this day too.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how there's more injuries now.
I'm not comparing the toughness between back in the day and now, but I can say
why more injuries?
A lot of these players are coming in on a full season.
Look, somebody just got injured just now. Somebody literally the ankle right there.
Injured, they're not too much.
We just said that.
Right. As we speak, Miami Heat is injured.
Oh, that wasn't Jaylen. Jaylen Brown just flopped. They stepped on his feet and he grabbed his face. Look. They stepped on it. Oh, he smacked him. Oh, okay, I was about to say. What the hell was that? He put his arm back and smacked him, and then he flopped 2 seconds after the smack.
But that's why.
Look at the reaction. Look at the smack. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then he fell. Oh my God!
I gotta look at the replay.
Look at it in slow motion. Count to 4 seconds before you fell.
Side and go jump on the court.
Yo, bro, how you get slapped and not react for 4 seconds?
I mean, sometimes you pause because you're in the moment of what the fuck just happened.
He was trying to get that call. He was trying to get that call.
That wasn't intentional.
That flop was definitely intentional. That flop was intentional.
That was intentional.
No, we talking about the flop.
No,
the smack was him trying to get past him, but I'm talking about the actual flop.
That's not flop.
If he would have just fell off the smack, but if he stood there and thought about it first and then fell.
His whole face, bro. That is not
what
a
up?
flop. He
What up,
smacked his
A1?
whole face. He smacked his whole face. Like, that is not a flop.
To the best two teams always
even
make
his ear got smacked
true.
a little bit.
That is not true. The most healthy teams right now.
His ear even got smacked.
Yeah. Well, watch this. When he gets slapped, right? Now, right there. So he got slapped, right? And he stood there. And then he did this.
Shout out to A1.
Yo, this flopping stuff be working, though. I seen a kid get the call at the tournament the last game. I was like, yeah, that was low-key decent. He got the call in the clutch, too.
Second quarter, 5 minutes ago, as the replay shows is not intentional.
So I got a question.
With the ball. Oh, my God.
Contested. I got a question for the chat real quick.
One sec. Contested layup with Divide. Miami Heat 40. Boston Celtics 35. Go ahead, Keynes.
I got a question for the chat since he said bar. Shout this one's for bars. Basil, what is it? Basil Carpenter?
Basil.
Okay, shout out to Basil. Because he said today's players can't be healthy. I want to give a chat. Is the physical, because back in the day when it was more physical and like early 2000s more physical, but all the stars played the whole 82 games and went to the championships. You know what I'm saying? But now, you know what I mean, all the stars are hurt in the playoffs every season. You know what I'm saying? At least two of the top 5 players are out every playoffs now. You know what I'm saying? So with that being said, is the running worse than the physical? Like all that running, is it doing more to the body than the beatdown of getting to the basket?
It all, man. Look,
because these are lower extremity injuries.
Listen to me. I heard, and this is coming from my family. What I heard back in the day, when I heard some stories of back in the day, some dudes could be out. Them dudes could be outside all day, all long. They was all athletic. They don't care. They'll be outside running up and down the streets, and
that's
they always
definitely me.
What I'm saying. And then when it came to sports, man, them niggas was running without water and playing the whole fucking time. So what I'm trying to say is not to big up the back in the day. Maybe it's just we gotta figure out
bad diet.
What are they eating? What's their diet?
Yeah.
What's their training like? Are you overdoing it? Are they getting enough rest?
They want to drink wheatgrass all day.
Good take, Ray.
I mean, as we speak, there's foods that have a whole bunch of steroids. These kids is growing big because these steroids and them foods, man. We got to find out sometimes. You know that research is important because we don't know what their diets are like.
Yeah,
we don't know what their training is. Maybe they could be over pushing them in that training. You don't know because some of these kids don't even get that damn rest, and they don't know how important it is to have rest and drink water, and they don't know that. You know what I mean? Dudes get cramps in today's game because they did not drink enough water. You know what I'm saying? So
you heard what the big baller said about Lonzo.
Yeah.
Yeah, him too. And
I wanted to speak on something A1 said too. And I can speak on this because I'll be watching the amount of games these kids be playing. He said that the AAU is the problem. They're playing 1,000 games before they even get to the league. That's facts. Because my son in the last 4 weeks played at least 30 games. Because he's playing 3 games a day, probably 5 to 6 games in 2 days. And he does that. He probably played 25 to 30 games in the last 4 weeks.
Yeah, man, I'm seeing these coaches come in with gallons of Gatorade instead of gallons of water.
Yo, and another thing too, I seen the worst thing ever. I got to see Team Carmelo Anthony's team, and I got to see how they pushing these kids. Oh my god!
Well, I could say this from a historical standpoint. I don't know if it's because they're playing a lot of games in the AAU, but I could say this: like when where I grew up is the weather is always good. The cold is 55 degrees. Okay, where it's too cold outside. I ain't going outside. Are you crazy?
Don't come to PA, Dex.
Thank you. You feel me? Or anywhere on the Northeast, right?
Yeah, don't do that.
So we listen, we play sports all year round. Plus we swim. And see, this was missing out of a lot of the training in these young men. They don't swim because when you swim, you work your whole body from your toes to your fingernails. You understand what I'm saying? Every limb, every vein, artery, capillary is being used. The heart is beating. The water keeps your heart rate at a really steady pace. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to drink water like Ray, because if you don't drink water, you're gonna catch cramps. Even if you swim, you're gonna catch cramps. So
Bro.
I just believe their attrition is contribute to diet, and they just fragile. A lot of these guys are just coming up fragile.
But
We
I
play
just
football
feel
in the
like
streets.
you said too. He like that is a lot of games. Like because if you got
But
a
Cray and T, no, but
that's a
see, you
lot.
can't say that, because you know why? Because like I said, we play sports all year around. When it was
Yep.
football season, we played football. When it was basketball season, we played basketball. When it was hockey season, we
These
did
kids are
roller
doing
derby.
that. Listen, Dex, these kids are doing that. Plus AAU is what I'm telling you. They're
Bro,
they're
bro.
playing four sports a
A
year
lot
too.
of kids ain't playing all
KT,
these sports. We
KT,
play baseball. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah,
A
but a
lot
lot
of
of
kids ain't
these
playing all these
kids.
sports. They just
No, but a
focus
lot of
on
kids
basically
like
one sport.
AAU all year round, bro.
KT,
They doing
dog,
AAU
KT.
all year round.
We ran
KT,
track.
listen to me, KT. I'm trying to tell you, bro. My grandparents, my grandmas let me know. My grandma, she's a female. She said it was a criteria to learn sports.
Right.
Go out there and play it.
That's
They
real.
did, like Dexter said, all year long. Nowadays, you can choose whether or not to go do PE. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That was a must, right?
I don't even have
In high
that.
school, when I was in high school, PE was a must, Ray.
It's a
Only way you can get out of
That's what I
PE if you had some type of medical condition and you have to have a note from your doctor. You
Yeah.
follow what I'm saying? Or if you had some religion where you can't expose your skin. You follow what I'm saying? That's when I was in school. So if you don't go to PE, you're not passing.
Right, and I'm
I
not,
agree
like I
with that
said,
part.
I'm
They
not
don't,
trying to big
they don't
up,
even got funding for PE no
bro,
more.
bro,
We grew up
KT,
at.
what I'm saying is, I'm not even trying to big up the back in the day and what they did. What I'm saying is maybe they have to find out, what are you doing differently now?
Word.
Are you not drinking enough water? Are you not getting enough sleep? These players don't get sleep. Hope y'all know that as well.
They don't do that.
Rest is very
That's a good one, Ray.
to
You're right.
body
That's a
That's
good
a
one
good
right there. They definitely
Rest
like,
is
and that's
important
me.
to
Sleep,
body
and another
recovery.
thing too. I'm gonna say this right now, from being in the
They can
entertainment
turn
game,
up,
bro.
they can turn up and then
Real rap.
stay
Sleep
up all night.
deprivation
I'm
is
trying to
real.
tell
Tell
you,
them,
bro.
Dex. Sleep
Yep.
deprivation.
Sleep
is real.
deprivation.
Tell 'em.
Yes.
Give them the
Yes.
symptoms real quick, Dex, just in case they don't know.
Well, as far as I know of it, because of course I'm not a doctor,
You're
but
not a doctor, but
as far as I know of sleep
everybody done dealt with it.
deprivation, a lot of times you can get hypertension.
Yep.
A lot of times you can lose focus.
Yep.
It's a lot of car accidents or
A lot of
sleep
irritability.
apnea.
Watch out for that
Right.
too. If you're really snappy
Very
on people,
irritable. Very
you're very
irritable.
irritable and
You know
snappy
what I'm
and shit
saying?
with people.
Your
You're very
equilibrium is off. That's what.
Yeah.
See, that's what
That's
the
a
cause,
say.
because your equilibrium is off. And when your equilibrium is off, you think that you're functioning normal, but you're actually not functioning normal. You're like 4 or 5 steps behind.
Yeah, that's real.
Bro,
Like you feel like a
You know
slug.
how many times I almost had a car accident because I was tired, bro?
Shout out to A1.
Shout out to the panel.
Oh, snap.
I'm
Hey,
back.
ladies and gentlemen, hold up. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of the day ones, the almighty, the great.
Pass whatever you smoking. He over there
A1,
dying.
man.
Pass that nugget pack.
Hey, y'all talk about some real shit, man, because I actually took a sleep test, man, about 6 months ago. And what they do is they attach all these pads to you. You know what I'm saying? All over your
like
chest. It's like taking
Was that from?
EKG.
Hold on 1 second. Let me ask you this. Was that for sleep apnea?
No, it was just this guy was just offering sleep tests. You know what I'm
Gotcha.
saying? And what he did is set up a camera in your room, put this shit on you, and you have to sleep with this mask. So, bro, I did it, and bro, on the real, he showed me the film. Nigga, I was crying like a baby.
In your sleep?
I was
In your
twitching,
sleep?
bro. Yes, I was watching myself. He showed you. He shows you how your body doesn't turn off. You think you sleep. So as an athlete, our bodies don't turn off. Like it's constantly going, even though we're asleep. Bro,
Yeah.
I was twitching. I was tossing and turning. I held my breath for a minute and a half, bro.
Oh,
I didn't fucking breathe.
I've done that
Nigga,
before.
this shit had me boohooing, bro. So, and I had to start wearing a mouthpiece because I would grind my teeth, and that stopped me from.
Me too. Yeah,
it stopped me from like the focus of sleeping. You know what I'm saying? I would grind my teeth and then get me on different shit. That's why the twitching and
I have
bro,
a
that
mouthpiece.
shit was. If you guys have an opportunity to do it, it's free. You know what I'm saying? And then after that, you know, I mean, you have to pay, you know, whatever your problem is. But bro, it's gonna shake you the fuck up, bro. On the real.
Boston have taken the lead. Boston has taken the lead,
Let's go
45 to
Boston.
42.
About time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Hey,
A1.
that's
That's
facts,
next
man. A
level.
lot of these dudes don't know how sleep recovery is like very important, man. That's facts, bro. It really is. Body recovery is important.
What it
That's
comes
okay.
down, what it comes down to it, bro, is these
We
dudes
love
ain't.
you, Zen.
What it comes down to it, these dudes ain't working. In high school, you got the guys that are good. Why? Because they work
Oh
hard.
shit! Look who pulled up on the block.
College, same thing. You got the guys that are good because they work hard. Guys don't work hard, bro. Same
Yeah,
thing.
that's real.
You know what I'm saying? Guys that get through with their natural talent as far as they can. You know what I'm saying? And then when it hits them, some dudes are just born. Like James Harden, like he was just born with game. You know,
Yeah,
he
that's
didn't work
facts.
on his body or nothing. But now it's catching up to him.
Yeah, that's real.
You
Word.
dig what I'm saying? So, like, the residual is built. LeBron built his residual over his first 10 years. So
That's
now
real.
that residual just paying off his last
Shout
10
out to Sky.
years.
Sky
So,
pulled up on these flight streets.
yeah, it's just guys working, man. Same thing with Zion. Once Zion gets that bug of working hard, like I'm going to work harder than everybody else, he going to be unstoppable. He ain't got that.
Most definitely. Everybody hit that like, hit that sub, and please, it's very important to hit that like. It is free on Flight Sports TV. We have noticed that the likes does not match up with the views we are getting, so please hit that like. Also, we are covering the Boston Celtics tonight versus the Miami Heat. As the Miami Heat was playing amazing, playing with leadership, not giving up, but at the Boston Celtics most definitely has fought, and they now have the lead. So we are going to continue to watch this
Yeah,
game.
man. Yeah, shout out to A1 for choosing for picking Boston. Y'all laughing at me. I just want to say that again.
We laughed at you, we laughed at Zen, and we laughed at teamwork.
Yeah, teamwork. Yeah.
But it's not over though, A1. Like Ray said yesterday, it's a lot of basketball that we played.
Man, come on, man. The best two teams are gonna be in the chip. You know that.
You said what?
The best two teams are gonna play in the chip.
Hope you know best team is Miami Heat, right?
Boston was the best. Boston was the best team in the East over the last 20 games of the regular season.
Yeah, but
so look
the
at their
best
record.
team was the Miami Heat, though. They still got number one.
Nah, but yeah, well, that don't mean nothing. Boston started at the 10th seed.
It does.
But Boston started at the 10th seed, went all the way up to what?
At the end of the season, who remained the number one?
Boston was the best, playing the best basketball in the East.
True,
for the last 20 games, bro.
I agree, but you got.
It don't matter if Miami Heat limped into the number one seed.
I agree, but who finished that finish line?
Right, that don't matter. Look who
it does.
They're playing head to head right now. Who's the better team?
We gotta respect that, man. They number one team in the
East.
East.
I don't respect that. If you taking L's, they about to lose in 6.
All right.
They about to lose in 6. Like easily, like you can look eye test. Who's the better team?
Oh,
ain't
man,
nobody on here gonna say Miami's better.
My apologies, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Jimmy Butler had a crazy fall, shaking up a little bit. He had a pause. He almost got injured right there, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all tune in. That was a little scary right there. So he's back on his feet.
And see, the thing about the Heats played defense, so a court like throughout the season they're gonna seem like the best team because they're actually playing defense every night. Well, most teams don't really take every night to play.
Yeah.
So Celtics
they don't really
coming down
have
the stretch.
Jimmy
Celtics
Butler
kind of
is
show like they've been the best team both sides of the ball.
And can y'all agree Jimmy Butler is a number 2 or 3 on the championship team?
Yeah, definitely a number 2 or 3.
I'm not agreeing because, like I said, man, this Jimmy Butler showed in this playoffs, man. He is one of the hardest working players in this league. He is unfamiliar to be that he shows in the playoffs that, regular season Jimmy Butler was a little quiet, and in his playoffs, man, he's fighting, man. He's showing leadership. He's working hard, and very in this game when it's winner
he's
go
a dog
home.
now.
He was doing everything.
Ray, that ain't gonna win you a chip.
He's a dog, man. I respect dogs.
That ain't gonna beat Boston this year. I mean, you could. That's good. That ain't
okay. It's funny. You keep. I don't know. You too. I guess I gotta tell you too. Like I told Quinn. I mean, them boys yesterday when they said the Celtics all the way. Listen, I get it. Celtics doing their thing. Miami Heat. This is the number 1 team and the number 2 team going at it. But listen, I'm not going to count out this Miami Heat team. You could act like the Celtics going to win this all you want to. Jimmy Butler stands as one of the hardest working guys and will not bow down to no damn body.
That's
So you
good,
can keep
But
that
then
up.
you say
Boston ain't.
even Patrick
Okay, good.
Beverly's a hard
Okay,
worker.
I'm telling you. Okay.
Ray, Boston is not backing down.
Well, look, and I'm watching the game as we speak. Jimmy Butler is putting these Boston Celtics on the rack. Jimmy Butler is. You need to look at his stat sheet tonight and watch this game.
But Rev,
Jimmy
the
got these
last 2
boys
games,
working.
Jimmy Butler barely scored 15 points.
No, but not just points. Jimmy Butler is grabbing rebounds, steals, blocking.
No, we
passing
get
the
no.
ball,
Listen,
fighting for
Ray.
the
We get
rebound.
that part. Ain't nobody taking nothing away from him. All we
Dude,
saying is he is
all
not
I'm
a
saying
number
is, all right,
one
bro.
on the team. Like he's not a number one. Like he's a good 2-way player, like solid everything. But he need another player, like a number one that gonna take him to the promised land.
Man, look. I mean, you can get points out of productivity, honestly. So to
Yeah,
me,
he get a lot of hustle points.
points ain't everything to me. So I feel like Jimmy Butler can be a 2 depending on what your scheme is like, what your game plan is like. So hey, that's up to your opinions.
No, I mean everything's an opinion, but when it comes to Jimmy Butler, like I don't even think Jimmy Butler tell you, yeah, I am number one on the championship team. Like they get all the way here based off of their defense. Like a lot of NBA teams don't play defense 82 games a season. The Heat's play defense 82 games a season.
Man, look, man, listen. I think I'm gonna say this. What's his name? Zen said the difference between he said yesterday the difference between last year and this year about Celtics, they added defense. They're buying into defense finally, and they're looking like a better and stronger team that can compete now.
Like
Defense is
that's
a
why I
bigger
say he the
part.
number one.
Defense is one of the biggest parts of the playoffs.
And game 3, he had 8
and
points.
Playoffs is what really matters, dog. The regular season.
And game 3 against Boston, he had 8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. Game 4, he had 6 points, 7 rebounds, 1 assist. The last game, he had 13 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. I ain't saying those bad numbers, but like, come on, that's not number one. Like, think of any number one that you know of, and then put those stats to his name in the playoffs.
Okay, he might not be a number one. I'm just
but
saying.
That's not a knock to him, though.
No,
That's not a knock to him.
But I said I also feel like he's a good, decent number 2, depending on your game plan and your scheme. So even if he is not number 1, I mean, I feel like he could be a strong 2, depending on how y'all want, how it's set up and how y'all want it. Because Jimmy Butler does have a good mid-range game, and he can get to the basket. So in him doing what he does, if you got the scheme correctly, I think he's a strong 2. But it all depends on how y'all want to do things.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I agree with that.
I mean, the real shit. I mean, and you're right. I mean, he might not be a number 1 because number 1 does require a lot more. Because that number 1 can get that bucket whenever you need, mid-range game, 3-pointer, layups. But I feel like what Jimmy Butler brings to the court, and the fact that he does have a good, strong mid-range game, and he can get to the basket, the way your scheme is, whatever way how y'all want to do it, he's a strong 2.
I'm gonna make a strong statement. If we had Jimmy Butler instead of DeMar, I think we probably still be playing.
Oh, that's a fact.
I think we still be playing.
Facts.
That's a fact.
Big facts.
You talking about the Bulls, right?
That is a strong statement.
That is facts. Oh my
you talking
God,
about the Bulls?
Yeah.
That is facts.
Oh yeah.
I think he's the perfect piece for our team.
Oh, that's facts.
Attitude, leadership, the way he plays the game. You put that with Zach, you put that with Zoe, you put that with Patrick Williams, you put that, man, it would be lethal, bro.
Oh man, and DeMar is good with that mid range. Jimmy Butler just replaces that mid range, and he's gonna play 10 times better defense than what DeMar
Jimmy
does
Butler gonna do is
defense.
pass the ball, bro. That's what he's gonna do.
Shit, I'll go a step
pass the ball
further. If he replaces either him or Zach LaVine, it'll be the same thing.
Exactly, right? Right. With him on the team, period. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, just adding
Because I don't feel like the Bulls had no real leadership. I feel like all their players been like silent type of players. Like, I don't think they had like no real stern leadership going into the playoffs. I understand they've been down Lonzo or whatever like that, but I mean, I don't think they had no leadership.
The Bulls was easy to guard, man. They were easy to guard.
I think Caruso been more of a leader, but at the same time, like your leader, I ain't saying your. I'm not saying like your the best player on the team gotta be the leader, but it's like Caruso can't be the leader on the team because he ain't even top 3 or 4 in the squad.
Yeah.
Guys, hold on one second. Listen, this is Flight Sports TV, the machine,
Yes,
voice of
sir.
the voiceless, the people's champ.
Yes,
Right
sir.
after this, we have a special guest that popped up, and we want everybody to pay attention and show some respect as we roll out the red carpet for the special guest, and she will be here in a second.
What up, y'all? It's your man, Freeway Ricky Ross, and you looking at Flight Sports TV. Don't turn that channel.
Yes, how you doing, wonderful lady?
Hi, how you doing?
Hi. Okay, how's everything?
Everything's great. How's everything with you?
Yes, well, listen, we are belated to have you here. We're ecstatic. We know you have a lot of things going on. Let me introduce you to our loyal community. It's Rapunzel, the poet. Would you please explain what's going on in your life right now, beautiful queen?
Okay, first, my name is Rapunzel, the poet. I am basically a poet, writer. I write jokes, poems, I write short stories, skits, things like that. Um, and I also perform. Right now, I just finished an episode of a series that I have, and it's called Poet versus Poet. So it's two poets, one mic, one subject, and they battle it out. It's produced and posted on YouTube. So I just actually yesterday was the second episode that I posted on YouTube. So that's out now, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's getting great reviews.
Yes, that is wonderful because I remember spoken word was real heavy in the early '90s to the mid '90s and things of that nature with Def Jam poetry, the lyrical lounge and things of that nature. Is your uh, poet and spoken word, is it on that type of par, or is it a little different since we're dealing with a lot of millennials?
Well, the I've been doing poetry for about 19 years. Well, let me not say that. Since I was 19. So that's about 15 years. And really the poetry scene hasn't changed a lot. The shows are about the same, the talent is still good. So, the scene hasn't really changed. It's just new people.
And are you looking for, or you already have your cast members that come in weekly to do your poet versus poet?
So it's a monthly show, and we do have like a long list right now, actually, of poets who are interested in being on the show, but it's always open. The list is always open, so we're looking for lyricists, even rappers, even anyone who writes and can recite it and speak and wants to be featured and has a good appetite for trying to be promoted and successful at their craft. They're always invited to be on the show.
Yeah, do you have rappers or just strictly spoken word?
We're inviting rappers, we're inviting writers, people who haven't even performed. If you want to promote yourself and bring your art to the next level, that's who we're trying to promote.
Yes, a shout out to I can always mixing your name up. I'm so sorry. Rapunzel
So
the
my
poet,
name,
right?
so my name is pronounced like Rapunzel. Like think of
Or
like the
Rapunzel.
cartoon character or the character from back in the day. That's
Yes.
on Tangled, I guess, or whatever. but I spell it differently, so I know it's hard to pronounce if you look at it.
Right.
But yeah, it's pronounced Rapunzel, just like the character.
Right. And give us a little more of your background. Like where you from? What do you kind of represent? Are you part of any kind of movements or anything to that nature that pushing the culture forward?
Yeah, I'm a mother of 2 teenage boys, so I'm always trying to push the culture forward for their sake. Um, one of my sons is going to be in IB program, so I'm very academic, kind of a nerd. Um, the things that I'm most focused on is like education and social justice and different things that'll make my kids' life easier and better.
Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's wonderful because we always need our queens to have our back, especially in the times and situation that we face as African Americans or just even Black people in general.
Yeah, I agree. Hmm. I didn't hear you.
Did
Did
you
you
hear that
ask me?
question?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, about your podcast. How's your?
My podcast is going great. I have a podcast with Street Fame Forever, which is on Instagram as Street Fame Forever. So him and we have a podcast together, and we talk about social injustice issues, politics, hip hop mainly, and the Black community. So, and we also have interviews. Every now and then we'll have an interview of a local rapper or a local, business owner, successful person, someone who has maybe a story to tell. So we do that. We try to do that monthly also. We're trying to get that to a weekly show. So yeah, everything's going good with that. I really, that really started me into becoming or
On.
trying to become a producer. Is working on that show.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great. So, if they want to find you, how can they find you across all social media platforms? Could you you know s- put it out there so in case of any of our community wants to get any more information about all your endeavors?
Yeah. You can reach me at Rapunzel the Poet on Instagram. It's ROPUNZELL on the poet. Sorry, Rapunzel the Poet on Instagram. And then I'm also on YouTube. I'm sorry, and that is also my YouTube, Rapunzel the Poet. So that's where you can find my Poet verse Poet. That's where you can find my podcast, and that's where you can find any type of videos that I put out. So subscribe and like, comment on the videos and let us know, because everything that I try to do is always based in a positive nature. Even my Poet verse Poet show, we're only doing positive pieces. We're not doing anything to degrade, Black men and women or the community at all. You know what I mean? So,
Right, nothing
and
raunchy.
yeah, nothing. I would say we might do like a sex poem, but
Oh,
nothing that's gonna be just non-artistic. You know what I mean?
okay. Do anybody
So
on the panel have a question?
Yes, I do. Hello, beautiful Rapunzel.
hello.
That's
my name
Rave.
is my name is Rave Kingdom. I do have a question because when it comes to poem, it's I mean poetry. It's not just words.
Right.
Some say it's art, it's music, and also it's speech that could possibly touch someone,
Hmm.
especially in the mental format. Especially who know you don't know who what person's going through, or you could just be giving a person the opportunity to enjoy something that they can relate to. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? When it comes down to poetry, what does that mean to you, and how do you feel when you express yourself? What you're saying to the people.
Poetry for me, I would say it's more of a release of emotion. So originally, when I first started writing, I started writing because I was going through things in, like high school.
Right.
So originally it started as a release of emotion, and then once, I shared it with people, they thought it sounded good, so I started performing it in front of groups of people. And that's really how I got started. That's really what it means to me. You know what I mean? A lot of poets will tell you that, without poetry, they don't feel successful at all, in anything, even with, businesses and having families and stuff like that. They still feel more, fulfilled and whole when they write. You know
Right.
what I mean? And that's how I feel. So
Totally understand that. I really do thank you for that answering that question. Here on Fight Sports TV, I just want you to know, anytime you feel comfortable, you want to definitely let one of your poems out, or you know what I'm saying. We do appreciate it.
okay, so you want me to perform something now?
I mean,
Go real quick there. Let's get something. Let's get something real quick before we let you go, because we can't hold you
Okay,
too long. Okay.
I'll try to do something short. Is there any subject you want? Well, I don't have a whole bunch of subjects, so let me
Love,
even stop
love,
that.
love, love.
I mean, it's reinforce you to do anything you want to do.
On love. Let's hear something on love. LOVE.
I don't have poems on love. Isn't that
Okay,
sad?
well, give us one of your best ones.
Okay, so I'll go with the poem I wrote when I was 15. Not 15. I wrote the poem about a 15-year-old when I was a teenager. I was about 19, 20 years old. So, and a lot of people can relate to it, so I'll go with that one. It's called Alone. Do I want to do Alone? No, let me do a different one. Let me do Angry. A lot of people can relate to this one, and this will give you a gist of the type of poetry I do as far as concerning my spirituality.
No worries.
Angry. As I look into the mirror, angry eyes are what I see. Angered by lies, slowed by cries, angered by highs I'll never reach. Only mad because petty issues shred like tissues when I try to release my pain. Sitting and looking at happy and whole families while my teenage prayers drown in this rain. Angry is my name. I'm the same, though they say I have too much attitude in my intent. It's misunderstood. Telling me I'm too much to handle this angry black girl is up to no good. Lost in the grit and the grime of the hood. Pushed down by those because those said they could. Cheaping my talk, knocking on wood while I should know better, but who would? I'm angry because my father left when I was terrible too. Hey, she may have been terrible to you, but what did I do? This baby alcoholic thinks alcohol is freeing her mind, and through this mist I kissed, and now the baby is mine. Angry at the day I lost, while the screams at night are all I found. I lounge round, perpetrating love, emancipating tears, the highs of low life, bringing jaded age to 15 years. And as my words break down to these tears, I am clear. The only thing that fears himself, and in my ear I hear God, who tells me to be responsible for what I do. He says, a life like you, I can only create one time. So when no one else will, please be kind. Let anger go and please be mine. And just like that, I released and said, fine. Because it only takes his love to realize mine. There you go.
Okay. Let me
Yes,
snap. Let me
yes,
snap for you.
yes. Okay, we're
Hold
gonna
on,
let you go.
snap.
We're gonna let you go. And check this out. You
Okay.
always welcome to come back to Flight Sports TV. You
All
can
right.
tell your friends. They can come through, slide through, whatever endeavors you got. You can come here and advertise. And before we let you go, would you please tell us how we can find you on all social media platforms? Oh, your mic. We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah,
My
please
bad.
tell us how we can find you on all social platforms.
Okay. It's Rapunzel. ROPUNZELL, the poet, on Instagram and YouTube. And I'm also on Twitter under Poet versus Poet, which is my new show that you can see on YouTube.
Okay, and what time did that show airs?
That show is monthly, and the latest episode, the second episode, has just been posted yesterday. So it's up on YouTube right now.
Everybody in these flight sports streets, please go support our beautiful sister.
Yes,
Let her
sir.
know that she is not alone out here, and we appreciate all her efforts and her endeavors and the space that she occupies when she is present.
Thank
So,
you.
salute to you and salute to everybody that you're working with. And like I say, down the line, we definitely have to work together. And please pull back up on these flight sports TV and get that Instagram one more time.
Rapunzel the poet. ROPUNZELL, the poet.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you very much. And we appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. All right. Bye bye.
All right.
Wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, I want y'all to know that is just a beautiful taste of what Wi-Fi Sports TV holds. That isn't the only guest we have had. We've had the amazing, if anybody's basketball fans, the Bone Collector, the legendary Bone Collector was up here. We had LeVar Ball himself have an interview with Fight Sports TV. We had JaVale McGee's father. We can go on. Ricky Ross, a.k.a. Rick Ross's agent. We have guys that is coming on here comfortably to come on Fight Sports TV, and we're telling you guys to not only hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, because we want to feed you all this stuff. You'll never know what's coming next. Tomorrow we might have somebody, we might not. But that's what we do on Fight Sports TV, man. And anybody that is listening, any sponsors, any big names that is listening on the sideline, listen to Fight Sports TV, you are also welcome to hop on here and let it know that you've been paying attention to us, because we appreciate you, man. Our boy Kid Austin doing his thing, champion. Ladies and gentlemen, please, that's what we ask. Hit that like, hit that sub, send a little money to Cash App, because we're going to feed you guys the amazing content, the amazing talks. Guys coming up here every night giving their amazing takes. Dex dropping wisdom. Marvin dropping wisdom. Fly Sports TV giving everybody the open, I repeat, the open opportunity to share your talents. We had singers before up here. We had entertainers. There's definitely had guys rapping up here. And if you have a talent, you can come here on Flight Sports TV, man. And listen, I know Rave Kingdom is a part of the Flight Sports TV. He just wants to say it because he wants to love it. No, every single person I've so far has seen the Flight Sports TV has really, really loved Flight Sports TV. This is not just me talking. This is what we produce. Please hit that like and sub, because I promise you, this is the hottest in the streets. You can't find this nowhere. Go ahead, Dex. If you want to
Yes.
say.
Yes. We want to give an update on the game. The Heat is up by 5. Listen, you didn't hear me wrong. I said the Heat is up by 5. Rave talked about this yesterday. He had a quarrel with Quiz and to some degree Zen, but then Zen kind of backed up and be like, wait a minute, Rave might be on to something here. You feel me? Yeah, and Rave, I respect his take. This is coming from Zen. You follow what I'm saying? So we are witnessing right now the Miami Heat is up by 5. We don't know if they can sustain this, but right now the provocation is enacted. I'm gonna say that again. The provocation is enacted. Miami Heat has declared war in Boston, and it's not the Tea Party.
Yep. And I said, if you missed it, I wasn't saying, oh, don't give up on Miami Heat without reason. I said Jimmy Butler is going to show his pure underlying leadership, and that's what he is doing today. Jimmy Butler is not going to allow this team to fall on their knees and just lay there and die. That is not what Jimmy Butler is about. He has shown them. I have said this before. I am not the Jimmy Butler fan, but I can respect that this man is one of the hardest working men in the NBA. And he fights for something that he wants. And I most definitely one of those players that give 100%. So I'm not saying the Celtics didn't do anything. I know the Celtics have the advantage. But like I said, this is a competitive 3-2 game, back and forth, machine versus machine. It's just what machine is going to win the battle.
And the crazy thing about it is, if this go to 7, whoever win gonna get dog out in the finals because you giving Golden State a lot longer to study what they about to play, and then you got to one day off before you got to go to Golden State. You automatically losing the first 2 games.
Yeah, Rave, can we get a statistical update for this game?
Most definitely. Third quarter, 61-56. Our boys Miami Heat doing their thing as Bam was 6-8, not playing the greatest of his games. Jimmy Butler though, 25-9. Kyle Lowry, better scoring this time, 10-3. Max Struss was 7-0. PJ Tucker 6-1-1. Caleb Martin 5-3. Vincent with 1 assist. Victor Oladipo 2-1. Duncan Robinson with 5 minutes, but no stats. He didn't do anything much. Robert Williams on the Boston Celtics, 2-1. Jayson Tatum, 24-4. Jaylen Brown, 18-4. Marcus Smart with 8-3. Horford grabbing rebounds and assists, but with 0 points. Grant Williams, 0-0-2. Not as great as game. Derek White with 4-2. And Peyton Pritchard, or Picard, whatever y'all want to say his name, with 0 points and 0 everything, as he has 3 minutes in this game, with Miami Heat playing a pretty good field goal percentage, 45% from the 3, and they're 100% for the free throws. So is the Boston Celtics. But the Boston Celtics at a 3-point is a 31 at the 3-point percentage. So everybody tune in. There's your stats update, by the way.
Tell you, Jimmy Butler got to drop 40 plus to win this. Probably got to push it to 50.
But you know what's crazy though? That's why I told about Jimmy Butler, bro. I mean, I hate that he has to do that, but he's that type of guy where if he has to do it, he'll do it. I feel like even if he didn't score, I feel like if he has to grab 20 rebounds, that's the type of guy you're going to believe that he's going to get on that court and put his work into it, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's why I say I always have respect for what he does, because he's a guy I feel like if he really wants to really do it and you tell him to go do it, bro, and he has his mind focused on it, he's going to get it done. It's that simple. You can't find many guys like that, man. The man is a dog, an animal. And what
he a dog player. He like I call him a super dog. Like the way he played basketball is like how like the role players on your team play. Like they do everything. They hustle, they rebound, they do them. And he's just like a super version of that. But that still don't get you. I don't feel like that's the number one player that's gonna get you to a championship team. Championship to win. Like that's cool to have as far as like, you know, getting through certain teams, but like how you say, like if he need to do something, he'll do it. But like the last 2 games, he put up a combined 14 points. So it's like, you know, that right there alone take him out of being the number one. But I mean, I ain't taking that away from him now. Like,
I actually agree. I mean, I'll give you that. I mean,
if he get more consistent offensively, he'll definitely be a number one.
Yeah, I give you that. I mean, he most definitely he has an argument to not be the number one. He's definitely that major piece on any team, but yeah, he definitely got to do his thing. And as you see tonight, he not only scoring points, man. I mean, he grabbing rebounds, assists. I mean, he's headed to a triple double tonight, pretty much. And that's amazing. Jimmy Butler by head to triple
what
double.
y'all issues with the Warriors?
What you mean by Warriors?
I see somebody in the chat say Warriors not winning shit. The Warriors built for this, man.
we'll see. It all depends. If the Miami Heat win the
The Miami
series,
Heat don't score enough points to play with the Warriors, and the Celtics. I mean, shit.
but I mean, you can throw the Warriors off though,
Only thing
because
throwing the Warriors
because
off
I
is
think
themselves.
here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying because I don't like you just said. They can't outscore the Miami. I mean the Warriors, but that's kind of playing their game. Can you really beat the Warriors playing their game? No, I don't think the idea should be, hey man, we should try to beat you in what you're very good at, shooting threes and scoring. I think for me, your mindset is throwing them off their game, being ready, contesting shots, executing every time you have the ball. Because if you go out there with the mindset of I'm going to beat you at what you're good at, then I feel like that's going to kill the Miami Heat. I'll be honest with you.
No,
Like if
I ain't
you go
saying the
out there,
Miami Heat gonna try to
you're
play
gonna
like
because I don't think you can be. I don't think you can outshoot the Warriors. I don't think that's a good idea. You know.
No, that ain't what I saying. What I saying is the Heat's game plan is we gonna play lockdown defense. We can try to keep you under 100 points because we know we can at least get to 100. But what I saying is like against the Celtics, that been the game plan. But as you can see, the Celtics scoring points. That's why when Tyler Hero and you see them lose by 20, those the last couple of games they lose by 20 because the scoring from Tyler Hero ain't bending. So when the Heat can't get that scoring from Tyler Hero, they can't get 20 points from Jimmy Butler, and then they can't get like a certain amount of points from their role players and whatnot. They don't score enough points. The defense don't slack off. They still be the same defensive team. They just can't score enough points to beat certain teams. So their defense gotta hold them under 100 points, or at least the low hundreds. But with the Warriors, like I don't care how good you are defensively, like you're holding the Warriors to no 100 points. That just ain't gonna happen. So I ain't saying they gotta play the Golden State Warriors game. Of course they can't play that because they don't even got the players and personnel to do that. Why he's saying is by them not being able to have that
Matchup.
offensive go-to power with a Tyler
Right.
Hero, even if Jimmy Butler give him 20 points, they ain't got no third option that gonna get him 20 points too. So it's like, I mean, you can only be a defensive stalwart for a certain amount of time before you run into somebody who can put up offense. Like the Celtics, even though they're a good
I mean,
defensive team,
defense,
they putting up
but we
offense.
can't deny defense wins championships. That's been there and it's never changed though.
I mean, that could be true, but why he's saying
Defense has
is
been the outcome of
I don't care
championships
how
to
good
this
those defense
day.
is, if you can't stop them to a certain amount. Like, remember with the Pistons, you know how the Pistons won a championship? They won a championship because they've been keeping teams. Like, remember that season? Like, the boy going on the record holding teams under 70 points or 75 points. I would get the number, but they've been holding teams under that. Like, that been how they get to a championship or win a championship. Not because they've been scoring 120, 130 points. A lot of teams that play defense, when they say defense win championships, is because their defense so elite that they hold you to a certain amount of points, and they got offensive players that get you to a certain point to where, like, okay, we hold you to like 90, 95, we can score 110 easily. But Heat saying like that, Heat can hold you to 95, 100 points, but they ain't got the offensive weapons to get you to 120 points.
I mean, I totally understand where you're coming from because at the end of the day, I mean, if you don't have many guys that can get that ball in that basket on the offensive side, it could become uh, a huge issue. Also, it could become mentally, it could be an issue when you're like, okay, you're passing the ball, but who's that guy that's going to really take that shot with confidence and get that bucket? So I totally understand where you're coming from. The only reason I say defense wins championships because not only playing lockdown defense, but there's been so many moments because of that amazing defensive play they won that game. When it was the Giannis on that amazing block that allowed what's his name, Drew Holiday and Giannis to go on that fast break layup on the Suns when they could have almost lost that game. When LeBron had that amazing chase down block. And I could go further, but I just felt like there's so many reasons of how defense won championship guy because they had those moments that allowed them to win that game, especially on high power offensive players. When Cleveland was taking on that high power offensive Warriors, when they were scoring anything they wanted, Andre Iguodala was splashing, Clay was splashing, Curry was splashing, but that defense overcome when you had Kyrie Irving playing a little bit of perimeter defense and allowing LeBron to get that chase down, bro. So I mean, I feel you. I feel where you're coming from because like you just said, I mean, at the end of the day, you need guys that's going to take that shot, provide points on the board. Yes, Jimmy Butler can give you some points. Yes, Bam, maybe some, but I give you, I feel you. You know what I'm saying? I can't argue. I can't argue that you gotta get points from players.
Like
That
I'm
part
gonna
is
I'm gonna
true.
give you an example what I mean, right? Game one with Boston, Miami. They win 118-107.
Mhm.
That's when the game Jimmy Butler had 41 points and Tyler Hero had 18. Now
Right,
you go to the next game, game two. Hold up, game two.
right,
Celtics beat the Heats 127-102.
most definitely.
Go to game three. The Heat win 109-103.
Right.
Go to game four. The Heats get beat 102-82.
Yep.
And you go to
Big
the
loss.
last game, they lose 93-80. So what that's showing us, they playing good defense because they ain't letting them get crazy, scoring 130, 140 points. But
Yeah.
also they ain't scoring enough points themselves. Like they only scored 80 last game. The game before they only scored 102. Like,
Yeah.
no, I don't care how good your defense is. Like you still gotta score enough points to
Yeah.
get over
Yeah.
the
Yep.
last team. Like you
Yep.
can't. Like last game they scored 82 points. The game before that, no, last game at 80 points. The game before that, 82 points. That's a 20-point differential,
You're right.
and
Yep.
that's only
Brothers,
102 points the
brothers,
Celtics scored.
brothers. Can a brother get in that conversation? Y'all gonna let a brother say something?
Mom, we didn't know you
Go
were
ahead.
saying anything. Welcome, Marvin. We've been calling your name for the past 2 hours, man. How you been, man?
I'm doing fine, man. I just wanted to just let you guys know something. You ever thought about how some teams' defense predicate how their offenses ran? I hear people talk about Miami doesn't have enough offense. It's because of the defense they play, the offensive sets they run. They don't shoot early in the shot clock. They don't want a high scoring game. It's not that they can't score, it's that they want the score to be low scoring. Now, when they do give up a lot of points, it's because they're missing their shots and the other team is getting out and running. As the word is just like what you just mentioned about 120 points Boston scored. Look at Miami's field goal percentage in that game. They shot the ball bad. Usually, when they shooting the ball well, they shooting with 5 to 6 to 4 seconds left in the shot clock, which is automatically going to make the game a low scoring game because they're a defensive predicated team. It's not that Miami can't score with anybody. They wouldn't have been the number one team in the East if they couldn't score. They
That's
were the
not
best
true.
defense. They were one of the best defenses in the league, and that predicates your offense. Meaning, if you're going to shoot with 5, 4, 3, 6 seconds left in the shot clock, it's going to be a low scoring game. It's a coaching thing. It's by design, guys. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to be able to do that with Golden State, is which I felt that Jason Kidd should have did, but he chose to run and gun with them. You can't do that with Golden State. Both of these teams from the East can slow the pace down. That is Golden State's weakness. I'm not saying I'm with Golden State. I'm a Chicago Bulls fan, but I did pick Miami. Rave had mentioned last night. This game is not over. I'm not here to say anything about it, but Miami's not going to lay down, guys. They gotta score. If they can dictate the pace, they can beat anybody, and that's anybody in the East and anybody in the West. So, but don't believe that Miami can't score with fast-paced teams. That's not it.
They can't.
It's that it's that their offense is predicated to shoot. If you look at this game right now, look every time they shoot. Look at the shot clock. It's down to 8 right now, 7, and they just pounding the ball. They shoot the ball late in the shot clock, which automatically what it does is slow the game down, low scoring game. If they can get stops and do that all game long, that's how they win. Great defense.
Yeah, but that goes to why you're trying to say like they play great defense, and then when they get on offense, it's kind of like with football. You play good defense and you run the ball. You run the clock down, and the hopes is we give y'all less chance, less time to score points or whatnot. That's what they're doing to the Celtics. But at the same time, when you running that kind of offense, you got to have automatic buckets. So it's kind of
Yeah,
like
you
how you
got to be
said,
able to hit your
they shooting
shots.
a
You got to
bad
hit your
percentage.
shots late. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
have to be
cool.
able to hit your shots late in the shot clock, or else you're
Yeah,
gonna get beat.
yeah, no, you right. But I'm about to tell you why I say they can't score points with teams like Celtics and teams like Golden State Warriors, because the Warriors got players that can go get a bucket. They got Clay, they got Steph, they got Poole, then they got Draymond who can run the half court offense if they need to slow everything down, and they run the motion offense. So slowing everything down is not going to be an issue for them boys. And when you look at Boston Celtics, they got Tatum, they got Brown, and they got a Horford sometimes who can kind of get his little shots up. And at the same time, if you people don't want to look at it like this, but Celtics playing as good of a defense as Miami playing this playoffs. Like their defense ain't too far
Yeah,
from Miami. It may be better.
yes. Celtics game is basically predicated just like Miami's also, which why I just to my point, what I said, either one of these teams out of the East is going to be able to play with Golden State.
But scoring wise, who you
Here's the
taking?
deal, guys. The
You
West is
taking
why the West has always been a running gun league, and they have been this year. The East is predicated on defense. Now it's almost like the NFC and the AFC. It used to be the NFC was the top dog on defense, and AFC like to shoot, stay in the shotgun. Well, a lot of times NFCs in the football usually win those games because the defense overrules. Now against Golden State, you have to have a game plan to slow those guys down. You cannot chase these guys, or else you're going to wear your team out, and then they're going to hit threes, which means you're not going to even have a chance. So I just say, for Miami and Boston, I think they defense the way it's predicated, the way they play, is able to slow the pace down, to change to beat Golden State. You have to make them do what you do. You can't do what they do. You have to make them do what you do, and that ain't what. I tell you who gave you a little glimpse of it, and that was Memphis. Memphis did it a couple of games to them. It was a blueprint on how to beat them. They didn't try to outscore them. They try to outmuscle them. They try to do things to disrupt their offense. And in Miami and Boston, they are so set in stone in their defense, it's going to be hard to get them out of that, which is why it goes back to why this series is so tough. They both are basically the same type of defensive clubs. So if you're hitting your shots, if you're not hitting your shots and the other team's playing good defense, before you know it, you're down 15. And it might just be 25-5. Now, I don't mean 150, because the reason being is they still shooting late in the shot clock, but you shooting early in the shot clock and missing, but they shooting late in the shot clock, which means the game is the score is gonna be down. So
yeah, and that's why I
and
try to
then it's like
say
today,
you need
Jimmy,
shot makers. So who you
yeah,
taking, Jason Tatum and Jalen Brown, or you taking Tyler Hero and Jimmy Butler offensively?
well, but see, here's the deal with Miami. It's not necessarily Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero. It doesn't matter. When they get to 5 to 6 seconds in the shot clock, who's ever in that play at the time is going to take the shot. It's not
Yeah,
just
so who you
predicated
taking?
Jimmy taking all the
So
shots.
which duo are you taking? If you got to run your team that way, and like, okay, we gonna move the ball around until the shot clock get laid, but we
Well, I'm gonna
need
go with
these
the
buckets.
best two defenders. I'm gonna go with the best two defenders, and that would be Jayson
No,
Tatum
you
and
no. Listen to me. Listen to me. We get the defense. Both of them play good defense. But what I'm saying is Miami can't score like a team like the Celtics can score because they don't got go get a bucket getters. So if we going down to where I bringing the ball down offense and I run the shot clock down to the last 6 seconds before I go, which tandem you gonna take? Butler and Hero, or you taking Tatum and Jalen Brown?
you mean to get the shot off at the buzzer? I mean,
No,
late in the
not
shot
just to
clock?
get the shot off, but who gonna shoot the higher percentage? Who gonna get the shot? Who will actually hit the shot?
Well, Butler shoots a better percentage wise. He gets a better. It's like he shoots in the DeRozan era. He shoots in that mid range. It's a better shot. It's a better
So
shot.
you think so you feel
Because
like he's a
Jason Tatum takes a lot of bad shots. Now he hit a lot of them, but he takes a lot of bad shots, guys. Now Butler is usually, if he misses a shot, is usually within the free throw line extended, down low. It's a high percentage shot, but he might miss it, but it's a high percentage shot. So if you want to go late in the shot clock, which one is the best? Butler is the best. Now Jalen Brown is better than Tatum. He shoots better percentage shots. Tatum shoots a lot of shots that I wouldn't say they're bad shots, but contested, long range shots, not in the mid range. He's better at mid range now. But that's Jimmy's role, mid range. You know that. So his percentage, you look at their percentages, I believe Butler probably shooting a better percentage than him. And I wouldn't
Can
say
we get a score update?
I'm looking at it at 82-73, Miami.
Okay.
But I mean, the deal is this: these two teams are almost spitting image of each other. I didn't say much, but I was on the panel. I was listening last night to you guys when they was speaking about how Boston beat Milwaukee, and I heard a lot of guys say that Middleton wouldn't have made a difference. That's not true. Middleton would have made a big difference in that series because he's usually the shot taker at the end of the clock, and Giannis doesn't have to assert himself as much. I mean, I think I heard Rafe say it. It's like losing Jaylen Brown to Tatum. If you lose one of those guys, then that team is not going to be the same. Now, in Miami's case, that's not the case. You can actually lose Butler because of the way the offense runs and still win games. But now, in Boston's case, a lot of those shots are taken only by Tatum and Jaylen Brown. So if you lose one of those guys, I think you're going to suffer a little bit more. Now, I'm not saying, as you just seen, Butler was kind of nicked up in the last two games and they didn't play well. But he played and shot the ball.
If you lose Butler, that team that's not even a play.
No, Butler, I'm just saying, though, but the way that Miami's offense is playing. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, you can definitely say that. They won one game and didn't play this whole second half, though, Dex, of this series.
What team did Butler make? What all NBA team did Butler make?
I got to look it up. I didn't even look at all of them. I think the second team. And that was a question I wanted to ask you guys. Do you guys believe that Booker should have made the first team all NBA?
Something to talk about.
Man, listen, I hadn't heard nobody say nothing about that. And as soon as I seen his name there, ahead of Durant, ahead of Butler, ahead of DeRozan, ahead of a whole bunch of players, I'm like, what?
So even though Kyrie only played like 30-something games, like Kyrie should have been on one of them teams.
I mean, come on, but Booker shouldn't have been on the first team.
No,
he should have been on the third team.
Yeah, they sneak him in there. They had to put somebody.
That was a contract situation there. That's got to do something with his contract right there because he did not deserve that. Booker, if you look at his numbers this year, I mean, he didn't do. And then what he did, I mean, I know it doesn't count what you do in the playoffs.
Fraud. Like I don't even. It's like whenever I talk about Booker, it's like I might sound like I just don't like him, but like
no, he's not first team.
19-game a season winning player before Chris Paul get there.
He is not first team All NBA this year. Period. He wasn't even close.
I feel like he's a system player. He can shoot. He can get his buckets or whatever like that. I don't feel like he's some extravagant scorer like a KD or one of them. I don't think he's a killer, nothing like that. I think he gets good position.
I mean,
good shots.
I'm finna bring it up and look at the guys who made it and look at who got. Nobody really got snubbed, I don't think. But I honestly believe that a couple of these guys on the second team one of them at least should have took Booker's spot. I mean, I'm not knocking Booker, but he's just not a first team All NBA. Not this year, he is. He wasn't even close.
I wouldn't even give him second or third.
I would have probably put him on the third team, but to put him on first team, and then if you look at it, it looks like the second team is better than the fucking first team. Let me bring it up.
Listen, Marvin, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. This is why K&T was on here talking so much flang. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe my ears. He was trying to say that Jayson Tatum, Luka Doncic, Devin Booker. I mean, well, you can go with Devin Booker and Jokic were second-tier players.
I mean,
we're talking this year now.
Wait a minute. Who did you say, Dex?
He said Luka Doncic, Jayson Tatum, and Jokic, because he didn't really mention Devin Booker. Because I could agree a little bit with Devin Booker, was second-tier players, and this is your NBA All First team. And I told him stop it, man. Stop in your
Yeah, who was
tracks.
the first team? I mean, who's the first team if they second? Who he got on the
That is
first
the
team
first
if they
team.
second?
No, that's the first team.
Huh?
No, he was saying
No,
tier.
He
that's the
Like,
say
first
they
team.
second tier, but I know it. But if he say they're a second tier, who is his first team?
That's what I asked him. He would never give it to me. So I said, man, you
I
know what? I'm
mean,
done. I'm done with that. I just left it alone.
I
I
mean,
got
he
out of the conversation.
to
If you
his
saying these
defense, he
guys
does
ain't
say
the,
it's not even
it ain't no
paying
defense in
first
that
tier players.
no panic. You can't defend that.
no,
No, I
We're
understand
looking
it,
right
Rice.
at
Right?
the
No, Rice.
first
I trying to
team.
clarify what he actually said. He was saying that Jayson Tatum and Jokic ain't first tier players. He even saying team, and he says he ain't even been 10 of them in the league that's first tier. So to his
But
defense, he was saying like, oh, there's like 10 people better than those players or whatnot. But I don't
no,
agree
I
with the Tatum
disagree.
thing now. I don't agree
I
with the Tatum
disagree.
thing. I
Listen, I
kind of agree with
disagree.
Jokic, but I don't agree with the Tatum.
No panic, because I tried to save him. I said, yeah, we're talking about this year, 2022 season. I tried to save him, and he still was obstinate in his behavior towards acknowledging Luka and Jayson Tatum and Jokic. And I said, Jokic is a two-time MVP. Oh yeah,
Matter
well,
of fact,
he only
he
makes the
said
playoffs if he get
KD.
eliminated.
He was saying KD
well,
first
see,
tier,
what
LeBron. He was saying KD, LeBron, Kyrie, Kawhi, AD, players like that, basically been first tier to him. Which I
No,
don't disagree completely.
yeah,
now the
But
that
I
first team,
also
part
the
don't
I
agree
first
that
understand what you're
Tatum only
saying,
second tier.
but no panic. I tried to say this year. Remember, I said the rewind the
Yeah,
stream. I said this year,
yeah,
and he still carried on. And that's when I was like, oh,
yeah.
I'm done. I said Kawhi ain't even played. So he said, oh, he's not top tier. Dude, he ain't played one game. How can he be?
he
Right.
can't
Now, if
even
you're talking about
qualify.
career wise, yeah, you don't even qualify. So when you're talking career wise, that's a whole different dynamic. But that's why I narrowed it down to this year only. You feel me? And he still was obstinate in his belief. And he was, listen, I was taken aback. I said, I know you cannot believe that. You follow what I'm saying? When we already have the first team NBA, the second team NBA, the third team NBA for this year, not career wise. That's what I'm trying to say. This year, career wise, of course, those other guys are top tier. But this year, they already have the first team defense. And remember, you were saying that, yeah, I don't like it because Joel Embiid, you know what I'm saying? He should be on the first team, but he can't because they
Yeah,
only pick every five position.
yeah.
So we was talking board with this year, but for some reason, I don't know what was in KNT. Maybe got to blow one real quick and simmer down. But he said Jason Tatum and Jokic is not top tier this year. I can't believe that. And when Jokic is a two-time MVP, how could you utter such nonsense?
Listen, the award is given by your performance yearly. And when you look at the
Yes,
yearly performances, then they definitely should be there. The only one that should not be there is Devin Booker. He should
it's
not
Devin
be a
Booker.
first team All NBA.
But he never
He
even
should
I
I
not
mean,
don't
be.
think he
Devin
even
Booker.
mentioned Devin Booker.
See, the thing
He's the
about
So
first
Booker
team.
is
KNT
he
need
He's
to
on
was
the
on one
rectify
of
first
the
that.
team
best
in
ranked
NBA.
teams,
He's
so
on
that's
the
why they
first
put
team
him up there.
NBA.
Really.
Yeah, sure is.
I
It's like
mean,
the
He
All Star
sure
game.
is.
Like you can't just leave off players that's got like the Bulls with Levine and DeRozan. Like you
Well,
couldn't leave
DeRozan's
them out the
second
All Star
team.
game.
yeah,
I think
DeRozan's
DeRozan's
second
second
team,
team. Yeah.
but he
Yeah.
outplayed Booker this year. I mean, not only him, Durant outplayed. Well, Durant was hurt, so I don't give Durant
Yeah,
that now.
man, Booker is a player where he get with
And Kyrie
Chris
didn't play
Paul put
enough
him in the right
games.
position to score.
But I'm finna get the second team because I think it's three
Okay,
players
go
on there
for
that
it.
I
Go
felt they
for it.
should have been on the first team. Well, listen, all the rest of the guys I believe they should have been there, which was Giannis, Jokic, Luka, and Tatum. I just don't think Devin Booker should have been there. And then here's another nod. This is why I'm telling you this had a lot to do with contract. This was his first time ever making an All NBA team, and they put him on the first team. This was his first time. Question: should Jimmy Butler be on that ahead of him? To you guys,
Is there Jimmy Butler be what?
should Jimmy Butler be on the first team All NBA ahead of Booker?
I mean, you can make the argument. I wouldn't. I
I mean,
wouldn't. I
it's
wouldn't
just
go against
weird
it.
how I just didn't understand when I seen it. I'm like, that's got to be so. That must be wrong because I noticed. Okay, here they are here. The first team this year was Devin Booker, Luka, Giannis, Jayson Tatum, and Jokic. The second team, listen to this, guys: Steph, Ja Morant, DeRozan, Kevin Durant, and Joel Embiid. Now you know damn well Booker ain't better than Embiid.
That's not
They
rigged,
put
man.
Embiid on the second team, All NBA. Steph on the second team, Ja Morant on the second team, DeRozan. That's why I was saying it seemed like the second team would probably beat the damn first team. And then your third team consists of, I don't know about this one, Chris Paul, Trae Young, LeBron, Siakam, and Karl Anthony Towns. So I just say that first team to me. Devin Booker just doesn't belong there. You
And
can
that's
put
why I
Ja
was.
Morant there.
That's why
You
I
can
was
put
saying earlier about the center
Joel Embiid
position.
there. You can put Steph there. You can put DeMar there. You can put Kevin Durant there. Any one of the five in the maybe they go by your position.
Yeah, they do. They do. That's why I was saying about the center position earlier. It's like it's only really 4 or 5 good centers. So once you get past
Okay.
Embiid and Jokic,
Okay.
it's
Well,
like
question
a
to you
toss up
guys.
between Goldberg and Karl Anthony Towns. Like, which one y'all
Okay.
would
Well,
give
let
this
me give
day?
you this question then. Should Ja Morant have made it ahead of Booker?
Yeah, I
See,
think so.
and he on the second team.
I think it's other players that should have made it. If you just going by just the best 15 players, and you just the best 5 is on the first team, the second 5, second team, third team. I think you will have a crazy looking lineup for the first team, but it wouldn't be including Devin Booker. Devin Booker probably be the third team.
Yeah. Now, I mean, I like Devin Booker. I just thought he had a down. Well, not he had a down playoff. He didn't have a down year. He had a down playoff. I'm going to check his numbers for the year, but I just don't see him as first team All NBA. And then this is his first time making first, second, or third team. And the first nod, he gets first team. He didn't average 30 points a game this year.
And see, the thing about it is the writers and analysts and all that vote on this. So at the end of the day, it's like, they got their people pick on, well, okay, that's somebody I always get a story out of, or he always give me inside info, whatever the case may be. Like LeBron being third team, I know a lot of people probably but I ain't saying LeBron shouldn't make it, but if as any year in LeBron's career that you could have been like, he shouldn't be on any one of these teams, you can make an argument that you can be like, well, you can leave him off this year right here. Even though I don't think he should have, I just saying he make third team. Like a lot of writers going to look at it like, well, we know who vote for who. We know who get certain votes. Like Jalen Rose been like, he been the only one that vote for Kyrie. And then he going on TV and been like, oh, yeah, I knew it was a mistake, but I was just mesmerized by who Kyrie is. And I just put him on. It's like, no, he one of the top 15 best players in this league. It'll be dumb to leave him off, regardless if he played 82 games or not. That's why I says,
Here's a
when
prime
you letting
example.
these people
Here's a
dictate
prime example of
contracts.
why I'm so hesitant about Devin Booker being on it. He didn't average number 23 points a game this year. That's it.
Yeah, like that's not even third team. Like if you talking about just
That's
shooting
what I'm
guards.
saying. I'm finna run down the points leaders in the NBA for this year. Devin Booker averaged 23.3 points a game. He was 12th in the league in scoring for the regular season. Actually, he averaged 26.8. That was 23 was in the playoffs, but he was 12th in the NBA in scoring in the regular season, behind Trae Young, who made third team, behind Kyrie Irving, who didn't even make it, behind Ja Morant,
exactly,
behind DeRozan, and he get first team nods over all those guys. Behind Durant, behind Young, DeRozan, Ja Morant, and Durant. I mean, that's 5 players right there.
Yeah.
And Trae Young's on the third team. DeRozan's on the, but see, if you're going by position, the only one who should have took his spot was Trae Young. Trae Young averaged 28.4 this year. So it was just odd to me that they gave him the nod, because I believe that's got a lot, because you get a lot of incentives for making those NBA all
Thank you.
NBA teams.
And we talked about that earlier, Marvin. Perspective.
Yes.
Shout out to Marvin Perspective, because that I think it was a couple of years ago. It cost Klay Thompson $35 million because they selected Terry Rozier over Klay Thompson. I'm not saying Terry Rozier wasn't deserving that year, but come on, over Klay Thompson and what he was doing, please.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
I don't know if they showing favoritism towards him.
If you don't play ball
I
with the
don't
media,
know.
you are automatically setting yourself up for a bad pick in that end. Cause think about it, if Kyrie been one of those players where the media love him, like he talkative with them, he share information with them, like he be open with them. Even though he only played 32 games, they still would have put him on the third team. He would have get a lot more votes than just Jalen Rose. But the fact that he don't play ball, the fact that Kevin Durant don't play ball, the fact that a lot of these players call up the media sometimes, that's a conflict of interest, because it's if my contract is based off of what the media, people in the media, whatever like that, vote for me, but I don't like to talk to the media, or I always get snippy with the media, or I don't play ball with the media, whatever. It's I can ball my ass off, but if I don't play ball with them, they cannot vote for me and they can lose 30 million.
That's true.
Well, here's a prime example of what I'm talking about here, guys. 2 years ago, Booker averaged 26.6 points a game. He shot 35% from three and 48.9 from the field. He didn't even make first, second, or third team. This year, he shot 46% from the field. He shot 38% from three, and he averaged 26.8. Same fucking numbers, and he get first team. Last year,
Marvin. Okay, my bad. Go ahead, Marvin. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Just one more thing, Jackson. Yeah. Last year, he averaged 25.6. His field goal percentage. He shot 34% from three, and he shot 48% from the field. He didn't make first, second, or third team. This year, he did 1 percentage better in his 3-point shooting, and he got first team All NBA. Oh, this was contract situation.
That's a possibility, but also you got to remember the guys who are left off of this year, who normally are premier All NBA team members. You know what I mean? First, second, or third, because of they had a down year. COVID situation happened.
Well,
listen, Russell Westbrook. Thank you, Russell Westbrook, AD. You feel me? Kyrie. You feel me? It's a whole lot of people that didn't have the type of year so somebody have to get it. Damian Lillard didn't even play.
Hold on, Dex.
Zion didn't play.
I just mentioned 3 people who was deserving of it besides him, who played well this year. From Trae Young.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, hang on. Let me bring it back up to you.
Trae Young is too close to LaMelo, I think. You know what I mean? That situation too close to LaMelo, and Trae Young didn't even make the playoffs.
Yeah, take a break into account.
But they don't go. If you want to go by playoffs, he shouldn't even been in the fucking NBA. Booker, he didn't play worth a damn.
And I always say you gotta think about it. People like Brian Windhorst and
Windy.
They get in the votes. They dictate. And so if they want to ask me a question, or if they come to me and be like, "Yo, what's going on in the locker room?" and oh, I ain't talking to you. Oh, well, I ain't voting for you when he come down and so on and so on. So they play these type of games. I always say it's a conflict of interest. You can't have these people voting on All NBA. And if you gonna have them voting for it, don't let it be part of their contract for them to get that escalator, because it's always going to bite them in the end. If think about it, if I a writer, right, and I analyst, if I be like, let me go to the Knicks owner and be like, hey, listen, I know you ain't trying to pay the Supermax, so just give me some more information from the team here and there, and whenever it come down to the vote, I'm not going to vote for Julius Randle to make my All NBA team, so you ain't got to pay him the Supermax. Cool, we got a deal. Now when the season come over, that one vote might be the one vote that put him down out the third team. Just stuff like that. That's why I said I don't believe they should have that much say, or I don't believe that should be a factor in them getting the Supermax or not.
Okay, if you want to go, if you want to go by positions, then truly, Devin Booker was the top shooting guard in scoring this year. He was 1 point higher than Donovan Mitchell. So if they went by position, it was the right call. But if you're going to go by position, then you sham LeBron because he's 13, but he's the best small forward in scoring in the league this year.
Yeah.
And then if you want to go by position, they scam Kevin Durant. He's the best power forward in the league in scoring. Now, I don't know who got the point guard position. Okay, question to you, Dex. Should Devin Booker have made it over Ja Morant?
Oh, wow, that's a good question.
And think about it now, Ja Morant is an MVP candidate.
Yes. So was Devin Booker. Yes.
No, not as
much as he should have made it over Ja Morant.
Yes, because you know why? If you take Devin Booker off the Suns, and we seen when Devin Booker didn't play a few games, but if you take Chris Paul from the Suns, they still was making a run. I think they had like a 10-1 run without Chris Paul. But if you take hold on, Marvin, hold on. Now, if you take Ja Morant off of the Memphis Grizzlies had a tremendous record without Ja Morant, like 16-2 or 21-4, something to that nature. You follow what I'm saying? So that right there takes away of your leverage to be first team. That's why Ja Morant sunk in the MVP race, is because of that. Once he got hurt and they saw Memphis Grizzlies take off, really take off, they was like, whoa, we might have to take a second look. Is it Ja or is it the system?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get out to you,
your point now.
The stats you just brought up are MVP caliber stats, not all NBA. You get judged by the stuff you talking about for MVP voting, not all NBA. If your team, that's why Jokic keeps winning the MVP, because he makes his team so much better. But not
Jimmy
all
Butler
NBA,
with another 3.
But not all NBA. You don't get granted to the team. To the all NBA team because you made your team better. It's your personal performance.
And Dex,
MVP means most valuable player on the team. But all NBA means you are overall everything. It doesn't even come into account to your team.
Marvin, let Panic say something real quick. Go ahead, Panic.
Yeah, it'll be real quick. These are teams that Phoenix beat without Chris Paul. OKC, Portland, New York Knicks, Orlando, Miami, Lakers, Pelicans, Rockets, Chicago, Sacramento, Minnesota. Only 2 of those games I would have been like, okay, well, we probably can't do it without so and so and so. Like, the rest of them games, those winnable games without Chris Paul. So if they were playing somebody else, if they had a different script, and mind, these are who they lose to without Chris Paul: Pelicans, Jazz, Milwaukee, Toronto, Clippers, and Sacramento. So that argument, as far as like him without CP3, that still wouldn't obviously don't make no sense. But at the end of the day, it's like you can't really make that argument for Booker and say they still had a good record without CP3. CP3 is an engine to this whole team. But we can look back and see that without CP3, prior seasons and stuff like that, this team is a 19-win team. Booker ain't that dude.
I'm going down Booker's stats here. He had some hell of a games. He did. But I'm just comparing him to the ones who was left off of the first team All-NBA. And like I said, the only 2 guards that would be in question would be Trae Young, Ja Morant, 3 guards, Ja Morant and Kyrie Irving. And I don't think Irving
Irving don't qualify. He don't qualify.
Yeah. I don't think he qualifies. But I really and Steph Curry. I got an issue with him making it over Ja.
I don't think Ja's first team though. I don't think he's first team. So I don't have a problem with Ja not being there.
I mean, I got a problem with him being there. If Booker's there, I think he makes it over Booker.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying as far as that.
Yeah. Now, if Steph was there, I wouldn't say nothing. But I don't think Booker should get the nod over him.
And
I mean,
just
I'm
throw
not
this in,
taking
the
nothing
Suns are
away
8
from
and 6
Booker.
without Booker.
I'm not taking anything away from Booker. But
Well,
I
Steph,
think
you can't put Steph and you can't put Ja, to be honest with you, because to be frank, Marvin, Ja plays a point guard as well as Curry played the point guard. So they're competing against Luca. They're not competing against the two guard.
well,
Devin
I just
Booker's there
looked at
as a
that.
two guard.
Let me go back to the stats because I looked at shooting guards, and I think the two that were there was
They usually would have put. I
Kyrie
think they
Irving and Trae Young. It was Kyrie Irving and Trae Young. Let me make sure.
and then Harden usually will be a all team too. I forget about him.
I mean, his numbers
So
are.
Harden played point guard.
Yeah, but no, I was just saying like all the people like early been naming all the people that ain't played a
But he
season or
wasn't
been
going to get
missing or
first
whatever
team.
like that.
He
Like
wasn't going to
Harden
make.
too.
Harden definitely didn't deserve first team. But I
Like if
think
they do the top
Butler.
15, Carl Anthony Towns wouldn't even make either one of the teams. And they just doing the top 15 players. Instead of breaking it down from position to position, they just going by players like the top 5, the second 5, the third 5. Carl Anthony Towns wouldn't be on any of the teams.
Got you.
Like a lot of players that's on that list will be left off if you're really keeping it a buck. And then that's what even without all the players that must go when Damian Lillard get back, I don't care. Lillard go 1-81 for the season. He gonna be on that first, second, or third team. Because the writers gonna vote for him because he don't give them no grief.
I mean, here's a prime example of contract issues, Dex. They knew everybody in the league knew Zach was up for the max.
A tie
And if he
ball
make
game, 94-94, 4 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. The Miami Heat is on a 4-minute, 45-second elimination clock. Boston just hit a 3. They went up 3. Miami's on the brink of elimination. Okay, go ahead.
Damn, I didn't forget what I was going to say now. I'm trying to get the positions up.
And this is the first lead that Boston had since they was 46-44. The Boston Celtics was down 13. They have wheeled themselves back into the lead, and this is the first lead since they were down 40. I mean, first lead since they were down 46-44. Yes, Boston is
Imagine if
fighting.
Miami had a bucket, like somebody like who can get a bucket. When they've been up 76-61 at one point in it, I'm mistaken.
Oh, this is what I was going to say, Dex. And the league knew very well that Zach was up for a max contract, and they knew you cannot receive it if you don't reach an All-NBA team. Now
he was max. You can't get the super max without being on the
the super max. I meant the super max. Yeah. Now he was third in the league at the shooting guard position in scoring, and he didn't make first, second, or third team.
And that's crazy.
Now you see why he don't want to come back, huh?
No, that's got to do with the NBA, not the Bulls. Shit.
You know what it does? That's something. When you say the Snom Dex, that just means something ahead of Snom. At the end of the day, that could be a reason why somebody wouldn't want to come back. Because think about it now, they might have not want to give a full fifth string team. I mean, a string team, seeded team, 2 players on the All NBA squad. So if you give DeRozan 1. It's like, okay, well, y'all ain't really done nothing. Y'all been fifth, so how could y'all have 2 All-NBA players and only?
But now listen to what you guys are saying. What you think he's gonna get another chance at a max deal again? That ain't happening. So
yeah, he got a chance to get him again.
That wouldn't be in the cards for him not coming back because he's not gonna get another supermax contract offer. He's gonna get older, so that's over. It ain't like he's gonna get that back. That's gone.
I mean, he can. He's gonna sign a 1-1, like LeBron used to do, sign a 1-1, and then just sign an extension off of that.
I mean, he averaged 24.4, and he didn't make first, second, or third team.
If the Bulls had finished with one of the top 3 seeds, they probably put him on the third team. They would have voted him for the third team. But
I mean, I can go
like I said, do you think Zach is one of them players that ingratiate himself into the media, like he just make himself open to them? You think he's friendly with the media?
Well, he talks to the media. I mean,
I mean,
Zach,
yeah,
he does interviews after the game and whatnot.
but that's what I mean by talk to the media. Like you see like how certain time people give interviews, and it's like when the reporters ask them a question, it's like you can't. Some players kind of give off that notion that they kind of personally know certain reporters, like they call them by their first name, or they'll laugh with them or make a joke with them or whatnot. Like kind of the other night, not other night, wasn't like that, but even something I was watching the other day when they were interviewing Katie and somebody together, Katie and Curry together, and they were asking him a weird behind question, and Katie but like, oh yeah, da da da, like I love you, man, like I rock with you, but that was a crazy question, blah blah blah. It's like sometimes players be more cool or more open to local reporters than they are to like the national media reporters. So I saying with
Well,
Zach
I'll say
Levine
this.
is like, do he seem like him and Wendy, or him and one of these NBA analysts just be chopping it up from time to time?
Yeah, I'll say this though, and this is to Dex. I do believe that LeBron got shaft. Third team All NBA at a forward position.
I don't think
Third
he
team.
did.
I mean, with his numbers is gonna say first or second team. Now
But
his
they ain't make the
performance on,
playoffs.
but playoffs don't count for All NBA
No, you
qualification.
right. You everything you saying is 100% correct. It shouldn't even matter what somebody record is as long as they're producing. But at the
Yeah,
end of
like
the day, you asking writers who watching the basketball game, and their mind is like, how much impact did these numbers that you're giving me have on the actual team success? That can't because in their mind they're voting for MVP. Like they looking at it like how you should look at it for MVP player. Like, okay, your stats plus how you affect the team, and they looking at it with all NBA team play. With LeBron, I think LeBron probably shouldn't make any of the team, but since LeBron been in the league so long, and all these writers understand, like you want to be in LeBron corner at the end of the day, like he get voted in. Like everything you
yeah,
saying correct. They shouldn't look at their team record. They really shouldn't when it come to all NBA
no.
teams or whatever. But at the end of the day, like that kind of helps. Like if I'm gonna give you an example, like in Orlando, Aaron Gordon, right? When he been in Orlando, we thought he been a super max player, a great player, and all that, right? As soon as he going to Denver Nuggets, we barely hear from him. So do we give him the same kind of accolades in Denver that we give him in Orlando? No, because in Orlando he
It's a
was
diminished
everything
role.
on a bad team. And
Well,
Denver,
he's
he was
playing
a
a
good
diminished.
player
No, he's
on an
playing a
even
diminished
better
role
team.
in Denver. He's not getting the touches that he used to get in Orlando.
And
Same
yet,
thing like
and I
Boot.
go to my point. When you on a bad team, you get as much touch as you want to. You still gonna be losing, but you get as much as you want to. So you can put up 30, 40 points. Like I've been saying about Lonzo Ball. Like Lonzo Ball might not be averaging 30 points on the team he on, but if he had decided to sign with Orlando, he would probably be dropping 25 right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. I
You know what
believe
I mean?
that.
Because he's on a bad team where it's like, okay, whatever you want to do, Lonzo, go do what you want to do. And not just to use Lonzo, like any player that's a role player or a player that you can get more out of on a certain team when they're on a good team, they might not get that. But when you put them on a bad team, it's like, oh, they dropping 30, 40, 50 every other game. Because they're on a
Yeah, I can
bad team
believe
getting
that.
a lot of touches. When you know your
I
team
do agree
bad,
with
you
you.
already in the lottery. You already like, okay, well, shit, let's get an all-star at least.
I agree with you on that. Yes. I just wanted to throw that out to you guys and see how y'all felt about that Devin Booker thing. I'm not riding Devin Booker. I just think it was other players that was more deserving of the
Yeah.
position than him, at
I
least on the
agree.
face.
I
On the
agree.
face.
Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Your boy Freshman
What's up?
Prince
What
in the
up? What
building.
up?
What up, my guys?
I just think it was more players out there. But then, like I said, if you go back to the stats, the only other shooting guard that was close to him was Donovan Mitchell, and he didn't score as many points this year. So I guess he's supposed to got the nod
But
as
nah,
a shooting guard.
Devin Booker was solid. Like, cause I mean, he had a great season. He held the team down. I felt
But
like
first team All NBA, first team.
I mean, if you're looking at the begin, like, all right, if you're looking at it from an angle of, all right, the top teams for the whole season, right, and position wise. So if you say top four teams on the East and West, shooting guard wise, Donovan Mitchell got it.
Yeah.
right?
Well, he played better. He played better than Donovan, so I guess he deserves it.
Yeah, I mean, he played better than most shooting guards in the top tier. I mean, you could argue Curry, maybe. You could argue
Well,
that.
he's a point. They got him at point.
Oh, they had Curry at point. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Curry made the second team. So yeah, I mean, yeah, you all the way straight. You straight. I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, I guess you can say it. Now, one, I did want to ask you this one because I had mentioned it to the guys a minute ago. They knew that Zach LaVine, if he got on an All NBA team, he would qualify for the Supermax.
Yes, I was speaking on that too. Yes,
he didn't even make first, second, or third team.
Yes, and that's crazy because DeRozan did, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that says a lot too, because now when the DeRozan contract is up, he will be eligible now for it because he made an all NBA team, right? Already in his contract. So with them not giving it to Zach is now even more reason why I think Zach is going to leave, because now they could offer him less money than how they could have gave him before. So it's like, if I'm gonna have to take less money, I might as well go to a team that's, you know what I mean. I really see personally, like, he could work in the Bulls, like, if that's what he wants, but ego, man. And then going into the beginning of the season, I honestly don't feel like he wanted DeRozan on the team. My opinion, because when they
recruited him. He the one who recruited DeRozan.
I understand. But I feel like I don't know, because when he after all everybody signed, he had made a statement like, "Oh, I hope they got enough money for me next season." You know what I mean? And to me, it was like, do you feel like they was giving everybody all the other players that signed too much money? Then that's why you feel like you may not get the money you deserve. You know what I mean? That's how I took it going into the season. That's what his words was. You know what I mean? So I took that like, did y'all really want to? You know what I mean? He probably wasn't okay with the contracts that was all on the team and everything.
But Dex brought up a great point about that. If Zach decides to leave, he's not leaving the Bulls with nothing. He recruited a lot of good talent over there, and the Bulls, if he leaves, the Bulls are going to get somebody else. Now, it's up to him if he decides to leave, but the whole key to that thing is, if he's looking to win a championship, he needs to look towards where he's going. And if you're not looking to win a championship, then if I was a basketball player, I'll go anywhere that they're going to pay me the most damn money. I wouldn't give a damn.
But if he's looking to win a championship, I feel like he stay where he's at, because he's in a good. I feel like he's in a good team that could win a chip. Because
and they got the chance to sign him for the most years.
If you look at the Celtics right now, Miami right now, respectfully, I'm not knocking neither of them. I'm just being honest in my opinion. I feel like if we had a healthy Bulls, they could beat both those teams.
The Bulls, if they got a full roster,
healthy, they could beat both those teams.
Well, I mean, and then those are completely hope dreams for every Bulls fan. I didn't have those because this was our first year together. I mean, it's rare that you get a team to get together for the first year and just gel to win a championship. Now, if you make the playoffs, then that's progress. Next year and the year following will be the test if they all together. That's when you know how well they gel. But I feel like this is just a sample size, the first year. That's why I didn't quite understand why Philly fans were so upset. You can't expect for him to come in. I'm not saying Harden's all of that, but I think they'll play better together next year.
I agree.
I think Philly been good before they get Harden. I think they should have just stick what they've been doing. I don't think they should have get Harden.
They could have kept that team together.
Yeah.
I don't think they had to break their team up.
If they could have tweaked it, make it to a certain spot, then next year you go out and get Harden when you can just pay.
That's right. I mean, you could have tweaked it.
And I agree because I feel like the Drummond, the Seth Curry, they showed their worth that they would have made a difference on that 76ers team.
That was
and
the
I
key.
also feel like James Harden would have made a difference.
Man, I do Jimmy Butler's a fucking superstar. Goddammit.
Yeah, what do you got?
I'm telling you.
That dude Jimmy Butler's a superstar.
Well, this game is not over yet, but Miami is really fighting for their lives.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed tonight by Jimmy Butler.
Oh yeah, Yeah, you're
What's the
right.
score? What's the
Oh
score?
yeah, that's good. I
They
mean,
up by 6 with a minute and
He
50
brought it. He
minute and
brought it
45
tonight.
left.
Who's up by 6?
and I said this earlier.
Miami.
If they take this
Miami.
game back to Miami,
All
that's
right.
gonna be a hard game to win, boy.
Yo, the sad part is we've been saying that shit every other game.
Well, here's the deal.
They
Ray
ain't got no
mentioned
shot.
it
It's
last
over.
night. I want to give a shout out to Ray. This game is not over, but Ray fought tooth and nail about this issue last night, about
What he
counting
said?
Miami out ahead of time. The game is not over, so I'm not saying that they're going to win. But I did chime in and say, guys, have you thought about if Miami win this next game, that the last game is in Miami? And everybody's like, well, but no, I don't think they're going to win it. Well, I never believed Miami was going to lay down. But Miami, as you can see, as a lot of guys been saying, they can't outscore nobody, but they can out defense a lot of people. And you see the score.
Hey, and listen, and remember why I said earlier when I've been telling you about their defense, like they gotta keep you, they got them at 99 points right now.
That's
What
right.
I'm saying.
And you did say Butler needs to score about 45 or 50. He got 43.
Yeah. How much you got?
43.
God damn.
They leading 105-99 with a minute and 21 to go.
If they get
Boston
Hero
got the
back
ball.
next game, that's
But
20
Victor
points right there to what they can
Oladipo's
do.
really been playing good. I mean, I didn't watch the whole game, but when I seen him doing some drives. I'm like, yo, he could really be the X factor on his team.
Well, he's just getting his rhythm. You know, he's been hurt.
Yeah,
So he's
I
just
know.
Boston just scored his 105-101 with 108 to go.
See, that
Miami's
he
bringing
just
the ball.
can't get a no 120, 125 point game and stuff like that with teams. Like they can't get in that era with teams. But they keep them like this where all they need to score is a little bit over 100. They're good.
But if you watching the game, look at this shot clock right now. It's down to 7. Miami got the ball. I told you how they shoot. They shoot late in the shot clock every time. That's their offensive philosophy.
Yeah.
To keep the score down, which is how they would play against Golden State.
But they're
And
not
what
going to
that
be able
does
to
is
do that.
frustrate.
Golden State going to really be able to run.
Yeah,
Not if they-
see Golden State.
Oh, big shot by Butler just hit a hell of a shot.
The reason why with
107,
Golden
101
State you
with
can't
43
really do
seconds
that
to
with
go.
them. With
Butler
Golden State, like you gotta pick up Curry from half court. He automatically scratching your defense out. So you can try to run the clock down, but you trading 2s for 3s all game, that shit ain't gonna work.
Here's the deal, guys. You can't run if you're taking the ball out the net. That's how you stop a fast break team.
No, but they're not a fast break team. They run motional offense, like they're more of a half court team than you think.
Yeah,
a fast pace, very fast pace.
And that, but no, boy, saying is a lot of people call them a fast break team, but they ain't really fast break. They just run a motion offense. Everything moving at all times. You got to be on your P's and Q's defensively. Everybody got to be like. The reason why LeBron been a good matchup for them boy every year, even though they seem like they've been now outgunned against them all the time, because LeBron's smart. LeBron been figuring out like, okay, this person moving here, this person going there, that person coming over here. Like they constantly moving all the time. Like that's why Wiggins playing a lot better than what he been playing in Minnesota. That's why they can get players like Poole to come in and produce. Like the offense is a machine. They ain't so much they trying to fast break you to death. They just want you to figure out what they do in the offense. Curry running around all game, Clay running around all game, Poole running around all game. You never know what they got going on.
Here's the stat I want you to hear. Golden State led the league in scoring this year. 114 points a game. They fast paced, period.
Yeah, I mean, pace don't mean fast break, though. Pace is just how fast you get your shot off.
They're the highest scoring team in the NBA. Memphis is second, Denver is third, Pelicans fourth, Minnesota is fifth. And Warriors led the league by two whole points.
Hold on, let me switch takes on you real quick. Let me switch takes. What's your take on Zion being fully healthy for basketball clearance and everything? He could play. He's fully healthy.
That was coming. That's wonderful for the league.
Yeah, like
for
3
everybody.
years old, he should be.
That's wonderful for everybody. Get better basketball.
Do you think he's gonna make a difference on
Oh, hell yeah. If he's healthy, hell yes.
Remember now, Zion been dropping like 30 points with ease.
Did you guys know what Zion's field goal percentage was last year?
Like 70%.
Unheard of. Field goal
That's
percentage.
Shaq and
And he's
Giannis
not a
type
center.
numbers.
And he's not a center.
Exactly.
If
All
he
Zion
come
need to
back
do is work on some back to the basket moves, post moves, and whatnot,
now, here's the
and
deal.
get a little jumper.
Where do you acclimate him back into that offense with the shooters that you got on that team now? He's not going to get as many shots in.
Everybody be on the lookout this weekend for some Zion content, ladies and gentlemen. Be on the lookout. We will be feeding the people. It's Flight Sports.
You gotta get rid of some of that garbage they got over there, man, to make room for
They
Zion.
need to work the offense inside out. Work them Zion and out. Like that's how they got work.
Everybody not gonna stay though. No panic. Everybody's not gonna stay. Trust me.
Huh?
There's gonna be some pieces moving.
I mean, it might be pieces move, but what I'm saying as far as like working him into the offense, like you don't go. I'm gonna keep Bi as the number one option.
Now how you gonna explain? How you gonna say some people moving and don't say who?
What you mean? Yeah, what do you mean, Dex?
Come on.
Well, be honest with you guys. I don't know exactly who, but I don't think that's going to be the end product. What we're looking at right now, that's definitely not going to be the end product.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're referring to, Dex.
I think they gonna bring in the shooter, and that might cost them some certain players. I think I don't think Duncan Robinson gonna be with the Heat next year. I think they're gonna try to find a way to get off that contract.
Heat? You talking about the changes on the Heat coming, Dex?
No, I just saying like if the Pelicans get a knockdown shooter, I think they'll give up certain players as far as contractual or just as a trade wise to get a player like Duncan Robinson, because the Heat's going to end up wanting to get off that contract. Like you can't pay him how much they paying him?
Or what about a player? What about a player like Joe Harris?
Joe Harris. I mean, yeah, like he'll be a decent.
Shout out to Ray, Kingdom, and Quiz. He lucky that you didn't bet the $100, Ray. Teamwork lucky he didn't bet me the $100.
Oh, no, they run away from that bet.
Is Ray back on the panel? Ray, are you back on the panel?
Not yet. I'll get him on the panel though. He owe you some money?
No, I just want to holler at him. No, I just want to holler at him.
Yeah, I usually don't get nobody their money. In future reference, y'all make any bets, don't come checking for me and Dex looking for y'all money. You know, it's between you and them.
No, I just want to give a shout out to Ray because he tried to explain to a lot of people last night about this game today. And he's not a Miami Heat fan, but he knew the grind, he knew the toughness in Butler and how he would approach this game. Now,
so would you jump out the window?
I mean, he said Butler ain't really had a choice, to be honest. Shit.
But hold on, it's not over, y'all, because the other game we were saying the Celtics is just overly superior, you know, and shit like that. It's just how they ain't gonna be able to do nothing with them. And now it's it's shifting.
Here was the thing last night. Miami's body language. They done. They tired. Man, Miami is gritty.
Yeah, like the thing about it, Pat Riley.
I said that's a Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra led team. Go ahead.
Yeah, like they hungry. Like think about it, that's like getting in a fight with somebody where you the aggressor, you won't fight them for a reason, and they like, well, I mean, shit, I ain't really trying to fight. We already kind of like you gonna lose if you ain't coming into the fight hungry as a dog or nothing like that. Like the Miami comes into the situation like we about to go home if we don't win.
I will not be surprised if Boston don't go up to Miami and win their next game because they got that dog fight in them too.
Yeah, they do. But that's in Miami. That gonna be a battle there. That gonna be tough. Like that gonna be tough.
Now everything is on the line.
That gonna be tough.
Is the game over, guys?
They got 12 seconds left.
Nope, it's not over. Everybody's calling timeout. Well, actually, listen, Butler and company is up by 6 with 10 seconds left. Or you can basically round it off to 11. The fast clock is ticking. You guys know what that fast clock is. That little millisecond clock that just keep ticking, and it just seems like it's going 1,000 miles per second. So when that fast clock is on, a lot of teams crumble and a lot of players fold. So we're going to see how this game unfurl as we watch closely to a highly contested game that some people consider boring. This game is boring.
Well,
I ain't gonna
shout
lie.
out.
I'm one of those people though. I just wanted to be on the record
Shout
and say
out.
that.
Well, I can tell you this then. Wait till one of these teams play Golden State, and you're gonna say that game is boring because they're gonna make them play a slow-paced game. Watch.
Well, for me personally, again, I don't think it will be boring because it's the finals in itself. It's a kind of different energy. Again, I told y'all this from the playoffs for me wasn't that exciting because LaMelo didn't make it, Lonzo didn't make it. It was cool. I got some good games. I'm not knocking it, but for a fan perspective, I wasn't really. I hate the Celtics with a passion. I don't like Miami. They both, rivals to my Knicks, so I really could care less on either one of those teams. I hope both of them lose. So, that's just how I feel.
Yeah, I like
I'm a Bulls.
defense. Like I like
You know
defense
I'm a
like a
Bulls
mob.
fan.
So like I like games
And
like
if I
that.
I
hate
don't like the
anybody,
Bulls
I hate
neither.
Milwaukee.
Only rock with the Bulls now because Lonzo there. Prior to Lonzo being there, I hated the Bulls too.
Yeah, I don't like Miami. I don't like nobody but the Bulls. But I knew that Miami was a decent squad, so I
Nah, yeah,
picked
of
them
course.
to go
I
deep.
gave
To
I
go
gave them
deep.
the edge. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna have to pay my brother $50 because my brother said the Celtics was gonna make the finals, and this was like early in the season, and I'm like, hell no, they
Well,
will never.
you ain't got
And
to
if they
get
make
that
it,
money up yet. They got
no,
another
yeah, you're
game.
right,
Don't count.
you're right.
Don't count them out yet. Don't count
Nah,
them
I feel
out.
you, but I ain't gonna lie, I've been losing a lot of money on these bets, man. I done lost with the Nets, with the Brooklyn Nets. I done lost there. I thought the Knicks was gonna make the playoffs. I don't know what I lost
And
there.
that's why when
know,
teams get in the series, I don't never be like, oh, this team gonna win or that team gonna win. Because I don't know, like you gotta watch every single game before you can make a decision on anything. I mean, that still be redundant because at the end, but
Well, I
that's
got
why
a
I
question to
don't
you
know.
guys. I got a question to you guys right now. The game is over. Miami won 111-103. Can Boston go to Miami and win Game 7?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. With no problem too. Now that's the crazy part about the whole situation. They could really go there and beat them effortlessly, and then it will be like, huh? And on the flip side to that, they could go there and lose again. Like that's the type of series this is. That, in my opinion.
Yeah, like I fully believe they can go there and win. I ain't saying that they I just saying like it's not without the rim of thinking that they can do it. Like I
Keep in
think they
mind,
can.
Boston is the only team that won 2 games in a row in this series. Is it
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Miami's turn?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, right.
Only thing I think
And
about is that
It's
Miami
far from
squad.
over.
I want
Miami,
to
think about
address
it now.
this question
Miami
today.
look at Miami home record this season.
Yep.
Yeah,
That part.
I want to address this question to Dex. Dex, from last night's conversation on the panel, do you recall Ray constantly trying to tell people that this series was not over?
Yeah, we highlighted that earlier when the game started when when the Heat went out on a 12-5 run and they were showing dominance. So yes, we did highlight that earlier.
But I mean, in all honesty, like if you're a real basketball fan and you've been watching basketball, you kind of knew Miami was going to win this game off the strength of like how you knew Dallas was
Good
going to
take.
win, and like how you knew Dallas was going to win that game against the Warriors. Like, you know what I mean? It just certain games you just know they're not going down like that. Again, like Dawson said, this game 7 is going to really show which team is better.
That's what
It's
I
been
was
a
just going to
rocky
say.
season.
So,
It was
Now
been a rocky
I
season.
feel
that's a hell of a wait a minute. But said something that was very crucial. If you've been watching basketball and you've been seeing the trends of these playoff series, you basically do that's why I was trying to get that bet with teamwork last night. Remember? You follow what I'm saying? And I was trying to get Quiz, but Quiz didn't want me. He wanted Ray. You know what I mean? But however it was, that's why I was telling teamwork he need to put his money down on the Heat for this game, but he liked the Celtics. But sometimes when you gamble, you can't go with your heart, and he missed out. But
And
sorry,
like
teamwork, you missed out on this one, brother.
and like and I lost another couple dollars too on my Rangers because my Rangers lost last night, and I said they was
did
going to
you?
end, and I said they was going to end in 6. So now tomorrow they play, and I kind of need them to win that game, and I really feel like I'm going to they're going to win that game, and I feel like they're probably going to lose in 7. They're going to go back to Carolina and lose in 7, but I do think they're going to win tomorrow too.
But y'all just can't beat them in Carolina, huh?
Nah, yeah. I mean, Carolina, if you've been watching hockey, again, Carolina never lost at home. They didn't lose no home game. So, you know what I mean? For us to just, you know what I mean? It was a tough, you know what I mean? I thought, you know, we could have did it in 5, you know what I mean? They took a point away from us. We was up 2-1 at one point. They took the point back. And, you know, and they took the lead and we lost 3-1. But, you know, we had a shot, and I feel like now we're going back to hometown, home base. New York is going to be crazy tomorrow. And I feel like it's going to be good, but it's just going to be crazy. I really wish we had a morning game because I wanted to watch that fight tomorrow night, man. In Barclays Center. It's going to be a nice fight.
Man, Javante about to knock that boy out in at least the 4th, 5th round.
Yeah, so it's going to be a good day tomorrow in New York City, man.
Well, it's going to be a whole lot of talking on the sports channels tomorrow and tonight about this game here. Because a whole lot of people,
all them have
a lot of
Boston
people
winning
counted
tonight.
Miami out.
Even Draymond Green. Draymond Green said Boston gonna be the one out they playing.
Hey, I'll be the first to admit I was wrong.
What's that?
I said I will be the first to admit that I was wrong.
Yeah, shout out to Quiz. Shout out to Quiz.
Yeah, you owe somebody some money, Quiz.
Yes, I do. Shoot me the cash app. That's what I came here to do, to pay the piper. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Rave said you owe him some money. You owe him a few dollars.
Yeah, man. Hey, tell Rave that scared money don't make money. He had a chance to get some real bread out of me. Ask Dex.
Yeah, let Rave know you in here.
Rave go here. Rave go here. Trust me. He's around.
Here. Rave ain't sleepy. He ain't sleepy tonight.
Well, I was in the chat. I told Rave to shoot me that cash app. So whenever he hops on, shoot me the cash app, man. That's you know, it is what it is.
Hey, and somebody said in the chat, like,
I love that New York energy, Quiz.
Like, shit, they gonna need that.
We pay our debts, bro. We take our L's on the chin like a man.
Facts. Ray would have
no smoke, none of that.
I was trying to. Dex could tell you I was trying to get a nigga $100 last night.
Yeah, you asking for the $100.
I'm trying to warn you, Quiz, right? I said, Quiz,
I was like, yo, I'm good. I'm good. He got scared.
They'll understand that energy.
Remember the last thing I told you, Quiz, before I got off the channel? I said, Quiz. You know, if Miami wins the next game, the last one is in Miami. Then you said, yeah, but I don't think they're gonna win.
I didn't think they was gonna win. I didn't have them coming out the series anyway. But I'll be completely real with you though. There was a couple of things that I think are important. First off, who was it that just said that everybody on TV had the Celtics winning, right? Yeah. Like a lot of people said that. And there was something that I heard from Pat Beverly. Pat Beverly had some shady comments about
Shout out to Nico.
He had very shady comments about Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler came out and showed him. Jimmy Butler hit didn't he hit like 3 or 4 threes in this game too?
Well, he was 4 out of 8 from 3, 47 points.
He definitely showed up and showed out.
Listen, he hit 4 threes in this game immediately after Pat Bev talked about how he can't hit the 3.
50%.
Yeah.
Next,
and 47 points. Hold on, 47 points, 9 rebounds, 8 assists.
No. Jimmy, we all know Jimmy Butler gets busy, but Jimmy Butler, this was a big difference of Jimmy Butler from the past 2 games. I thought that Jimmy was maybe, dealing with an injury or something like that.
Yeah, he only had like 8 points last game. The game before he had 6 points.
Yeah.
Well, Quiz, let me go. My fault to cut you off. I just want to say this real quick. I do believe, though, if Miami could pull this game off, I'll go on the record and say Miami could possibly beat the Warriors, too. Because of Bam, though. Because of Bam. I feel like Bam will play a difference. And Jimmy Butler defense.
They're going to get worked.
You sound, listen, Belize, you sound very sacrilegious right now. Nico's on the panel. Nico's on the panel. You cannot say that when Nico's on the panel.
What I see from Clay right now, Clay looking like 2015, 16, 17.
These niggas struggling to even get out their round.
But let me clear it up. I would say the Warriors supposed to win it all, but I said I wouldn't be a surprise if Miami beat them, and it will be because of Bam and Jimmy Butler defense. That's what I'm saying.
So what you think Clay gonna do, Belize? Fold?
None of these niggas is Clay, and they struggling.
If
what they gonna do with Clay?
Hey, I feel like if they go to Game 6, Clay got them. But if
listen, all
take care of it, better pray to get past Game 5.
We always hear these talk before series start. We always hear this before series start, guys.
But they don't score enough.
Everybody come down to the altar. Everybody come down to the altar now. Ray will be here holding court in a minute. Ray, if you hear me, Come off of that mothership. Do not let the tall whites or the grays take you. Or who got you this time? The praying mantis? Ray, get away from them aliens. Come back down to Flight Sports TV and watch these guys pay homage, Ray. Whole court, Ray. Where are you? We're looking for you.
But I
All
mean,
I'm gonna
before
say
you
is
even
this.
get to the Heats and Golden State Warriors, like the Heat still got to handle business now. Celtics ain't just gonna lay down just because they
Right.
playing.
This series is not over.
Hold on, and before you cut me off, Belize, there was only two more points I wanted to make about the Heat, this particular game. Kyle Lowry showed up.
Yep.
Kyle Lowry showed up. He played big tonight. He hit big buckets for them. And you know what I mean? I know I believe in Kyle Lowry. I know whatever Kyle Lowry's dealing with, Kyle Lowry is not a slouch. And the third point is anybody are we gonna stop questioning Spoelstra? People was questioning Spoelstra, his coaching. Like, yo, they did they tonight. Shout out to the Heat, man. They did a great job.
Sports coach in the game's two coaches right now.
Listen, man, the Heat never felt they
got a
never
good
felt
coach,
like
though. I
those
ain't
guys
gonna
in the
lie. That
series.
Yeah,
Celtics
Celtics
coach,
got a
he
good
stepped
coach
up.
and a good coach in the office. Like they prepared, like the Celtics. Don't get it twisted. The Celtics prepared.
But you got Jimmy's a different type of beast, bro. And Jimmy's also like compared to like, again, I'm not trying to compare, but like hunger wise with Jayson Tatum and Jaylen Brown, to me, I'll take Jimmy. Jimmy's more hungry than them to me. He's more aggressive to me. And I feel like, if he could stay in that type of rhythm with that type of hunger, he'll be right back in the finals. And again, remember when he was in the finals, he had got this triple double too. So
He did the same thing in the finals. He's been the only one really hooping. But at the same time, you got to remember he only had 14 points the last two games combined. So I mean, if he having a good, even if he dropping 20, 25 points in game 7, like they can use that. If they get Tyler Hero back and drop his little,
that's what I was going to ask next. Tyler Hero didn't play tonight, right?
Yeah, but Tyler's been warming up. He might be ready on Sunday.
Yeah, like if they get him back, like this ain't gonna be no blowout. It's gonna be a good game.
Also, what's up with Jayson Tatum? Really disappeared down the stretch of this game. Like the fourth quarter, he had a couple of buckets, but he was very, very quiet. He got his points, but he was quiet down the stretch.
Sometimes though, he's do that.
Hey, you know what's crazy? These niggas that keep going missing every game are still being picked over the Warriors to win the championship. What the fuck do niggas be smoking, bro? I don't get it.
Well,
like,
I don't know why
inexperienced team like they over a dynasty.
Right now, I got some gelato.
Like they forget the Warriors start off the season with like 17-2 or 17-3 or something.
Nico, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Have the Warriors won the championship this year yet?
No, but they will.
That's to your knowledge
on that too. I agree
That's
with you
you
on that.
saying that, Nico.
I'm just allowing you to understand the
has a
future.
right to think that they're not going to win it as well as you thinking they're going to win it. They haven't even played game 1 yet.
All I'm gonna say is Michael Jackson, Jordan, game 6. Continue.
Hey, all I'm saying is whatever team win, better hope they get to a game 6.
And you made, and I just heard you say they barely getting through this opponent. You don't put no stock in Boston?
No.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna sit here and put stock in.
Changed after the All-Star break, though, bro.
Both stars on each team is going in and out every game.
That's fair.
They averaging 30 points a game in the series, Nico.
And Jaylen Brown inconsistent. And Andrew Wiggins is like, as much as he show up on offense, like he still was playing some defense. Like, I don't think y'all understand
put Andrew Wiggins on Brown.
Warriors actually deploy out there on a given night. They got a number 1 pick in Andrew Wiggins playing up the potential. They got Jordan Poole playing up the potential. They still got Curry, Clay looking like
nigga Kevon Looney grabbing 20 boards a game.
Yeah, like they got players that know their position. Gary Payton II coming back in the finals. Like they're a deep team now. Like
that's
they
right.
Can go
that's
9,
right.
10 deep if they want to.
Nobody want to be the star. They respect the stars.
Yeah, like
they getting where they gotta go.
Y'all forget the Warriors
How do you
start
feel?
off with like 17.
Yeah, play strength and numbers. That's
Nico, I want to ask you a question because I actually do have the Warriors favored in the finals, no matter who they play. But how do you feel as though the Warriors match up with the Celtics with the size and in the paint? Because the Warriors, man, I think them dominating the boards against the Mavericks, I think that's not going to happen
That's
against the
what won that
Celtics.
series, and that's what won that series.
How do you feel about that, Nico? How do you feel about the Warriors matching up with the size of the Celtics?
Well, the thing is, the only thing that's really changed is Kevon Looney is playing even better. That's what people aren't talking about. He's playing better. It's not just a size thing. He put Jaren Jackson. He boxed him out all game. He's been boxing down Dwight Powell, whoever they throw in at center. He's boxing him out and he's doing what he got to do. He's actually a good rebounder of the basketball, offensively and defensively. And I don't see anybody on the other teams that good. So why the fuck are we worried about them? They should be worried about him.
Yeah, and and Robert Williams, he a good defender, but he ain't no elite rebounder.
Let me know when he grabbed 22
points
boards.
and 10 rebounds against them this year.
And then we can't front like Draymond Green is not a good rebounder too.
And
I'm just saying.
Everybody on that team is grabbing
Andrew
boards.
Wiggins got 15 offensive rebounds in this series right here.
Everybody's grabbing boards. Y'all see Klay Thompson grabbing boards?
Like don't act like
Even Steph Curry
the Warriors
grabbing
some
boards.
small ass team now.
All right, hey, I'm not even here to say yay or nay about y'all opinion. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on it. Is all.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying but you coming from a already known perspective from everybody that's not going for the Warriors. People are really picking against this team like they're an underdog, like they not already accomplished.
Nah, the Warriors. I got the Warriors favored in the finals, regardless.
Like it's absolutely insane to me. I'm glad you're a smart man. And if
still
they
listen
happen
to
to
the
lose,
dude,
then they
I can't
lost.
remember
But
his name, but back in the day, he come
My
in
guys.
Feel like
at the Lakers
will
make
be
the
an upset.
AFC, they can beat Warriors and
Get upset. It will be from Miami.
My guys, just check this out. Yeah, check this out. Remember what Rudy Tomjanovich said, never underestimate a heart of a champion.
Of a champion. Facts.
Keep that in mind. And we know the Warriors have serious championship pedigree.
And aspirations. I'm not sure if any of you guys follow the Draymond Green podcast, but Draymond really he really sheds a lot of light to the psychology. I'm gonna share with you guys something that he said I think yesterday on his podcast. He said that when they won their first championship, they were not the OGs of their team. They had dudes like, Iguodala and Bogut. They had dudes, that were, even though those guys were like the players or whatever, but he felt as though there were other people who were the heart and souls of the team. He said in this run, he said it's different because, Steph, Clay, and Draymond are the OGs, and they're sharing their wisdom and enlightenment on how to get this thing done to the young players like, your Jordan Pooles or whatnot. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Because, when we've been looking at the Warriors in 2014, 2015, in early years, we all, from the outside looking in, we had to look at it like the big dogs been the big three, But, now that them boy a little older, it's like, they right. They are the OGs. Like, we look at the Warriors now, it's like, you can't really... go against them. But,
you got to look at it from a different perspective where with them also being the OGs, right? They know already all the defense you could possibly throw at them. And they know how to, see it coming a mile away because they've been playing together for so long and the chemistry is so there. And with the young guys on the team, respecting them as the veterans because they know and they watch them win championships already. So it's like them being on the team, it's like, oh, yeah, as long as we follow what they going, we gonna win. You know what I mean? So that what Draymond said, I feel like he hit it right on the nail with that one, and that's pretty accurate.
Chemistry crazy.
But
because that's also with Kawhi Leonard too. When Kawhi Leonard was on the Spurs, he knew he had to just follow suit because he knew everything was going to be in position if he just followed what they did because he knew the Spurs was a dynasty team already, and they already was winning.
So I want to bring this point up because I don't think people really understand what's going on.
Who back there twerking?
That's wild. Hold on, real quick.
Back there twerking.
I don't feel like people talk about this enough. Do y'all know it took LeBron James and Kyrie to average 40 to beat the Warriors? And none of these niggas that y'all talking about beating this team are LeBron or Kyrie Irving.
I
want to tell the boys
in Game 7 I appreciate all y'all talking, but let's get to the real information. The guy who said it all. The reasons that we are here. The reasons
that we are here. Ladies and gentlemen. There was a man in this panel that tried to give you guys a story. Well, let me give you guys a story. It's your all-time favorite bedtime story, The Tortoise and the Hare. The hare was in a magical race against the tortoise. The tortoise did not have everything that the hare had. The hare said, I'm faster than you. I have all the offense. I can do all the things you cannot do. That hare was so fast, he took a gigantic lead. He was in the front. Hey, he should win this. He is the clear winner. The hare said, I'm going to take a nap. I'm going to relax. He can't catch up to me. He doesn't have enough offense to catch up to me. So what does the hare do? He takes a good sleep. The turtle. Guess what the turtle did? The turtle said, okay, my brother, let me show you what not giving up means. Let me show you not being intimidated means. Let me show you I know how to continue to fight even though the lead is far from me. The hare was sleeping this deep sleep, and come to find out when the hare woke up, the turtle was in the lead. Ladies and gentlemen, I tried to fight these guys in the panel. Once again, Raven attacks with his takes. He sounds stupid the first day, but sounds like a god the next day. I told these guys, I understand the Celtics are doing what they're doing. I understand they're balling. I get it. But when you poke
but he's going to be tired as hell in that damn.
When you poke the animal, when you poke one of the hardest working men in the NBA, this is what I said yesterday. My man Panic said a little earlier, he had no choice, which goes to what I said yesterday. I said, what you did to this guy, you did not poke a person that is not hardworking. You poked a monster that was in the corner, nowhere to go. He said, I will show you guys how to not give up. Not only did Jimmy Butler show you amazing scoring, but he went out there and grabbed all the things that you needed to win a game. He was in people's faces. He was grabbing rebounds. He was showing the team how to lead. A true leader, a true alpha male. Guys like Quiz, guys like Teamwork, guys like Talent TV already were shooting the fireworks. And I told these boys, this is a competitive league, a competitive playoffs. This is not the regular season. You go out there and you fight. This is what legends are made of. You better not let this legendary Jimmy Butler taste blood in the next game. Because Celtics is going to have it. We're about to see. Y'all all sat here in the chat saying the Celtics win. Rave, be quiet. The Celtics won. It's over. You're stupid. My God. Quiz, I will be putting a cash app in the private chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Rave Keenan.
Rave, I just wanted to let you get your thing off. Are you finished? Are you finished, or you have more ammo?
Go ahead.
First off, I want to give you your credit. You did say that Jimmy Butler was going to come out. Jimmy Butler definitely, the past 2 games, he definitely came out as a different person. Not only that, Kyle Lowry showed up. And, and the Heat showed up. The Heat had a great game. They scored over 100. They were on course to doing that. And, I got to give you your props. Now, here's the deal. Do you feel that the Heat are going to win this series now?
No. I never had a clear winner to win this. I said it yesterday. Yes, the Miami Heat is the number 1 team in the East, but Celtics are the number 2 in the East. This is a battle of the kings of kings. This is their top teams in the ABA fighting. I had no clear winner. I was not even a fan of the Miami Heat. The only reason I was jumping on guys because I said you cannot disrespect one of the most hardest working men, a.k.a. Jimmy Butler. You can't do that. And that's what they was doing. And you see what Jimmy Butler did when you disrespect him.
Not only that, they
what you can
disrespected him on
find on
TV
YouTube?
too.
When y'all get a chance, I want y'all to look this up. You can find on YouTube Jimmy Butler getting routed up by Klay Thompson. Just whenever y'all want to do a little history.
That's why they call him Nico Savage, because he's gonna get savage. But no, Rave, they also disrespected
if Jimmy
him on
Butler gonna
TV.
get bottled up, he ain't gonna be by Clay now. I'll say that at least.
Hold on,
No, I said he got routed up. I'm talking about they was on playing football.
Oh.
So Rave, they also disrespected Jimmy Butler on television. Pat Beverly was talking about there's a championship team. You cannot win a championship with Jimmy Butler as the leader of your team.
Pat Beverly ain't never been to the finals.
Yeah. Wait, who hasn't been to the finals?
Pat Beverly. He on TV talking like he know.
Pat Beverly is trash. I hate to say it. That dude is.
Yeah, Pat Beverly's wilding.
He be having crazy. I respect Pat Beverly.
He had some good some information when he was talking that real, but when he started going left and started disrespecting people's legacy versus your legacy, you try to put yourself above a lot of people. Well, like, bro,
he been talking himself out his feelings because first he been talking about CP3 career, and yesterday or the day he been talking about, no, I was just saying that for one game. No, you was calling man a coon defensively and all that. Every time y'all go, everybody in the league know this and this, that, and the third. Like, he been in his feelings talking about that. Then when he come to homeboy hard and he was saying, oh, yeah, he deserves a Supermax. And what world, Pat?
Yeah, Pat,
you know what's funny though? Stephen A. Smith called him out, and I don't really be agreeing with Stephen, but I agree with him on this because Pat was like, "Yeah, Steph Curry's only doing, you know what I mean? He wouldn't have been doing that to, you know what I mean? He wouldn't be doing that if I was there." And Stephen A. was like, "You know the reason why you're not there? Because you lost, nigga. You lost.
Exactly.
That's the reason you're not there. Stop acting like you some damn superhero."
And he ain't even an elite defender. Dog is I call him a feisty defender. He one of them pesky defenders that just be up in your face and play hard D.
Thank you, bro.
He still be getting dropped off.
Oh my god. Am I fucking agreeing with Panic? Holy shit, I am. Nigga, facts. Listen. Football was more of my thing than basketball. But if I knew I could do what Patrick Beverly does and make it to the pros and call him first team defense because he was fucking breathing on niggas' pectorals, I didn't know you could do that. Nigga, these niggas really be calling this nigga defensive.
Listen,
God.
Chill on the N-word a little bit.
Oh yeah, my bad. You're right. Y'all, they be really calling this dude a defensive god because he putting his breath on dude's pectorals and has his hot breath on people's necks like that. That you call that defense? Oh man, okay. I call it extra. Like, yo, that's facts, man. That's facts. Go ahead, Panic. Continue, bro. That's facts. My bad.
Yeah, no, like that's all it does with him. I don't know why he be talking like he do so much for a team. Like, you replaceable. Like, you at the end of the day, like we gonna know you at the end of the day for somebody who talk trash, who injured Russell Westbrook. Like, who they didn't think about it like this. He trying to make us seem like he ain't trying to get personal with CP3. That's facts. Bro, we watch you push this man in his back for no reason. And I ain't even sit there and be like, oh yeah, Chris Paul ain't one of them players that if I went on the court with Chris Paul, I would be mad at him every day on the simple fact that he do be like whining, he do be like trying to be by the book all the time, calling on certain things, but I ain't about to push nobody in their back just because I getting cooked all game. Pat Bev is a clown, man.
Like I said, he at first when he was like talking real, then I was like, okay, I'm listening, Pat Bev. But then he started going left, so far left. I was like, okay, Pat. I was like Pat Bev, like, dude. I'm like, dude, listen. As since we're talking, when's the last time I seen Pat Bev dunk? Can somebody remind me when's the last time Pat Bev even dunked?
I can't tell you not one offensive highlight. The only thing I remember is Lonzo back him down and hit him a little free arm fade away and tell him he was too small. I can't remember nothing significant from his career outside of those little antics, stuff like that. The fact that he can get on TV and talk like he an NBA player, which he is an NBA player, but it's like the fact that he talk like that's like, bro, who is you at the end of the day? Like in the bigger scheme of things, who are you? You act like you been that player. You the point guard. Like you's a point guard, but you in an actual point guard. You just like, I mean, listen, something wrong there, boy.
Does he even have a mid-range game?
There's nothing in this game that you can point to outside him being.
Is his three even that good? I think he can hit a three here and there. I'm bro. I mean, if we're being 1,000 with you, all you do is put energy into the game, and that's pretty much it. You shoot a three maybe one time out of maybe 4 attempts. I don't think you even have a good mid-range game. I don't remember the last time you dunked.
He talk a good game, man.
Barely got a layup game.
And to be real with you, if you go back to that game,
defense is not even qualified as called defense because you're just spitting on people's faces. Like what?
If you go back to that game, he been playing defense on Lonzo that night when he been damn all in his face and all that. And if you had taken the 2 player names out of it, they would have called a defensive foul or something. Like they would have called something on him. Like, damn, in defense, you just try to be you down. Oh yeah, well, I'm gonna show him, and you done did all that. That would have been a foul, and if anybody else, but you know, NBA won't see that. So
right,
stuff like that, like ain't no need in the game for all that. You ain't got no skills, say that.
Right, and he did that on Alonzo, who was
a teenager.
I think he did that on Alonzo.
Exactly. Just like you said, Dex,
he was a teenager. He was like 19 years old.
All y'all supposed
he was like 80
doing
pounds?
that. Do that to somebody else. Like do that to somebody who in the league season. Do that to Damian Lillard. Do that to damn Steph. Do that to players like that.
Right. He did it on a guy that's barely was 85 pounds at best. Like Alonzo was a skinny little thing, rookie, young. What the hell? You're cool. You're cool because you're an old guy coming at a little young kid. That's funny, dude. That's funny, bro. That's wild. He got his breath in people's faces. He called that a good defender. Oh my god, that's funny.
Yeah, I don't like that. Like, be real with yourself. You come on TV, you trying to embarrass the man because you don't like him, not because he be a bad player. You just don't like him. You try to embarrass Lonzo, not because you got something personal against him, just because some fact that you try to make a point. Because everybody say, "Oh yeah, well Pat Bev catch you, he goes so and so," and you fall right into the media trap and did exactly what them people tell you to do and get all up in his face. You could have damn injured a man. You could have fucked up his wrist. All that, like you could have did all type of stuff just doing that extra jump with this man. And I ain't saying that just because he lost. That could have been anybody, any rookie, any young player coming in the league. Like, who is you? Like, you ain't nobody in the league to be. Right. Oh yeah, well I'm gonna give him his welcome to the NBA moment. Now look at y'all as players. Like you got a name for yourself, but like you ain't even in Lonzo league no more. Like you a low boy to him at this point now.
Bro, literally Lonzo is literally like one playoff win to be better than Patrick Bev in all forms of faces.
You know what's crazy though? You know what's crazy? The players get on these dudes on TV for talking smack, right? Then they get a player up on television talking even more crazy, disrespecting people and their legacy of players who's playing right now. You know what I mean? Like, seriously. He also was on there talking about, I mean, his credibility, you got to take his credibility with a grain of salt with the things that he says, because he says some extreme stuff like James Harden deserves a super max.
Sounding crazy.
Dude, it's sad.
Anybody agree with that?
Oh, no.
Hey,
And definitely not the way he handled himself. My bad. Go ahead, Nico.
Yeah, I would like, because Brandon Cass didn't think I said, he didn't think I seen when he said that this Warriors team isn't the Warriors team from 2016. And I don't quite understand why he thought that, because Steph Curry right now is averaging more points than he did in 2016, shooting better efficiency. Only thing he's slightly shooting worse at is the three ball, and that's only down by 1%. And right now, Steph Curry, only thing that really has dropped off in his game is his free throw percentage. Other than that, Steph Curry probably is playing some of his best playoffs.
And
He
to
actually
add into that,
delivering what it mattered.
And to add into that, now Curry been hurt during the season, and Draymond been out for a good portion of the season. They could have easily get close to that 2016 record. Like this, like I won't say this exact same team or they the 2016 Warriors again, but that's a good ass Warriors team. Like I don't know a lot of people looking at when y'all giving them, oh yeah, they gonna struggle or they cancel. That's a good ass Warriors team, and they got more offensive firepower than they had in 2016. If you ask me.
And they got more players coming. And
That's a good point. No panic. That's a very good point.
And the
I'm looking
point
at it right now.
And to put on top of what No Panic said, there was a point in the season they had the best. They and the Suns were battling for the best record, right?
Yeah,
for a while.
So I'm looking right
Warriors
now.
come out. Like, I can't remember their record, but I know they had like a 17-2 type record, something like that.
Yeah, I'm saying that even with all of those injuries, they had one of the best records in the entire NBA.
For sure.
Pretty much halfway through the whole year.
They only took losses trying to get Clay back acclimated. You see, it's working out for the best.
Right, and Nico knows. You absolutely right about that, Nico. When Clay came back, that's when they started losing a little bit and started going through their turmoil. That's a fact.
And
I told y'all they're using
that time too.
Look, I was telling people they're using your time of watching basketball games for him to get practice shots up. This is all this is. They just gonna let him shoot whatever the fuck he want all game, every game, for 28 minutes, however the fuck long he was restricted to play. That's all it was. And now you see him rounding himself into form. He have off games here and there, but I think that's just a focus thing. It's not because he can't. You see when he turned that switch on, and he said I'm coming to bust ass, he do it.
Pause.
And y'all think, yeah, pause. Y'all think that he gonna lose in the finals, considering the way he went out? Come on now.
He hungry.
That's why I keep saying he gonna get the Finals MVP. I'm not saying it because I'm a Klay Thompson fan. I gotta understand when they lean on him, he delivers. He want that pressure.
And you got to think about it like this: the last time they been in the finals, Curry get hurt, KD get hurt, Clay get hurt. The next season they've been in a lottery. Like everybody been saying the Warriors over. They've been saying like I know what I've been saying. Clay ain't gonna be the same when he come back at first. It's gonna take him a while. I think that was me and Nico been going back and forth about it or whatever. Because I've been saying it's gonna take him a while to get back to form, and he was saying no, he could be that out the gate. But like they had a couple of seasons to settle on everything everybody was saying. Like they ain't coming for no play. Like I know Jordan Poole about to be new in the finals. I know a couple other players about to be new in the finals, but between the three, the OGs, like they ain't coming to play.
Jordan Poole ain't coming to play either. Don't get it twisted.
Yeah, he ain't. But I know a lot of people gonna be like, "Wait, this is his first final, so he might be."
You can't sleep on him. He comes and brings the energy. He attacks the rim regularly.
I want to pay a little homage. I want to give a little respect to Steph Curry, because even though I don't think he should have won that Western Conference MVP, he's been playing better. Steph Curry has been doing something that I've always known he was better at and more efficient at. He's been catching and shooting the basketball instead of doing all these crazy deep ass step backs and bullshit all game, where he's shooting fucking 2 for 25.
Right.
Now he got back
on that.
And he's taking it to the rack too, Nico. Don't forget that.
No, I respect
Curry
you
is
for saying
taking
that.
it to the rack.
Listen, I respect you for saying that, Nico. That's a big man. That's some big shit. I can see your growth, man. I really highly respect that. Because Steph is a very important part of that Warriors team. And the only thing I felt as though you've had times where you've been very disrespectful to Steph. But I'm glad that you're able to see, you know what I mean, what it is with Steph.
And that's why I say with the Warriors teams, why they so good, because at worst, Klay Thompson at worst, Steph Curry at worst, they the elite catch and shoot players. Like that's at worst now. Like if they lose everything today, the athletic ability, they ain't losing that catch and shoot ability. As long as they Curry can play till he about 40. Klay Thompson ain't 100% to where he got all his athleticism back from before he get injured, and he still give you what 35 the last game.
32, 8 threes.
32.
To
Like
me,
Klay
the
said, we
thing
ain't even
is,
going. We don't even need this game 6. Even if they had need game 6, Klay would have won it. But he said we ain't even doing that this year. Let's just get to this finals and wait. Like, that's a crazy team. Like,
to me, it's not even just that. Like, you know, when I see the Warriors clicking, like Steph is like he's a catalyst for that team, because it's not just his ability to shoot from the outside. Steph does also attack the rim. Those floaters and that, you know, that penetration creates big problems. Him setting up for other players, and now he has, you know, Jordan Poole, baby Steph out there. You know what I mean? Attacking the rim too. I think that team is a dangerous team. Period.
and to say something real quick, someone in the
Okay,
chat
go
say,
ahead.
imagine if found the Warriors that get Melo. I've been saying that since that draft. Like, if Melo but on this Warrior squad right here, you know how their future would have been set up. I don't even need to see LaMelo playing, starting, and none of that like for 2-3 years. Just the fact that you would have LaMelo, Jordan Poole, and then an older Steph. Man, like, I don't get me wrong, the Warriors set up good for the future now, but I know, man. Like, I think that could be one mistake that they could have gone with. They should have gone with.
Since we're talking about the Warriors, I know I've said my things that a lot of people don't agree on with the Warriors. Let me put a more of a respectable take when it comes to the Warriors. I feel about the Warriors is that yes, the Warriors are playing good, but I really feel like the fact that this is a championship pedigree team, and what people got to remember, when Kevin Durant was there, a lot of people was taking away the Warriors' credit about them being able to make it to the playoffs, finals, or be good, when the Warriors is like, hold up, we did this way before Kevin Durant joined. And Draymond was trying to let KD and whoever who kept thinking about that know, like, hold up, we need you. We don't need you, bro. Now, yes, hey, you help. You're amazing help. Yes, you are help.
Well,
You
hold up.
are
Before you
the guy that
say
can
that
get a
now,
bucket.
Ray.
You are
They did that
listen.
need KD to beat LeBron in them 2 years. They haven't beaten LeBron in without KD them 2
Listen,
years.
my entire point is we're seeing the Warriors go to a finals without Kevin Durant, and I bet you that's on their mind. If the Warriors win a championship, I swear to God, I bet you Draymond is going to be all on social media talking about, hey, KD, what did I say before?
Oh, you know he's gonna do that.
You get what I'm saying? That's my entire point.
But
I
no
really
panic is
feel
right though too. No panic. Remember, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. KD and the Warriors both have mutual interest in beating LeBron.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They
Right.
was like, you know what, F this.
Right, I understand.
But no,
I
you right
understand.
too. You right too, Rave.
But I don't think
I understand. I'm just
Draymond
saying.
Green gonna be looking at. I mean, he might be looking. I can't see what he's thinking, but I don't think that'll be fair for him to be saying, "Look, KD, I told you can do it." Because at the end of the day, I say, like the Warriors are a good team, but I feel like but I know the Warriors wouldn't have more than one chip if they had KD them 2 years. LeBron them had a real good team. Like,
you
think
don't
about it.
know.
Like,
We don't know, but we definitely do know that LeBron was the best player on the court.
yeah,
You know what I
and
mean? But
Kyrie
they had to
probably would have
bust him.
never left.
He's 6'9", 270. There's nothing you can do to stop him, bro.
Yeah, that's like with Giannis
But I'm
now.
not
Like,
trying to.
Giannis
I'm
can
not
get
trying
away
to.
with a lot of stuff because he's just
But
that big and
I'm
athletic.
not.
He's just that dude.
And at that time, man, that
Hold on,
was
I'm
the
not trying to
problem,
make it. I'm
LeBron.
not trying to make it into that though. My entire point is, I promise you, that moment of you trying to take the credit away from the Warriors, they heard me take the credit of saying Curry need to retire. You don't think they hear that the words from Panic talking about
Oh yeah.
No, but see,
all
Ray,
I'm
that's
saying
why
is
I'm
they
saying about that. I
no
don't
no
think the
I, no no
Warriors.
hold on
I
hold on
think the
don't
Warriors
hold on
understand that. That's why
hold on
Draymond sat
relax
in his
don't
car
get
and
too
cried for
okay
KD to
don't
come.
okay. I feel you don't get too
I
big
don't
on
think
that.
the Warriors.
I'm just
I
saying
don't think the Warriors
I'm just
debating if
saying they
KD helped them or
heard
not. I think they
my
know that's helped them.
I
No,
just
to
used an
back up
example. I was
Rave,
using an
to back up your
example.
point, Draymond literally
An
said that
example.
yesterday on his podcast. He literally said exactly what you said about how people was talking about, you know what I mean, let Steph walk and all kind of crazy stuff. He literally brought that whole point up. So what you're speaking is facts, Rave.
Right. I'm not like right panic. Me saying that I wasn't trying to throw you out there. I'm just giving amazing examples that people could see that when they got KD, they was trying to take all their hard work away. You get what I'm saying? They had their dynasty, or they had their base with Klay Thompson, Draymond, and Curry, and they were trying to take that away.
Yeah, the core. You mean core?
Yeah, the core. They're trying to take that away. And not only they're trying to take that away,
I ain't know about. I don't think
Draymond. Remember, Draymond and Kevin Durant had an argument about that.
No, they were no panic. They were saying that Draymond heard it. What Rave said, I can confirm it. I just literally watched him say the exact same thing. He said that he heard that. He was talking about people was trying to tell them to go to break up the pieces, and Draymond feels as though in his own words that they have a dynasty. And
no.
I ain't
talking about that. What I'm talking about is this right here. I don't think nobody on the outside is saying like, okay, without KD, y'all wouldn't be nothing. Y'all wouldn't even be in the finals. Y'all wouldn't even be champions. Y'all wouldn't even be close to being champions. I don't think nobody would taking that away from the Warriors ever. Everybody knows the Warriors been a good team. I don't think people really been saying that, because think about it. What we've been saying, not what we've been saying, but like what everybody been saying. Oh, that ain't no fit because KD going to a team that's already a championship team. We already been saying, but even by just saying that, you admitting that the Warriors is a championship team with or without KD. But adding KD makes them that's a cheat code now. So what I saying is, I don't think nobody been saying like, oh yeah, y'all never win it without KD. Y'all never so and so. I don't think that's been a popular opinion at all. But as far as like you saying that people would say they should break up the team and all that, I mean, I ain't just discounting that, or I ain't going against that or nothing like that. I ain't talking about as far as how people have viewed the Warriors. So when now if they win a championship this year, I don't think it'll be like, oh look, I told you we could do it without KD, because they did it without KD. I just don't think they would have beat the Cavaliers those 2 years without KD. That's my only thing.
Oh no, that's fine. I wasn't. Yeah, that's fine. I understand that part. That's not why I'm saying this. I'm saying this because, like you said, they did do this, and people was forgetting that. You can look it up. Like I think Quiz said they had a podcast about it, and I remember, my understanding, I could be wrong. KD and Draymond had an argument. He's like, bro, what you mean? You can't? I can't do this without you. You mean?
And you want to know why they had an argument? I'm about to tell you what happened.
They had a serious fight.
They talked about it. They talked about it in the podcast. And the game when they've been down in the fourth quarter. They've been going down the court. KD been saying, "Give me the ball." Draymond has seen something differently and been like, "Okay, well this is what we usually do." KD been like, "No, you give the ball to me. Like I the dude. Like you give it to me." And Draymond, I look at it like, what do you mean give it to you? Like this our team, this Draymond Green we talking about. I ain't saying Draymond be right or wrong about everything, but all I say is like he's a hothead. Like I know people like him. Like as soon as he feel like, oh yeah, like he gonna say something to make everything awkward. Like, oh, why you had to say that? Like Kyrie probably even thinking the same thing Draymond was saying. Klay Thompson even thinking the same thing. KD just feel like, hey, listen, bro, like this what y'all bring me here for, to make the big shots. Like give me the ball. Draymond feel like, nah, nigga, we been doing this. And he just get mad and call him a bitch. Like that's I didn't say that word on y'all jump, but I mean,
but they had that. I feel as though KD wasn't thoughtful enough about what he was getting into anyway. Because even when he was on the Thunder, I mean, it was Draymond the one who came with the cupcake T-shirts and was talking about how KD was soft. Nico's you're a Warriors fan, right?
Well, nah, he a Laker fan.
Oh, all right. He's a Klay Thompson.
He support Klay.
All right, I thought that.
I've seen all those games though, so.
Yeah, but Draymond definitely did that, and Draymond, that issue that they came up with, because you're right, no panic. Draymond Green was like, "Listen, you know what I mean? Like, this is our team. I don't know what you talking about."
I do want to address Basil real quick. He said what I think about the coach's hire. Unfortunately, Basil, I don't know shit about Darvin Ham, whatever the fuck his name is. I had to research him.
Yeah.
I know nothing about him,
bro.
LeBron seemed fake happy about it though.
You're not gonna find much on him.
LeBron is the coach of that team. Who we kidding?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
LeBron said, "Hey, we bring you the course of rest."
Let's not even talk
But we
about
got rid
that
of Frank
guy.
for no reason.
Listen, when I got that
No
notification, bro, when I got that notification, do you know how fast I slid that away from my dude, I erased that
I don't even
information so
know.
fast. I didn't even care. I was like, bro, what the hell?
Teamwork. You need to hop on this panel, bro.
Oh,
I
teamwork.
want to talk about that referee, and
How you doing,
some of them calls
teamwork?
was suspect as hell, for real.
Suspect. That's what you call that game. Oh.
No, I mean there was some calls in there that was suspect. I'm not saying that's the reason that they lost, Rave, at all.
Rave, dog, y'all funny, man.
Rave, verify your Cash App, man. I already sent that to
I
you.
did. It's in the thing.
All right, cool.
It's in the private chat.
No, I sent it. Just make sure that you got it. Check your Cash App.
Let me look. Teamwork, man. My guy. They try to argue me down too.
I mean, Darvin Ham, I said I don't know too much about him, but at the same time, I just feel like how Dick said earlier, I feel like that was more so of a high to get a black face in there. He a player coach, so LeBron like player coaches. But I mean, what kind of offense you can bring over there? You can't bring a Milwaukee type of offense because you don't got the personnel for that. You can't bring a Spurs type of offense because you like LeBron ain't just gonna fit into no Spurs Popovich offense. So it's like y'all could be running LeBron offense, and then what else? Like I don't know what the Lakers been doing. I mean, I hope I'm wrong because I mean I don't want to see arguably the top player, the greatest player of all time, go out with just because he got bad coaching. One of the players always injured, and another player just ain't know how to fit into the offense. But I mean, we will see. I just don't,
you guys
I don't got
know.
an answer for who
One
they
second, I have
should
an
get. I
announcement.
just know the one they got.
I have an announcement. Oh, my bad. I have an announcement. Chat and panel quiz has paid his Cash App. He is cleared. So pay homage. He did pay, so his name is safe on Fox Sports TV. Y'all go ahead.
That's the first.
I just wanted to say this, Ray. I wanted to say this, guys. You guys do know assistant coaches are assistant coaches for a reason, right? And nobody knows how well a first-year coach is going to do. Let's let Darvin Ham get his feet wet before we start making any assumptions.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't know too much about him. Like, I mean, I don't know who they could have put in there instead of him, but I also don't know what he brings to the table.
That's right.
But most assistant coaches, when they get hired, you kind of know their specialty before, like when they get hired and whatnot. Like you would hear something like,
I mean, that's like
everybody's
high on Sam Cassell. Why is that?
I don't feel the same way. Like, what does he bring to the table?
Hey,
I mean, everybody just called his name out and think he's supposed to be a hell of a coach.
Well, hold on. You know what he brings to the table? He's a champion.
I mean, but that don't really mean too much.
You can't teach. I mean, you can. I guess you
gotta coach.
Are you serious? Did somebody say being a champion don't mean too much?
Let me explain. Just because you're a champion, that don't mean you can make a team work. Because you still got to figure out what you're doing with Russell Westbrook. I also playing along with LeBron. Remember now, LeBron need the ball in his hand. Russ need the ball in his hand. Russ can't play off ball. LeBron's specialty, like you can't get the best out of LeBron playing off ball. AD always hurt, so now you need a coach that can work the rest of the parts around those stars so where you can actually have a winning season. Now, if you call in Sam Cassell and Darvin Ham, I don't know anything about them that makes me believe that they can do that. Now, you say, even though I don't feel like Mark Jackson would have been a good fit, I feel like with Mark Jackson, his specialty is developing players. So if you bring him into LA, at least he can develop your young players. You bring like other coaches like Juwan Howard, at least you know he's going to be respected by players like LeBron because he played with LeBron. But, I mean, the Darvin Ham and Sam Cassell, like, what are their specialties? What do they bring to the table outside of what you're saying, a championship? Like, that's as a player. That's, I mean, as an assistant coach and as a player, like, I mean, what else you bringing? You bringing X's and O's? Like, Jayson Kidd, when he brings to the table, you know what he did with Giannis? He been a point guard in this league. He done see every sort of defense played against him. He done play.
Sam Cassell been a point guard in this league, too. What you talking about?
Huh?
Sam Cassell been a point guard in this league too.
But he ain't been the same type of point guard as Jayson Kidd. Now you know that. He wasn't a point guard's point guard.
But it's I'm just trying to follow what you're saying. I'm trying to follow with your logic, no panic. You're saying you want to know what he brings to the table. And Sam Cassell has actually played this league too.
Chris Paul the same type of point guard as Ja Morant?
No, but every point guard
Okay,
is a
and
little
I'm
bit
gonna ask.
different.
Okay, next question. Which
Steve
one
Nash
of
is a
them would
different
you
kind of
coach?
point
Which one
guard
of
than
them
Steve Kerr.
would you want coaching your team?
All right, he's not gonna get him the ball. He don't really know how to move off ball. Brody running under the rim, buddy.
Who's that? Oh, is that Nico? I'm sorry, I'm
My,
confused by
yeah,
what's
my
happening.
fault.
Yeah, Nico, you sound like you're swimming.
The point I'm trying to make is this right here. You got point
No,
guards in
I'm
this
on 2K.
league
A nigga don't know how to
that
be a
can hoop,
flasher right now.
and you got point guards in this league that can actually run the court, understand defense they're playing against, understand offense, understand every nuance of the game. Ja Morant is not that right now. Ja Morant getting by on athletic ability and skills. He's not reading defenses. He's not doing all this extra. He can't really coach another player right now to play the point guard position. Chris Paul can. So if I want to coach, I wouldn't look at Ja Morant and say, okay, well, teach us, show us, put us in a position, run some plays. But I would look at Chris Paul and do that. So when you look at Sam Cassell, when you watch Sam Cassell in his career, you watch anything by Sam Cassell, he was not a point guard as a he was not a point guard as a he was not a general point guard. He was not one of those type of point
I
guards.
feel you on that, but coaching and playing is different, bro.
But Sam Cassell played point guard everywhere he went. No panic.
What happened?
Sam Cassell played point guard everywhere he went. He was like, he was kind of combo. He was kind of a combo guard, but he played point guard everywhere he went.
But he actually has coaching experience.
I understand.
As opposed to some dudes who don't have coaching experience like Steve Nash.
But see, even with Steve Nash, I wouldn't put Steve Nash in the same box as I'll put Chris Paul in. I didn't look at Steve Nash and be like Steve Nash being the orchestrator of an offense.
See, but here's the difference between Chris Paul, Steve Nash, Sam Cassell, right? Chris Paul, it sounds good having him as a coach, but he's not a coach. He's a player. He hasn't looked at the game.
Sam Cassell been a player.
Game without being on the court. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, when he actually is a coach, then we could sit there and assess, all right, what Chris Paul can bring. I believe in Chris Paul just like you do. You know what I mean? But he's still at the player phase of his career. You know what I mean?
You know how the Phoenix Suns run their offense? They got a coach that implement what they're trying to do, the philosophy of what they're trying to do. Chris Paul on the floor is exactly that, but on the floor.
Yeah, he's a floor.
So when you see all these plays being ran, when you seeing all these high scoring, when you seeing all these other players around Chris Paul doing good, you know why they're doing good? Because there's somebody on the floor who can see a different angle from that and calling these different plays, as opposed to a point guard like Ja Morant who got to look over to the coach every few plays and say, okay, run so, okay, boom, y'all, we running this, that, and the third.
I mean, that's come from experience, though, so you can't really.
And that's all I'm saying. So if I look at Chris Paul, and I know most of Chris Paul's career has been running the offense from the floor himself, compared to Sam Cassell, who was coached from the bench. You can't say you're just because you've been a point guard that's your specialty. Now you look at Jayson Kidd played both sides of the fence because he play when he had a jumper and when he ain't had a jumper. So he know how to dictate defense and all that. So when he coaching, you notice the type of teams that he had coaching. He had Giannis who ran point forward, and he got Luka who running point forward because he damn near the size of a forward.
Right. But
so
see, with Darvin Ham,
offense and put it into today's NBA to waste succeeding. Now, when you put Sam Cassell behind the bench, I know he ain't a head coach yet, but I guarantee you put Sam Cassell behind the bench, his team is not going to do the same thing that you see these other coaches doing. I promise you.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you like this, as a Laker fan, okay? I understand why they hired Darvin Ham and maybe not Sam Cassell, because one thing about Darvin Ham, his championship as a coach, or being on a coaching staff under Booty,
right,
is recent. It's more recent, right?
And
you're
going to be running a LeBron offense, right?
But listen, hold on, let me finish. It's more recent, whereas Sam Cassell's was with Doc Rivers when he got his championship on a coaching staff outside of being a player. And also Darvin Ham championship comes in as a player 2004, whereas Sam Cassell championship come in at 94, 95, right? So, there's some distance there. And plus, this is one of the main reasons I believe, this is just my optic and my perspective, is he coached Giannis for like 4 years, right? Or he's been a part of that coaching staff,
right? For about 4 years or so, or maybe more. And they need somebody to coach up Anthony Davis. You don't have to coach up LeBron, but Anthony Davis damn sure needs to be coached up. And since he had Giannis for those amount of years, and the development of Giannis, as we've seen, is spectacular, is magnanimous. He's going to have to somehow resonate with Anthony Davis to get Anthony Davis back on track, because LeBron is not going to be there forever. And I believe Anthony Davis got at least 8 more years with the Lakers.
Oh, AD?
Yes.
AD is, first of all, him and Giannis, two totally different types of players. Second, I wouldn't give the credit to Darvin Ham for that. I'll give most of that credit to Giannis himself and Jayson Kidd actually putting them in a position to be a point forward. And then when you go into the Lakers, like, think about it. The offense is going to be LeBron. I don't care who you bring in there as a coach. It's going to be LeBron. And then look, name the top 5 coaches in the league right now. I guarantee you, the first 5 names you're going to name wasn't even a play in the league.
No, that's not true, because Phil Jackson played in the league.
I'm not talking about in the league, I'm talking about right now.
Oh, you're talking about right now. Oh, you're talking about right now.
Because you're going to go to Spoelstra. You'll go to Ime.
Well,
Ime, as the name.
Ime played.
Ime played?
Yeah, he played.
No, I didn't know
he played with 2 teams, Portland and San Antonio. He's a product of Popovich. He's another leaf off of Popovich's tree.
And
you know listen, understand
you know who else off the tree of Popovich? Borrego. And remember how I be saying he a good coach and y'all be shooting me down?
Well, listen, I'm not saying he's not a good coach. He's an X and O's guy, but he just doesn't relate to modern day players.
Boom.
And so
Boom.
that makes you a non-void.
You said the special words, an X's and O's coach. An X's and O's coach. Every coach is an X and O coach. Every coach is not like that.
Right, exactly. Some coaches just need to be motivated.
This is my personal opinion. I don't think Sam Cassell is an X's and O's coach. I may be saying that just out of me looking at how his game was, or like me just looking at like how the Bucks offense go with not, but the Bucks offense ain't like a lot of X's and O's. It's really just damn Giannis. Then when Giannis can't get what he got going on, then you got to get your man with a bucket on Chris Middleton. Their offense don't seem very high IQ-ish, like you got to have a high IQ to play against them. You know what I'm saying? Like, I look at teams like, you play the Spurs, like the Spurs can put 5 G League players out there and give you a good run. Might still lose by 20, but they're going to give you a good run. Because of the coach and the X's and O's. But coaching, either you can be a development coach or you can be a coach good with X's and O's, meaning like kind of like how Boston doing right now. You putting a lot of players in positions to where every moving part got a job and they understand their job. Like people look at Steve Kerr, like you think Steve Kerr is a good coach?
I think he's a good coach in certain aspects. I don't think he's a good developmental coach.
So as far as the emotional offense, who you think the idea that been from? Who you think? But like, okay, we gonna run a motion offense
from on Steve Kerr's staff.
No, just from anybody. Like, who you think that been? Okay, we gonna run the motion offense and we gonna kill the league with this. Who you think idea that been?
Well, what's your name? I know Dan and Tony. You follow what I'm saying? He was one of the pioneers of that type of an offense moving fast. You also have Phil Jackson with the triangle, because that's a motion offense because you can't stay still in that offense.
And Steve Kerr plays under Phil Jackson, so I mean it's not hard to see that the apple don't fall far from the tree. He's
but also he got. Remember we talked about this the other night, Quiz. He got best of both worlds. He got Pop and he got Phil.
Right. And he's a good coach.
And he won championships of both.
Listen, and he's a good coach. I can't even see how that's even debatable. Steve Kerr's a good coach.
I'm not saying, I'm not making an argument that he ain't a good coach. The point I'm trying to make is when you look at Steve Kerr, like was Steve Kerr some top point guard, or would you look at him like, oh yeah, shit, like Steve Kerr, like
he was a point guard. Like you see what you said about Sam Cassell. Sam Cassell was more probably involved in the offense than Steve Kerr was. Steve Kerr just popped open shots and ran around.
Like y'all see, under Popovich and under Phil Jackson. He sit there and learn multiple offense. He been in the triangle and he been in Popovich offense, and he come from, you know what? This how we gonna do it with Steph Curry and the players we got. Sam Cassell, who has he set on the bench under?
Doc.
Listen, I think that it's
Doc
important.
Rivers that must have not making adjustments.
I mean, people beat up on Doc all of the time, man. But here's the thing.
I don't think Doc a bad coach. I don't think he's a bad coach at all. I just feel like Doc don't make the right adjustment. I think he hard-headed when he come to certain things. Like he try to beat certain things in a hole, and he don't know how to adjust because he don't see the game like how other coaches see the game. That may be a knock.
But Doc was a point guard also. Now, don't forget that. No panic.
Listen, coaching.
Doc in his playing career, he was a point guard.
Hold on.
See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, come on now.
Listen, there's a difference between coaching and playing. You don't have to have played basketball to be a great coach. There's a lot of good coaches who didn't play the game of basketball, but are great coaches.
I understand. That's why he's saying. So when you look at Sam Cassell, the only reason why I bring up Chris Paul and I comparing it to Sam Cassell, I'm not comparing Chris Paul as a coach. I comparing Chris Paul the way he played the game, the way he see the game, the way he runs his offense compared to how Sam Cassell plays in his
Chris
offense.
Paul is not a coach. He's a
coach. Again?
Chris Paul has
I
no
understand. I'm not
experience at all.
I'm not even advocating for Chris Paul to be a coach. What I'm saying is when I look, if I got look at a former player, I looking at former players right now, and I want to look at who gonna make a good coach in the future. Usually, you look at the player that really don't ever get that much play time, or the unathletic player like a Steve Kerr, or you look at a player that ran the offense like no, I'm gonna look to the sideline and see what we need to do. Chris Paul know the NBA rules back from the front to the back of the book. Chris Paul know every single thing you trying to do. He know how to manipulate the defense. He know, like, think about it. Chris Paul ain't no 6'5" guy. He like 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", whatever at the most. He understand the game of basketball. I can see that in him as a player. So if he ever decides to coach, I know what type of coach he'll be. I ain't saying that, he'll be the greatest coach in the world, but at least I know he'll know his X's and O's because that's what he been doing when he been on the court. Same as LeBron. I'm not going to say LeBron will be a good coach, but he knows his X's and O's. He understands what each player brings to the team, what each player can bring to a certain office and everything. But I look at Sam Cassell, I don't see that from him as a player. So his specialty would be what? And then if we throw in who he coached under, who did he coach under? Because y'all said Steve Kerr coached under Popovich and Phil Jackson. So who did Sam Cassell coach under?
No, y'all saying Dog. Steve Kerr played under and Steve Kerr played under Steve Jackson. He coached under Pop.
Okay, so he learned from great coaches, right?
Facts.
Sam Cassell.
He played with Pop too, though.
And I'm gonna throw this out there. Amari Stoudemire. What he been coaching last year? He been assistant coach for the Nets.
For the Nets, yeah.
Yeah, he's with the
Nets. So what I'm saying is, as a former NBA player, sometimes you get that leeway to be an assistant coach. That don't mean you're gonna be a great head coach.
And that's a fact too.
And nobody look at Amari Stoudemire and say, "Oh yeah, he manipulating defenses and he this, that, and the third." You just look at him like he was athletically gifted.
Do anybody know the finalists for the Lakers before they chose Darvin Ham?
Darvin Ham, Terry Stotts, and even somebody else. I can't
Brian
remember.
Shaw.
I don't even think about Brian Shaw.
Why didn't they? I don't understand why the Lakers didn't look at a former Laker also.
Brian Shaw been assistant coach for a long time too, right?
He don't come off like an alpha person.
I mean, it is what it is. I don't know what went into their process of choosing the coach, but I think that one of their biggest things is getting along with LeBron. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. You got to remember now, LeBron that won Tyronn Lue when he first come. They get rid of Walton, who been a good X's and O's coach, but he ain't a head coach because he had want Tyronn Lue in there. But the problem with that is when they bring Tyronn Lue in, you can't bring a coach in. Tell them not only is we not going to give you the years that you desire, we also want to pick your assistant coaches. They won't put people on the staff or whatnot. And Tyronn Lue like, no, because I won't bring my people with me.
I mean, come on, let's be honest. If LeBron wasn't at the Lakers right
You right.
now,
Hold
right?
on. Recap Rico is right. That's the reason why this whole coaching shit with the Lakers is funny. Recap Rico said no former Laker wants to coach LeBron, and that's the thing. I think that LeBron is a very particular personality to coach for, because you, as a coach, let's be real, right? One of the most important things as a coach is to get the most out of the players who are playing for you, right or wrong, Dex?
Right, and win a championship.
I mean, you can't win a championship if if the players beneath you don't want to play for you, or you know what I mean, or they want to do something different than what you want to do. In the NBA, these dudes are making millions of dollars, and then you talk about
Right.
LeBron. LeBron is, you know what I mean, like that. You need a special kind of person to coach that guy.
Yeah, that's a quagmire right there. So, I mean, that's why they pay you the big bucks. Get into their heads.
Everybody
Some people use hocus pocus. You know what I mean? You'd be surprised how many coaches out there use black magic. A lot of these coaches are number warlords, man. Don't forget that, man. You know what I mean? We just got to go there. They do seances. They do spells. They read all kind of way out books on Aleister Crowley, all kind of stuff, man. You know what I mean? They have to be They have to be mind. They have to be mind grabbers and con mans to a certain extent.
Damn, Dex, you trying to break it open? You talking about they reading Aleister Crowley?
Man,
They doing
all
black
that crap,
magic.
man.
They
Yes,
got voodoo
trust me.
dolls in the locker room. They burning
All
sage
that.
at the court.
And you know what I mean? Because they can't play. So you know what I mean? How they gonna make this big money in a game that they feel that they know?
Stick
They
to the
better do something.
rituals.
Yeah,
Stick
stick
to
to
the
the rituals.
rituals.
You'd be surprised. I'm
Like
telling you guys, you'd
I
be
would even blame
surprised.
a coach for not wanting to coach LeBron. Cause like I said, if you watch every LeBron team he ever been on after he leave the Heat, like once he leave the Heat in his mind, he had the formula. Every team was the same way. I'm gonna have the ball. I need a number two who can score. I need a big man who can stretch the floor so I can have a little space to do my little thing. And I need some shooters around. Every coach don't want to coach like that. Like that's become how the NBA is now. Like you get a ball handler who can dish so he can drive and kick like how LeBron do. What coach want to coach out of all? Only say so you really got us. Oh well, you can't coach me. You can't really coach Russ. I mean, you can't coach AD. But I mean, Taylor Horton, he needs some help over there. Just kind of tell him what to do. But then when you tell him what to do, you hear what I say. You go over there. Then I'm gonna kick him to you. I understand Coach tell you to stand here, but you go over there. Like, who wants to do that? You sabotaging your own self. Vogel get a championship out of it. That's the only damn consolation for coaching LeBron is you get a championship out of it. Like the only player LeBron ever trusted enough to be like, here you go. After the Heats, us Kyrie.
Well, all I can say is this right here, man. Good luck, Darvin Ham. You saw what I'm saying? I appreciate that they hired another black coach who has, can set his family for the rest of their life, because I'm quite sure he'll get at least $5 million a year and things of that nature. I just hope that he's not into the hocus pocus, warlock type crap. You know what I mean? That parade throughout the NBA. Because man, you're gonna need a hell of a lot going on, man. Coaching Bron and company. You feel me? So hats off to you, bro.
Yeah, that's stress. Hey, and the funniest thing is, man, the circus ain't done in LA at all. People over there, like people blaming the Lakers. Yeah, you need to trade Russ. Who is trying to take on that $47 million for Russ, man? Who is trying to take that on? Come on, that's a hard.
The Lakers took it on. Listen. Quiz, why you guys keep saying that? 3 teams took on that contract, right? You had Houston, you had Washington, and you had the Lakers. All 3 teams took on that massive contract after he left OKC.
No, I'm not talking about then, Dex. I'm talking about now, because this is an extension signing. He just signed for this extra money. Nobody wants to pay him that right now.
No, when he was OKC with Paul George,
but that's why he's going to remain a Laker, right?
That's what I'm saying.
After that
season with OKC,
people are trying to beat up the Lakers like they don't want to get rid of this guy. They're stuck with him. He's a tar baby.
Right.
He played good in Houston. That's how he get to Washington. He played good in Washington. That's how he get to LA. But the only way a team gonna take that contract from Russ I mean, for the Lakers, if they throw a first round pick in, but the Lakers can't because they'll be
They don't
violating
have
the
none.
rule.
Right.
So it's
They
like
don't
stuck
got
with
none,
him.
and nobody wants no Taylor Horton Tucker.
Exactly. Like
He's
y'all been
another dude that
dangling
had
him
a
in the
dud
trades
year.
for the past 2
And that
years.
dude looked like the lump on Willy Wonka the Chocolate Factory. He looked like one of them little
Man, LeBron do the
blueberries.
same thing every year. He boosts up a young player name to get him traded,
What he
but he
needs
ain't nobody been buying his Taylor Horton Tatum
to
one.
get with Taylor Horton Tucker. First thing you need to do with that young man, get him a haircut. Like, you need to reinvent, bro. You need new energy.
That man need Jack Lane. I don't know if you remember Jack Lane.
Shit, he need to learn what position
He
he
need
plays.
Richard
He don't
Simmons.
know
You know what I'm saying? He
is
need
he a
one of them
ball
cats.
handler? Is he a
He's
like
too
what he
young.
does? Like what position do he really play?
Bro,
Say that again. No panic.
I say like with THT, like what position do he really play? Like what is he? Is he a
He's a point
two
guard.
guard? Is he a point? Like what?
nah.
A combo guard.
Yeah, he's a guard.
Can he shoot?
Yeah, he can shoot. Nah, he can shoot. He got some game when he's in shape. But right now he's out of shape, man. The man look like baby Jabba the Hutt.
They can have the package THT, Kendrick Nunn, sign Malik Monk back to the shed. And that could be another thing because they're gonna have to pay him more than what he been getting when he been the
Listen, he out there looking like Anthony Anderson, okay?
Kendrick Nunn could play though. I like Kendrick Nunn, but
but he coming off an injury that he ain't never come back from.
Facts. Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. You don't know what a player is going to look like when they come back from an injury to begin with. We do. THT came back looking like hot trash. THT only had one good game the whole freaking year.
The Lakers need to revamp that whole offense because they're going to have to keep that team. They can't do much with the team. They just got to revamp the offense, put people in different positions.
Who can't do much? Listen, if I had the Lakers, I trading AD the first chance I get. I don't care what the media say. I don't care about no. You don't trade a generational talent at a young age. He going.
The reason LeBron's there, man. You got to think bigger.
Well, that's not true. No, that's been going on. Wilt Chamberlain got traded. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got traded. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people that got Moses Malone
LeBron,
got traded.
Listen, we gonna trade AD, but we gonna get Damian Lillard here, or we gonna get Levine here.
Damian Lillard, damn sure not an answer for a Laker.
Forget about Levine. I didn't mean to say his name. But if you telling LeBron we could get another superstar-esque player for AD, LeBron ain't got no ties to nobody. LeBron only care about AD.
That's not true. That's not true. You do have ties.
Listen, you got to get somebody. First off, LeBron ain't trying to play D like that.
Yeah, right.
AD's a rim protector and a shot blocker.
That's barely there.
All right, so how many superstars caliber players you gonna fit into that category that's gonna make him feel as though we could win? Because he's gonna definitely need somebody to fill in the blanks. And
they can go and get Ben Simmons. I guarantee he'll take that.
No, listen.
That ain't
no panic. You will be fired instantly if you sit up here and trade AD because you feel that he's fragile, and then he goes to another team and start having a Hall of Fame career. Not only would they fire you, they would tar and feather you.
And see how that work out for him. He is not a player that's gonna take to no championship by himself without a LeBron or without another superstar player. So yeah,
okay, but the Lakers will get another superstar player.
If you trade AD right now, even
who are you gonna get in return? Okay, hold on 1 second. Let's go to the basics.
Thank you, Dex.
Who are you gonna get in return?
That's what I'm saying, Dex.
If I trade AD away and I can get a Damian Lillard,
what? We don't need no little
listen.
5'11" point guard.
Hold on. Before you finish,
that's coming off an injury himself. That's coming off of an injury himself.
But see, he more reliable than AD. And second, Dex, you know how I always say I hate
that's questionable
guards.
right there.
I don't think
Damian get hurt a lot too.
But if I need to get a player back that I feel like can take me to a promised land, think about it. I feel like
you think Damian Lillard's the guy that take you to the promised land when he have his own team? And the only reason why he got to the Damian Lillard. The only reason why he got to the Western Conference Final because we all know what happened. He got fortunate because Clippers was hurt.
Here's the thing with
I know Damian Lillard by himself can't take you to the promised land. But if you pair him with LeBron, that would be the same thing as getting LeBron, having like how you had Kyrie, who can go get a bucket, get you 25, 30 a night, and then you got Russ, like shit, Russ will have to figure some shit out. I ain't gonna lie. He got to figure some shit out on his own. Like, I don't know what he need to do, but he need to figure some junk out. But at the same time, it's like this.
He need to listen. That's what he needs to do.
Yeah, like I don't know what you can do with Russ.
What are you gonna tell? What are you
gonna
tell him, Dex? You say he need to listen. I'm trying to hear what you gonna tell Russ with his 47 million.
That's what I'm saying. I'm talking about as far as a championship. You have to be able to resonate with Russ a championship mindset. He has to be able to attach himself to that. And if
I'm
he's
just
not going
trying
to
to find
attach
out what
himself,
do you want? What do you want Russ to do, Dex? What do you want Russ to do? He's not a great shooter. He's not a great defender. He's missing a lot of layups these days.
yeah, because it's in his head. You know what I mean? The crowd booing him and things of that nature. He's an LA native. Russ wear LA on his sleeve, but we know that his lifestyle's a little bit different from the people that he grew up amongst, and that to some it's just not acceptable. You follow what I'm saying? And I'm talking about his fashion.
That's a good point. That's something that people
because Russ is really a real hood dude.
Yeah, but I'm trying to find out what do you guys want Russ to do? What do you want him to do?
Get his confidence back.
Well, he got to shoot to do that.
Hey, and listen, and
y'all want him to shoot, or y'all don't want him to shoot.
Is a point that nobody likes to bring up, and that's the mental aspect of it. You talking to a man who always had his own team. What happened when Kevin Durant when he signed with Golden State? He had a video. Now I do what I wanna. What happened when Harden I want to leave Houston or whatever like that? What he said? Oh yeah, just say me something where I can be myself. And he go into the Warriors and he make them into a playoff team. When Russ get to LA and he realized, damn, the love ain't the same when you struggling or whatever, or the love ain't the same over here, that messed with him mentally. Being on Shaq and the Fool, being laughed at all the time, and they haven't played like, not saying LeBron throw him under the bus,
being called
LeBron named him exactly like the most welcoming and trying to say, yeah, y'all give him some time, or y'all, he gonna be better, or whatever the case may be, kind of like how Kobe did for him, just to the city, how y'all say he did that for the city, make y'all calm down, whatever. That messed with a player mental when he kind of realizing like, damn, I ain't that dude like I used to be. Or I ain't close to being that dude no more. So mentally, he probably been checked out throughout the entire season. Like he said, like, I'm not saying that this is, he gonna bounce back. He just need his confidence back, and that's it. He may just have lost a step too, but his confidence level, as far as being Russell Westbrook, has come down. Like, we used to seeing Russ dunk and screaming on everybody, whatever like that, but you can't really do that if you be struggling all game and you get that one good play. Now the people looking at you like, oh, well, I mean, you luck up, you haven't won good game. Like, when he been in OKC, he get all the love. Like, right. that's a part of it. Like, a lot of people.
And he thought he was going to get that in LA. You know that, right?
Yeah. Like, they don't care about those flashy players in LA. They as they conducive to winning the championship, Russ. We don't want no 50 and 32 season over here and first, second round playoff exit. Like, we want championships. So if all that extra junk you're doing get the championships, we cool. But if you telling him as a ball handler, someone who had a ball in his hand most of his career, now, okay, you got LeBron on your team. LeBron, even if LeBron did want to be a catch and shoot player or play in the wing, that's not LeBron's. That's you not getting the best out of LeBron being a catch and shoot player. The best LeBron you're going to get is the ball being in his hands. So now you asking Russ to be off the ball. How you going to play off the ball when he can't shoot? Which is his problem. I ain't trying to make no excuse for that, but how you going to do that when he can't shoot? Then you got AD who's shooting 20% from the three when he was playing. Now he clogging up the hole because ain't nobody care about him shooting the three ball no more. Now, and you got other players on the team. Taylor Horton can't shoot the three ball. Malik Monk can shoot, but he's streaky. He on and off. It's a lot going on around Russ that we can't just put on Russ himself. And on top of it, like Dex said, it's a mental thing. He loses confidence. Remember now, Russ had lower players but around him and been playing good, getting to the playoff by himself. Now he was stars and he's struggling. There's a reason for that.
Good point. That's a damn good point. And listen, when you said something so vital to your take, and it was very instrumental to what I'm going to say right now. When you look at the illustrious history of the Los Angeles Lakers, you see every time they acquired a star, either that star was the man or the star was part of a winning system. That's all the way from Will Chamberlain playing with Jerry West and Elgin Baylor, from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, from Keith Wilkes, a.k.a. Jamal Wilkes. Don't forget about that situation. When he came to the Lakers, he had to take a back seat. With Magic Johnson and Norm Nixon, we know that it didn't work out the way it's supposed to, and that's why they shipped out Norm Nixon and kept Magic. You feel what I'm saying? James Worthy coming to the Lakers. We know James Worthy could have went to any team, and it was looked like he was going to go to Houston, and he could have just balled the hell out. But James Worthy had to come, pick his spot, and find his niche and play within the system of Kareem, Magic, etc. Right? Byron Scott, same thing, but a little different with Byron Scott because he didn't come in as a superstar. They just knew he was a hell of a player coming out of Arizona to play that position. But Orlando Woolridge, remember Orlando Woolridge? Same situation. Same situation with Klay Thompson, dad. Michael Thompson, same situation. All world in Portland Trailblazers. Come to the Lakers, he's a backup. You know what I'm saying? So Robert Horry, you feel what I'm saying? Another one that you guys don't remember with the Lakers, Rick Fox. Rick Pretty Boy Fox. He was a man in Boston.
Yes, he was.
And when he came to the Lakers, he had to take a back seat. You feel me? And he matriculated very well. Didn't really have any problems with the players, except when it came to the women. He was taking everybody woman. That's the only problem they had with Rick Fox and that crew. Do not bring your girl around Rick Fox, okay? Eldon Campbell, when they got Shaq. Before they got Shaq, Eldon Campbell was the man on that team. Vlade Divac, you follow what I'm saying? So, yeah, they end up trading Vlade Divac, so that wasn't an issue. But Eldon Campbell was the man on that team as far as the center. They bring in Shaq. Eldon Campbell was never the same because Eldon Campbell felt since he had an all-around game and Shaq didn't. Remember, Eldon Campbell was a big man that can dribble, that can shoot, that can cross you over, that can spin, do a step back. Eldon Campbell was that dude when he was with the Lakers.
Home unit.
But he couldn't, he wasn't dominant like Shaq. He was more finesse, but he couldn't coexist with Shaq. And look what happened. They traded him to Charlotte, and you never heard of Eldon Campbell again, right? So it just goes like that. You know what I'm saying? If we go with the Bulls with Ron Harper. Ron Harper was a man in Cleveland. You go over to the Bulls, you have to take a back seat. It happens like that. And so Russell, I would think he was a man of history. He was an NBA historian and should be able to see his path when he come to the Lakers, being a part of the three-headed monster. Guillotine, right? The three-headed monster is guillotine. And understand his nature, but it seemed like Russ bucked the system.
My opinion is Russ and LeBron. I don't know where Russ is at all-time turnovers, but we know where LeBron
Shout out
is.
to Uncle Vern.
He's number one, and that's a problem. Two, the Lakers have an inability to get stopped. And the biggest problem in LA at the end of the day is even when LeBron's dropping all of them points, these dudes lose. So losing brings out, you know what I mean, brings out the scrutiny. And, it's just been a bad season for them. I realize the reason why the Lakers can't say anything crazy about Russ because they know they're going to need him to come back. You know what I mean? Like, so, and even if you want to get rid of him, I mean, you can't just be talking crazy about the dude. I mean, you want him to have some sort of value if you are going to try to make a move for him anyway. But yeah, the Lakers got a lot of stuff to figure out, man. I that is going to be a problem. Those three.
And it's
players.
mind-boggling, Quiz. You know what it makes me feel like as a Laker fan? Keep your eye on the screen. This makes me feel like a Laker fan trying to figure out what the hell the Lakers going to do to get out of the situation because, like somebody said in the chat, the Lakers is a mess, and this is how I feel.
And I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see them having an answer for it. Only one of those dudes plays defense, and that dude is, let's
Always
be
hurt.
real, injury prone. Like AD is like, I don't know, Dex. I don't see AD having 8 years with the Lakers, but I hope he does get 8 years because he seems like he has issues just staying on the court. I can only imagine what he's going to look like when he gets old.
And I said this early. I said this early in the season about LeBron when they've been going when he been scoring all them points. I've been telling everybody like that's not conducive to winning because LeBron is not that type of player that need to be dropping 40, 50 points a game,
Right. Too
and
much
that's
wear
gonna
and
be
tear
winning.
on
Like
him for an old
yeah, like
dude.
he need to be the facilitator. He need to be like the focal point of the offense as far as that. But like the only way to fix the Lakers right now, if they keep this current roster, they gotta push Russ to the bench, and he gotta step
Here's the
in.
thing. What I think should have happened, or what should happen with them, unfortunately, is a fantasy because it can't. It's so they've already shown it can't work. I would think that they would move LeBron off the ball. I would think that, hey, let's put Russ on the ball, but Russ turns the ball over too much, and LeBron turns the ball over too much, and it's just a terrible formula, and they can't get any stops. And I don't see, even if they moved AD around, I still see that team being a mess because they're gonna have to make big moves. It can't just be, hey, bring Damian Lillard over here. That's still not gonna solve a lot of the problems for the Lakers. So,
Why would anybody even want Damian Lillard in a Laker uniform? I mean, you talking about like a straight trade for Russ? Okay, I understand that, but you can't move AD and thinking you're going to get Damian Lillard, and that's going to make a significant difference in the Laker pursuit of their 18th championship.
I mean, it won't make. I mean, the difference that it'll make is right here. You getting somebody that probably gonna play more than 20 games in a season, 30 games in a season, 40 games in a season, and you bring more shooting. You do downgrade defensively. So I mean, yeah, I mean when I say the trade for Damian Lillard, I just saying that try to get out the situation they in now because you ain't moving Russell Westbrook unless you agree to a buyout with him. But I don't think they're trying to get no buyout with Russ. I think Russ is gonna feel like, no, I just want my 47 million and I'll just figure it out next season. And then on top of it, as like another move they can make, but it's all dependent on another team. I don't know if what a player name like Duncan Robinson, right? He in a big contract, but he ain't nowhere near worth his contract, and they see that this year. If they decide to buy him out, he ain't gonna mind signing for the vet minimum. So at that point, if you slide him in there, and let's just say his shooting get back to we been at, even if you don't get back to 45%, let's say he's shooting 40, 38%. That's some shooting. That's some shooting you can put inside the Lakers lineup that are kind of
the Lakers
offset
ain't
with
got no D. Y'all keep on doing this. Y'all keep on doing
No,
this.
no,
When
no.
y'all
I
gonna
get
be
the no.
when y'all gonna
I
be ready
get
to
the
stop
defense.
this?
I get the defense part. I ain't trying to discount what they need defensively. I get all that part, but why he's saying is like just right now to try to fix the offense, they needed some shooters around him. Like we can't discount that they need shooters,
Hold
right?
on. Let me point this out. No panic. Let me point this out. Y'all keep doing this every year. Y'all do the same thing. Dex is a Lakers fan. Am I lying? Every year, y'all bringing these dudes who's supposed to fix your shooting problem, and it don't work.
I mean that's not that's entirely true. It's just the players
It's not
name.
entirely true.
Like okay, y'all bringing what your boy from the Spurs who had come with Kawhi, Danny Green. He's shooting
Yo,
better
boy,
this year.
y'all went from Danny Green. Y'all went and got, who is it? Macklemore. Y'all was running around trying to get Trevor
Macklemore.
Ariza. You know what I mean?
I mean, but see those ain't shooters. Like the only shooter that was named just now was Danny Green. Like don't get me wrong. Like if them trying to fix their shooting by bringing the actual shooters, like people that is known 3-ball shooters, like okay, cool, that is a way of fixing it. But if they don't work out as far as like they don't shoot the ball as good or they ain't shooting the ball good that season, that ain't really that Lakers part is just a player ain't playing up their ball. Like Danny Green shoot the ball a lot better this year. He just ain't shooting better with shooting it good with the Lakers. That's why they let him go.
I'll be honest with you. I think the last part that y'all should try to worry about is y'all shooting. Y'all have major defensive lapses, and even the dudes that y'all do have that shoot. I mean, hopefully this coach situation changes because Vogel was. I didn't think that he was a good manager or talent at all. He wasn't. He was wasn't playing people, and then he was playing people, and he wasn't playing them. There was no, you never really saw anything consistent from him, whether that had to do with injuries or whatever. But I think they need to focus on the defensive side of the ball first. Then y'all worry about putting some shooters out there if that's what y'all want to do. But Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
See, the thing about it is like, and one for I'm a Lakers fan. For two, like you gotta think about it. Like, yeah, you can go straight to fixing defense. Like early when I said Ben Simmons, you bring Ben Simmons in there, you still gotta get LeBron to play D. You still gotta get Russ to play D. AD, like whether he there or not, like you still gotta get AD on the actual floor. Then you still gotta put revolving parts around those players that can play perimeter D. That's easier to find than it is to find a knockdown shooter. The reason why I say go to shooters first, because that way you ain't expelling Russell Westbrook out the office. Because if you put a knockdown shooter in that office with Russell Westbrook, that kind of negate what he can't do a little bit, to where he ain't so much of a problem. Because you got to think about, if LeBron got the ball in his hand and Russell on the wing or whatnot like that, ain't nobody going out there on the wing with him. So now the lane compressed. So that's easy to double AD when he down there. So if AD do slide out to the three or whatever like that, and he knocking him down, if he ain't knocking him down, like, you want space on the floor. Like, Russ needs space. Whether he got the ball in his hand or not, you still need some sort of space. So if you bring in the center, let's say you bring in the center, because that's one main problem y'all can fix right there, is the fact that AD don't want to play the five. But if he decides to play the five, it's easy to bring in a stretch four that can probably shoot and rebound, that y'all can, or even just play defense, just be defensive forward, whatnot like that. But
okay, no panic.
Y'all got to get people to buy in.
But
Russ
no
got to
panic.
buy into his role. AD
Okay,
got
hold
to
on
buy
one
into
second.
playing the five.
No panic. Listen to this one. You just said, no panic, that AD don't want to play the five, right? He just want to play the four. So he's a stretch four. Okay. So if AD is going to be a stretch four, and if he plays a five, he will be a stretch five. So that actually cancel out itself, because regardless of AD's position, he's going to stretch the floor and create space.
How much centers in this league that can? How much centers in this league that can stay with AD? List them all.
Not many.
Exactly. How much stretch fours that can stay with him? Not stop him, but stay with him.
Not many either.
Right? No, but it's a lot more than centers. Like
centers. Okay.
If you think about a center, you think about
okay.
Jokic.
Stop right there. Oh, hold on. Stop right there. So okay. So if he plays center, it's not many centers going to stop him on a stretch five. But if he plays stretch four,
I'm gonna just stay with him.
Right, stay with him. Okay, yeah, stay with him. But if he's a stretch four, it's a little bit more can stay with him than a stretch five. But he's still creating space. No matter who can stay with him or not, it's still creating space because you have to be there. So why would you trade? I was saying, why would you want to trade hold on. Why would you want to trade AD if he's doing the very thing you said the Lakers need?
No, most fours in the NBA defensively aren't really there for defense. They there to scratch the floor. Like when you think about an NBA four right now, if you look at the Sixers, who played the four for the Sixers? Tobias Harris. He could take advantage of that, cool. But if you put him at center, how many centers going up to the three-ball line with him? How many centers can play him if he hitting you from the mid-range and all that? A lot of centers don't want to do that. And most centers in the league today are defensive centers if they ain't. Like Joel Embiid, he's a defensive center. Jokic isn't, but most of the centers ain't really gonna be playing defense like that. So when you get one of them and you bring them out the hole, now you got more space for Russ to do his thing, as opposed to when you got a four, him playing a four, whatever, he bringing somebody athletic with him out there to the three or to the mid range, so they can play D in the mid range but still get back defensively. But a center can't really
that's
do
not
that.
what I'm saying though. I'm saying, but no panic. I'm not saying that right there. But I'm saying, if you lay out a defensive schematics on the Lakers, and you know the Lakers need to create space for Russell Westbrook as well as LeBron too now. LeBron needs space too. And you have an AD present, why would you get off of that and try to find something other than what you already have?
Oh, we talking about as far as we trying to trade AD?
Yes.
When I say trade AD, I'm talking from a schematic point of view. I talking about when we've been talking about how do you fix what the Lakers got going on right now. In my opinion, the Lakers ain't really got nowhere to go other than making major changes, like putting a star player who making $47 million on the bench, or trading a star player who making about the same amount but not really playing like that. You got to take the lesser two evils. Which is the lesser two evils? You can't trade on Russ because nobody gonna take him. So either you got to eat that salary for a year. That's another year you wasting LeBron, and that's another year you wasting AD. Or you try to get what you if you looking
But
for
AD needs to heal, so that don't matter with AD. You know what I'm saying? He needs to heal
every
anyway.
year, I feel like there's a
LeBron
higher
different.
likelier chance that AD gonna be hurt next year again than it is for Russ to play the same way again. In my mind, just from my opinion. I don't think Russ gonna be injury prone next year. I don't think Russ gonna be as bad next year. I think Russ gonna come back with a little more better.
Russ played
I
more than
say a
anybody
better
on the
jumper,
Lakers
but
this year.
That's
You
what I
know that,
just been
right?
ready to say. Shit, Russ held up. Shit.
He's the only person that is held. He's the only person out
Yeah.
there that you can rely
He
on.
was an Iron Man. Him and
so at
Malik
the end of
Monk
that's why I
or
say so
Malik
at the
Monk,
end of the day,
depending on the level of your conscious.
me trading AD all
Those are the
about
two
okay.
Iron
If I
Men.
know I trying to be competitive this year, I can't be competitive if my excuse gonna be, oh yeah, 80 but now 40% of the season. If I keep going, if I know for a fact that every year 80 been with my team, it's been some injury here, there, nicks and nads and bruises, whatever the case may be, and I know I need to compete next season. Just trade
Listen,
AD away and try
Russell
to get
West.
Go ahead.
No, I was getting ready to say Russell Westbrook played pretty decent, but it just wasn't the Hall of Fame MVP type
Exactly.
Russell Westbrook. But I'm gonna
So
tell
would
you
you
this now,
rather that?
Quiz in the panel.
Mm-hmm.
If Russell Westbrook would have made an additional 60% more of his layups, Russell Westbrook could
I
possibly
agree.
been an all-star.
I agree. And also,
And you don't think
Dex.
that's mental?
I want to
Yes,
point
that's
out
what I said
something.
earlier. Remember?
When
It's
Russ was
confidence.
when Russ was dropping 30 points and getting triple doubles early when he came on with the Lakers, and the Lakers was losing, and then LeBron started doing the same thing. It's like they never really figured out how to win when those guys were doing the things they wanted to do. And then you had the scrutiny with Russ turning the ball over. I think that Russ just needs to focus on reducing his turnovers this year. Period. You can't turn the ball over as much. In fact, the whole team needs to focus on that. The
And
Lakers
you know
should be
why?
embarrassed for the way they turned the ball over this year. They turned the
Yes,
ball
and
over entirely too much.
that's listen. You cannot do that. You can absolutely not do that and expect to win in this league, especially when you have these young gazelles running all around the court like they are right now.
And they're
These
giving
guys
away
are
a bunch of
old.
free points.
They
And to
basically
add into
got
that real quick, when we finish?
Yeah, they basically
And
got
to add in,
cement suits.
go ahead.
Go ahead. Yeah, they basically got cement feet, so they have to think. And I don't think that's Russell Westbrook's best attribute. Russell
Right.
Westbrook seemed like a player that works off reaction
Right.
instead of initiation.
Right. And that's and not to go back to old subject, but that's what I've been meaning as far as like the certain types of point guard. Because Russ played a point guard position, but he's not an X and O type of point guard. But to go back to what I'm just saying about to say the snow or whatever, Russ turnover. How much turnover? He do need to cut down on turnovers. But let's not get it twisted. He only been averaging maybe like a 0.6 more than most point guards in the league with the same usage rate. So
It's not just that, it's compounded because here's the thing that's compounded because nobody's talking about this. So I'm just being very clear here. LeBron turns the ball over a lot too.
Right.
He's the all-time leader in turnovers in NBA history. Him
Right.
and Russ coming together is a lot of turnovers. Right. And you only hear one side of the story, Dex. You know what I'm saying? Like they both turn the ball over a lot. And it's killed them a lot. And especially down the stretch. Another thing is it never really seemed like Russ got the full chemistry on where people were. And I'm just saying maybe because they didn't play that much.
That's a
Because
good point right there. That's a
coaching.
good point right there, Quiz.
He never seemed to
Chemistry.
really get where people were supposed to be. And I think that had a lot to do with the coaching also because of the round robin of personnel and not having like consistent figures playing, for whatever reasons or whatever. So
that's a damn good point.
I'm hoping that they can develop some chemistry together in the offseason because I don't think that Russell Westbrook is really a terrible player. But I think that in LA, everybody has such high expectations. You knew that there was going to be that scrutiny, and they put Russ like when my man No Panic, because I can agree, Russ didn't have his full confidence, and you could see it with him missing all of those freaking layups after a while. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I just think that after a while of that pressure, and they start calling you Westbrook, and people are sitting around waiting for you to fail. And when the Lakers lose, they got to blame it on somebody. Nobody wants to say LeBron played bad, especially when he
But
dropped 40.
quiz.
What's up?
They was having hidden practice outside of the rules of the NBA on replica courts with similage looking like the Staples Center to give
Wow.
Russell Westbrook some chemistry amongst him, Anthony Davis, and some others that participated in that illegal gathering.
And see, at the end of the day, people forget, like, remember when Russ go on to Washington, he get off to a slow start there, and he finished the season with them. He finished the season putting them in the playoffs. Same thing with the Rockets. He started off slow with James Harden, and they end up going in the playoffs and doing damn good for the rest of the season. Just get put out. Russ always starts slow, but Russ take time to acclimate himself, kind of like what you've been just saying to Snan. Like, it seemed like he don't know what people need to be at in the second third. Like, he takes time, and I think what happened is he been doing the same thing. He been doing everywhere he going at after he leave OKC, where it take him a little while to get to certain, but maybe like 20, 30 games. But when 20, 30 games in LA turn into, oh no, we just going just throw it out. 80 in and out the lineup, LeBron in and out the lineup. Like, we don't know who gonna be hot this game, who not this game. Like, THT playing good this one game. Malik Monk Screaky, he dropped 30 this game. That's why I say, like, I would bet my money on Russ being better next year over AD playing the whole season next year.
I agree with you there too. And unfortunately,
But you got to remember now, he's getting older too.
Right.
So that dog tooth is getting mighty long.
All of them are getting older. That's the thing we have to realize. Like, they're all getting older. AD is getting older, and he's young, and he's having a hard time staying in the court as is. So imagine what that's going to look like older. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of issues. But Rico had a good point in the chat. He said something about the Lakers can't play with two big men. AD don't want to play center. Russ needs a center, and that's the issue that's not being addressed. What do you feel about that, Dex?
Well, they did play with two big men when it was in the bubble, right? When they got the bubble championship, actually had three big men.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm not sure what his premise is on that take right there.
Yeah,
So
I don't agree with
that's
the
what I
two
have to
big
say.
man thing. But like I said, that goes to why I say about if AD just moves behind to the 5, they will eliminate that problem. Because think about it now, when LeBron been in Cleveland, who he had? He had Kevin Love at the 4, and he had Tristan Thompson at the 5. What even with the Heats? Who he had? He had Chris Bosh at the 4, and they had Udonis Haslem at the 5. Like, he always played with a 5 that can play defense and a 4 that can scratch the floor. Like, in his mind.
But see, that's my point. There you go. See, whoa. See, there you go. The 4 was the one that was stretching the 4, not the 5.
But see, the difference is look at the 2 guard. The Wayne Wade could at least shoot the 2 ball. Kyrie could shoot the 3 ball and the 2 ball. Russ can't shoot the 3 ball or the 2 ball.
Right. You got me on that one right there. But that AD one, every time you use that reference, AD is actually in the slot that he needs to be for the Lakers. What they're missing is
he's a superstar at the 4. Now I ain't saying nothing about like he can't play the 4 at all. All I'm saying is it comes to a certain point when it's like, bruh, just move to the 5 so y'all can play like a small ball 5 or something like that. Like, these teams, like, don't get me wrong, you can use your size all you want to and bully these smaller teams, these teams that don't play small ball. But it comes to a point where it's like, bruh, you can move on defense. Like, y'all probably a lot better defensively if you just put your butt in the 5. Play the center, like play the middle of the defense. Hold that defense together, anchor the defense like Bam do. Bam play the 5 because he can anchor the defense better from the 5.
You know the reason you don't want to play the 5?
He too soft, get bumped around, get beat up.
All right, and he's already having a hard enough time staying on the court. So you know what I mean. Like, let's be real, man. Like, you can't squeeze a square peg into a circle hole and expect the shit to fit.
And that's why I advocate trade AD. Like, I mean, it may seem
If
crazy
you
because he's still
rebuilding the
kind of young.
Lakers, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're rebuilding the Lakers, if you're that serious about it, then why not move LeBron?
No, I ain't
AD
saying
gonna be
rebuilding the
around.
Lakers. I ain't talking about if.
AD gonna be around longer than LeBron.
LeBron is a
No,
pot of
I saying
gold.
if they want to
You
build a
can't move
competitive
that right
team,
there.
I mean,
He's
I
a
feel
pot of gold.
is this if you're rebuilding the Lakers,
not a rebuild. I'm not talking about rebuilding. I'm talking about just making a competitive team
We
right
can't
now.
even think about moving LeBron. It's just asinine.
Yeah, like
He's a
LeBron
pot of gold.
was mixed that. Yeah, like LeBron is the spoon that's stirred apart. You can put people around LeBron to be a champion, but you can't just be like, let's get rid of LeBron and we're gonna build around AD. Like, it's not gonna work. We saw that in New Orleans.
be fair with you, I don't even know, man. To be honest with you, like, do you think
Shout
that
out to Rico. Shout out to Belize.
do you guys think
Quiz
that the Lakers can be a contender next season?
No.
Hold on, I just wanted to ask
No.
something. Did they announce the coach already for the Lakers?
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
Yes, they
Darvin.
did.
Darvin Ham.
It's
Yo,
who?
Yeah.
Quiz
Yes.
and Dex. I just wanted to explain what I was writing in the chat. Dex, you are right. In the bubble, they did run two centers. They did have not two centers. They had two bigs. They had AD and Dwight Howard, but that was 2 years ago. And as you said, that
Your mic, Rico.
Technical difficulties. I'm sure he'll
Well,
pop
go ahead,
back on.
Belize. Yeah, he'll pop back up. Go ahead, Belize. Go ahead.
No,
What
I
you
just wanted
saying?
to ask. I just wanted to ask about the coach. What was the coach name again?
Darvin Ham, assistant coach from the Bucks.
Okay. I don't really have a take on it really, but I read that they had announced the coach for it, and I was like, who's the coach? Like, I didn't know who he was, so I was like, wow, okay. So the assistant coach from the Bucks is now the Lakers coach. That's different. That's new.
Yeah, I said, like, usually when you hire a coach, like, and they assistant, you kind of hear like their specialties when they first get hired. Like, oh well, he was instrumental in this, or like he runs this. But it's like with this hire, like, okay, like what, why, basically.
Yeah, that's kind of an odd hire. I just want to know who
It's
his
a bland
agency.
hiring at that.
Who is his agent?
Yeah, that's interesting to me too because I feel like there's a lot of other guys on the board that was better. And they said LeBron co-signed it too, right? So I mean,
I think what it been is the original target they couldn't get, and then they bring the last few finalists and be like, LeBron, which one? You think if we pick one of these, you think you go one of these?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, I go with him. I think that because LeBron to be fake happy on Twitter and say, "Oh yeah, I'm so excited" and all that, but he like,
Can I
it's
go on
another
a
person
limb
to throw
here?
under the bus if we lose.
Can I go on a limb here? Is this maybe a setup for Giannis to come to LA?
No.
I don't. Giannis ain't built like that. Giannis from another country. To him, Milwaukee is fucking home. Like to him, that's good enough.
Yeah,
like,
they gave me my shot. Right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Milwaukee
let's
gave me
be
my
real.
shot. They stuck with me, but I wasn't that good.
But he did give them their ring already.
Hold on a second.
He committed to the city.
Hold on a second. This is business. He's not going nowhere without the Nasus. So whoever.
In it, yeah.
The Nasus.
They got to sign off.
Let's see if the Lakers go after him in free agency.
They've had another entity.
They got the little brother there already.
Right, yeah.
No, they got him off the team. He's gone.
But listen, but they did have him. They did have him.
As soon as Giannis said that he was Giannis was smart right there because he made the Lakers in his hesitation sign his younger brother. You know that, right?
Oh yeah.
He had got a contract.
And at the same time, even if it wasn't to get Giannis, shit, you see, Giannis that looked the same with his brother that looked skinny. Like you
I wasn't close. I wasn't close.
And the younger brother,
they had the same type of
brother's
build.
in college now.
That was unstoppable.
Listen, Giannis. Go back and look at Giannis tapes when he was a rookie in this
Yeah,
first
that ain't even the same person.
Yeah, exactly. But Giannis still had the moniker Greek Freak because he was blocking shots. He was dunking on people. Yeah, his game was very rigid, and he didn't have the fluidity that he do now. But you can tell it was something special in that young man.
And they
but his
probably
brother,
look at little brother and say he can develop into that size of player, and he already more skilled. Cause think about it, Giannis been playing for like maybe 1 or 2.
His brother's not even in the league anymore.
Not, I ain't saying his brother.
But the
They saying his
the
brother
little
would have
one
been
that's coming
exactly
into
the
the league
same.
now, though,
It's
the
like,
little one that's coming into the league
Yeah,
now
they
from
got
the
another
college.
one, and Giannis
Yeah, the fourth one.
co-signs
Yeah.
on him. Giannis endorses him. He thinks that his brother could be better than him.
Well, I
The one
mean,
Alex.
we know
and
how
that's how
that
you got to
goes.
think. You got to think if the younger brother got the same sort of build as the older brother when he first come in the league, that lanky build or whatnot, and he been playing basketball longer than the older brother at that same point. In your mind, you got to be thinking, even if this ain't just to get Giannis, shit, he might develop into something. But then when they see it, like, well, nah, we don't really see it. And after that,
Well,
they just let him go.
that was the Lakers' strategy in signing him. You know what I mean? Because he was part of the G League team, and then they brought
Yeah,
him up. Giannis thought about, he was making it seem like he was looking
flirting
towards
with the
being a
Lakers,
Laker,
right? Yeah,
and then they signed his little brother. Right? Soon as they
the
signed his
Lakers
little
got
brother, he signed with
COVID
I
him.
just
happened.
don't think Giannis mentally built like that to just like he ain't from America, so him leaving the team just to for I want to go to the big city and all that. I don't think he really care about stuff like
Unstoppable.
that.
Pause for a minute though. This is a business. You know what I
No,
mean?
that's no panic.
Oh, no panic. I'm sorry. I hate to be calling you unstoppable. I'm thank you for clearing it up because I always be thinking you unstoppable and I'll be sounding crazy when I'm talking unstoppable about stuff that he said.
Hold on, before you go at it, quiz, I just want to say something. Giannis is built for LA though. You think he not going to smile up for the cameras, and he's built like that,
No, no, you right. He could be like out the aesthetics of
and
Giannis
then he
would
did
fit
he
in
did
LA.
everything he did everything for Milwaukee already.
That's the
So
No, but
only move. That's the only move for AD that I can entertain and say, all right, man. You know what I mean? But I don't know I don't see the Bucks going for that. What do you want
Nah,
AD
AD's not
for
finna do
nah,
that.
they
Giannis?
not going to trade.
no.
It's
When
gonna
I
be a
say Giannis
situation where he
ain't
gonna
built
walk.
like that, I ain't
Now
talking about
remember
like
the
he
Lakers. Hey,
ready for
listen,
LA.
Belize, you could be
I ain't
on to
talking
something,
about
but I
like just
doubt
him
it.
as a
But
person. Like he seems very
let me
happy where
share
he
this
at.
though. Let me share this. Belize, you could be on to something. Go back and look at the trade the Lakers made for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Lou Alcindor. He was Lou Alcindor at the time.
Yeah.
You go back and look at the trade that they made for Lou Alcindor. Where team did he come from? Milwaukee. What did they give up? 4 players, a couple of all stars. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
So
But
y'all
this is
really
what I'm
think
saying.
Giannis gonna
All I'm
force his
saying,
way out of Milwaukee? Because they sure ain't gonna just let him go because they want him to go.
nah, I'm just saying if Middleton don't come back next season, and then
Giannis still gonna stay.
we looking into that 24-25 season, and we looking like Bucks ain't looking like nothing. I think LA is looking like a gold mine because LeBron probably will be descending respectfully, and it could be a situation like, yo, let's just make a last run at it in LA.
I don't think LeBron's going to be in LA for that much longer, myself personally, but I could be wrong. But I don't think he's going to be there that much longer
why?
Man, listen, the Pistons gonna draft Bronny in the
because
second
his son is
round,
coming into the
and he
league
going to
soon, and
Browns, of
he
course.
already let known what his intentions are with that.
Well, next season his son is going to be
And
a
and
senior,
and
so
aside from that, LeBron is about 20 years into the NBA as it is. Like
Mm.
seriously, you really think that LeBron's going to be in LA more than what 3 years most?
so you think he ended in Cleveland or Miami? I say
I mean,
Miami.
I don't know. That's the only reason why, like, even though I feel Dex when he's talking about LeBron being a golden goose, but LeBron is in his golden age, and I don't think he's gonna be around that long. So I mean, if you're LA and you really, really, really need to, I don't think that the LA wants to part ways with Anthony Davis.
I say you trade LeBron for Bam. You pair Bam and Anthony Davis, Kentucky boys.
I don't think they're gonna get rid of Bron for Bam. No, that's not gonna work.
Yeah.
They would
See,
have to. They'd have to get a lot. But the thing about it is
Bam
that
and
if
Jimmy.
they did that, they could probably get a bunch of assets because the Lakers are depleted. They don't have much.
You get Bam, Tyler Hero.
It sounds crazy, but you got to look at it like LeBron really doesn't have that many more. He's only hanging around because his son's coming into the league, and he really wants to do that. He's going to force his way on whatever team his son goes to.
you gotta look at it with LeBron. If LeBron's son ain't been coming to the NBA in a few years, LeBron probably retired, probably maybe after this season or something.
I mean, I don't think he's retiring. I mean, he played really good this year, so I think he only has a handful of things he wants to do. And we'd
Get
like
that
to think he
scoring
could win a
title.
championship, but he needs help.
He want to
He
get
needs
that
help
point
though. He
though.
doesn't want to do this
If
shit all by
LeBron
himself.
realized that he
Points.
can win a championship within these next 2 years and he captured that scoring title and he didn't have a son coming to the NBA, LeBron probably just hanging out and be like, you know what, I want to own a team. I'm gonna start my little journey now or whatever. But I mean, with LeBron, like, I don't think LeBron going back to Cleveland or Miami at the end of his career is nothing like that, unless his son go there. Because I don't think Cleveland, as far as ownership, gonna welcome him back. Because he like, well, we're not gonna let you come back after what you did to us. Like, think about it. He get them a championship, yeah, but he hamstrung that organization for years with that 1-1. He keep signing, have them every year like under his finger, whatnot, just for him to leave to go to LA. And that's 2 times he done spurned them, boy. And with Miami going, they always trying to compete. They ain't bringing no old LeBron in. LeBron, at worst, when he get older and he ain't athletic no more, at worst, he gonna be a good point guard.
Yeah.
He gonna be a Chris Paul type of point guard.
But you think he gonna end it right there in LA then?
No, I think he go wherever team grab his son, I think he going in. I don't know what kind of deal he gonna sign, but I'm pretty sure if it's a team like, let's say Detroit, damn, they can't sell tickets like that. Or Toronto in the future because they don't know what they're doing because they can't even
Man,
play
if he go to
Canada right
Toronto,
now.
if he go to Toronto with Drake, that would be amazing.
No, but only reason I bring up Toronto because they can't play in Canada right now. Like they playing in Orlando and they playing in Florida and stuff like that for their home games. So it's like if they want to get more fans, like any team that got a fan deficit.
No, they good. They good now. They
Yeah,
good
they've
now
been
in
playing in Toronto. Where you been
Are they
at?
back
for
in
a whole
Toronto?
season.
Yeah,
Wait,
they
wait,
played the whole
next
year
time
in
I'm
Toronto.
saying
Yeah, that
any
was
team
only
that
last
having
season.
issues bringing
Last season
fans
they
in as
played in
far as
Tampa.
like
Last
their
season they
attendance
played in
be low
Tampa.
because they don't got no stars like Detroit, like shit. I even said Washington got Bradley Beal. But any team that's struggling to bring fans in and sell their tickets high and shit like that, or get selling high tickets, all they gonna do is use a pick, draft Bronny. LeBron gonna come, fans come to the stadium. At worst, they gonna have good attendance and they can sell their tickets. Cause like LeBron, if he leave the Lakers right now, you think them like how much did ticket go for in LA? Like wow.
They will
Upper deck
still sell
tickets you maybe
tickets.
get
They
for
will
like
still sell tickets
$30.
without LeBron.
Without
They just
LeBron,
like the
like that's
Knicks.
20
They'll
less
sell tickets
dollars.
without LeBron. They just like the Knicks. No matter who they got there, they're gonna sell tickets.
No, they
Lakers
go no.
and
I ain't
Knicks
saying they ain't
for
gonna sell
sure.
tickets. The difference between having a superstar and having like the Knicks, like you say, they always gonna sell out, right? But if you add LeBron to the Knicks, they gonna sell out. The only difference is them same they selling out for maybe $50 for the upper deck. Now you can sell them for $80 now because LeBron in. That's the difference between having a superstar on your team and just being a team that got a good fan base. So why he's saying is if your team got a like you go to Detroit Pistons versus a Pacers game, you could probably get a ticket for $7. But if you throw LeBron on one of them teams,
I can't see Braun in a Piston jersey though.
no, I know it. I probably can't see him either. But if they draft Braun and he won't play with a son bad enough, you don't think he's gonna go?
Nah,
I'll be real with you.
see.
Here's the thing. I'll be real with you. I'm a little bit different than both of you dudes. I could easily see LeBron going back to Cleveland. I think that LeBron's son. I think there's a lot of. I think that there's going to be. I think it's going to be interesting when he comes to the league because I think that's where you're going to start seeing what's really up. Because whoever gets Bronny knows that Bron is coming there.
Yeah.
And he might be one of them dudes that comes to the league and then ends up getting traded to another team for crazy stuff because they know that they're going to get Bronny and they're going to get LeBron. And I wouldn't be surprised if LeBron ended up going back to Cleveland to end his career there.
Can I say this though? Can I say this?
Like without a son?
Do it. No, with his son.
Oh yeah, see what?
Remember
when
that
it come
they
to
have
with his
trades.
son,
There's
all bets off
deal.
the table. I think he'll go back to Heat or the
No, listen what I'm
Cleveland
saying.
Cavaliers.
Listen what I'm saying. Let me be clear about this. Let me be clear about this. I think when Bronny comes into the league, right, a team that really wants, you know what I mean, like a team like Cleveland who has stock in LeBron finishing their career there, they might go and make an astronomical trade deal for Bronny.
Yeah,
you know what
like
I mean?
give up picks. Yeah,
Yeah, if they can't draft them, they do stuff like that. I mean, think about
give
it. A
up
lot
a
of players
Garland.
That could be a good
that happen
storyline for the
with Kobe and
NBA.
stuff too.
Give up a Darius Garland. But my thing is something like
Oh nah, I mean shit.
my thing is something like this though, right? You see how we got all of this take on Bronny Jr. and everything before he even get into the league and all of that. It's just crazy how like it's not the same energy for my Bull brothers. It's just crazy, like, cause can we imagine them? Like we seen them play together. Like Bronny and LeBron is like, we just doing that really to sell tickets and storylines. But the storyline with the brothers would be just as amazing. Like, and it's just crazy how they don't, they're not playing together yet. And that's just what I wanted to take on that. Cause that's what I really get from that. Because I really want to see how the league shift and they do all of this for that situation,
Right.
but you know what I mean. But it's not that same energy on
I
this
ain't gonna
side.
lie. I probably would want to see LeBron and his son play together before I see the Ball brothers all on the same
See,
team.
no, but the only difference between that, you got to be real with it, Belize, is that the balls are still relatively young. They haven't solidified. Like LeBron is a staple. Like he is the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
It's different.
He carry that shit.
There's levels to this shit. And LeBron has been the face of the league for how long?
Understandable. But Bronny's not that nice.
I
Nah,
mean, it
we
ain't
know he
about
ain't
the
nice.
skills at the end of the
We
day. It's
know that
about
nigga.
just,
I agree with you. I don't know what the
All
hell
right.
Bron is, but I
Now,
don't
all
have
right. So that's what I'm saying.
man.
Like
Listen, Bronny
he's
is. I'm gonna
basically
tell you what type
coming
of
in the
player
league
Bronny is.
because of his pops, right? And it's crazy. That's just what I'm saying. Like, you know what I'm
From me,
saying?
from me watching Bronny, not saying I watch him in depth to where like I study in every single tape of him, but from what I can see from just watching certain games I see him in, he a Lonzo Ball archetype. Like he can play the defense, he can move the ball because he got high IQ like your daddy, and he can shoot the rock. But he's not a LeBron. He's not LeBron. He's not in that ilk. He's not his daddy. He
But
can he can
so
scratch a team in the league because he
so
played.
so you say he better than Jello though?
I mean, shit. At this point right now, I mean, shit. He got more of a skill set than Jello, but I wouldn't
Oh, that's
necessarily say
crazy.
he better.
That's
I mean,
crazy.
Jello older than him, but he don't play overseas. He don't play a little couple of scrimmages in college. He don't play
And
A League.
all of
Like
that stuff that you just said that Jello did, you still will put Bronny Jr. over Jello. Is crazy.
I just, no, I ain't say I'll put him over him.
Right.
I just say I wouldn't even compare the two because Jello done been through all this different shit. Like Jello's an older person. Like he done been overseas. He done played in the G League for about 2 seasons. Like about a season. Like
But you would still say Bronny would deserve a shot in the NBA over Jello.
I never say
I'm
I
just
when you
asking.
when
I'm
you
just
hearing.
asking. I'm
I ain't
asking.
say none of that. I say he
I'm
got more of a
asking.
skill set,
But I'm
meaning he
asking.
does more at his age than what Jello did at his age, in my opinion. But that's not
Nah,
saying
you
he
can't do that
deserves
neither.
more.
Can't do that neither because then if you do that, we saying Jello at what 17? Do we bring the stats up for Jello at 17 and we compare
We
that?
ain't need to bring. I don't look at stats when I'm looking
All
at
right.
how I view players. I'm not saying Bronny better than Jello. I never
Okay.
said that. Like, what you hearing?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just asking the question, and I'm just trying to keep the narrative of how does we feel that Bronny automatically deserve an NBA slot
No, I
over
don't.
a
I don't
Jello. I'm
feel
just
like he
saying, not
automatically
you in
deserves it.
particular,
You
neither.
got to
I'm just
look.
saying that the narrative is that though.
No, listen, I don't. I'm not saying he automatically deserve it. All I saying is, if you look at the scope of everything, LeBron is a staple in the NBA. If you think LeBron being the GOAT right now and still playing and still being the GOAT, if his son is eligible to play in the NBA, if you don't think a team would be like, his son close enough, he may not be NBA talent, but he close enough to where if we draft him, it wouldn't be nothing crazy. You don't think the NBA would want that to be orchestrated for a storyline or for whatever the case may be, whether it goes good or bad? That's a more entertaining storyline. Let's think about it. Three brothers on the same team is not as amazing as a father and son on the same team. We've never
Right,
seen that.
What?
right.
I feel you. Hey, that's your take. But
But
these
that's what I'm
things,
trying to.
but
That's what
that's
I'm saying, Belize. That's a different. That's
I
a
feel you.
totally different
No, I feel
storyline.
you. I
And a
respect it.
champion, a
I respect
champion
it.
in his old
Yeah, like,
days.
And these brothers was champion in high school too. But I
but
got
you,
you.
but you
I feel
talking
you.
about, think about it. Most of the people in this world don't even understand how high school basketball works, let alone you having the high school championship.
I understandable.
Like when you don't
I'm
know,
Understandable.
cool
like,
with
okay, you
you.
gotta
I'm
win
cool with.
lower state against higher state. Like
I'm
they don't
cool with
understand that
yo.
shit.
Look, I'm not against Bronny making the
But they
NBA. None of
understand the
that. I'm
NBA
just
championship.
saying. I'm just saying. Like it's just crazy to me. Like how, you know what I mean. My boy Jello can't get in the league yet,
Yellow
and
should be in the league. I think that we can
you know what
all
I mean.
kind
No,
of
no, we
agree
could
with
all
that.
agree to
Oh
that. But
no, I
I'm just
mean we,
saying. Like
I
I
mean
said, it's
we, I
not
mean
really.
shit. He ain't in the
It's not.
league
It's
yet.
not really to
So
our panel or to the chat or anything. It's just like I say to the other people that listen and just be like, you know what I mean. Just keep that in mind and just pay attention to that because it's just funny how like Braun really painted his narrative for his son, and you know what I mean. Like, and that wasn't the case for when LeVar was saying his son should be high draft picks and they should, you know what I mean. it was like, oh, that's not cool. He should be, you know what I mean?
No,
Like
ball
he's just
kids being high
cool.
drafted, I think is different to me because I feel as though the balls. I think that first off, Lazo was high drafted, wasn't he? Like the number 2
Yeah,
pick.
number
Number
two
two,
pick.
LaMelo was number 3, but
Right,
Jello wasn't drafted at all, and
right, and
Aaron
Jello.
Holiday was, and
But
that's
you have
funny
to
to me.
remember that Jello had gone through all of that shit in China. I think that Jello. I mean, I wish that Jello would have never stole them damn shades in China, because things probably would have been a little bit different for him. To be real with you, he was
Right.
on UCLA. You know what I mean? And he had a little stumbling block. People do that in their careers. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I respect.
And
I
and this
respect it
and
all.
let's not get it twisted when it comes to Jello now. When Zoe going to UCLA, the only reason why Zoe committed to UCLA and the plan was this for UCLA. Okay, how about this? We give Zoe, we want you. We guaranteeing your little brother scholarship
Right.
and the
Ah,
middle brother getting a scholarship too. So I ain't saying Jillo ain't earn a scholarship himself, but at the same time, let's not act like Jello been a highly touted recruit all over the country like Zoe been. Zoe was the out of all the brothers, even though we know Melo has skills and he get kicked out of high school early, and that's why he couldn't get to this level. Zoe was the only brother that was wanted by a lot of colleges and when he was coming out. Like he was the only like every school in the country that wanted him type of player of all the brothers.
right. But we can't act like Jello didn't fuck up his scholarship. Like he fucked
No,
up
no,
his
he did, he
UCLA
did,
shit.
he
But
did. But at the
I'm
same
not
time,
mad at
like
him because he could still play ball or whatever. But I think that that's one of the things that's one of the things that has derailed his, you know what I mean, what you call it. But now that he's in the G League, I definitely would love to see him come up to the league. I think it's only a matter of time anyway.
yeah,
Yeah,
Like,
if
I
you think
agree.
about it, this would have been like what his senior year in college right now. Like he still
and we
got time. Like I mean, I
and we would have
I
been
may not
watching
be as
Jello
high on
balling,
him as y'all boy is, but at the same time, he like shit, he still got time. Like
and we
then
would have been
Curry take a
watching
while to
him.
get in the league.
We would have been watching him dog those kids out in college. Like he would have been like
Probably
just
he
like
probably been
just
like
like
JJ Redick,
Lonzo.
like just a shooter, like just doing his thing. Like I'm like I said, I know Iron is high on Jello as everybody else. I know I may not view him like how y'all view him, but I look at it like every player ain't meant to do one and done. Like Zoe could do one and done because that's how he already been his talent and the way the NBA been already going. He fit right into it. Jello, like I don't think Jello would have been a one and done. I think Jello would have been that one brother that stayed in college for 4 years, hone his game, get like be one of those like JJ Redick. When JJ Redick first going to college, he just been a shooter. As he's going the second and third year and all that, as he been in college, like that shooting, he just used that to as like as a weapon. Like he been a like I look at JJ Redick as maybe the best college basketball player ever, right? But when he gets to the NBA, he ain't the best NBA player ever. So I say all that to say, like to me, Jello may not be a good NBA player, but that's I ain't saying that he couldn't
You remember a
kick it
guy
at the
named
college
Adam
level.
Morrison from Gonzalo?
Same story. One of
He
the
was a
best
better
college
shooter than
players
me
ever.
than JJ Redick.
What happened?
He's a better shooter than me than JJ Redick.
I mean, that's
Especially
your
if we
opinion.
talking college. Especially if we're talking in college.
But see, to me, when I watch JJ Redick in the NBA, when he first gets drafted, he going to Orlando. When I'm watching him, I thought JJ Redick would have been this dude, and that's a true story. That's when I realized, and that's when I had to like really start looking at basketball
What about Jimmy
differently.
Fredette?
I had look at him too. I had look at JJ Redick, and you couldn't tell me. I been like, damn, why he ain't going first overall? Damn, he actually get in the league. Damn, why he ain't dropping 20, 30 points? He been a man that Duke to stand third. Then I had to actually grow up and learn about like the transition from college to the NBA. Like when you play in college, like it's a whole different level than the NBA. You can really be the man in college. Like Reggie Bush been the man in college, get to the NFL, and he been average.
I don't know about all that. I
He
think
was average. Like he was
After Kim Kardashian, that he kind of went left.
man. Even his rookie season
But
with the
before
Saints,
that,
like he ain't been doing nothing. He like man, listen, when you watch
well, then
Reggie
again,
Bush in
I'm not a
college,
football, so I don't want to go in there
Reggie
with you
Bush
with that.
looked like the greatest running back to ever touch a football ever.
Then he get in the NFL, he couldn't run through tackle. He couldn't run through the he couldn't run through holes. He couldn't run inside. You had to always put him on the he had to run swings, and you had to put him in a position where he had to be a receiver. Like he couldn't block out the backfield, things like that. Lindell White been a better NFL running back than he been, but Lindell White been his backup in college. I had to learn that like it's more to sports and it's more to everything than just what somebody doing a collegiate level. Like on a collegiate level, like you may be put out there to be the best or whatever like that because you just kind of physically better than everybody. But you get in the NBA, it's like nah, like you one of the smaller players in the NBA or you one of the
Because they
smaller
all
players in
grown
the
men.
NFL.
They all grown men in the
Yeah,
league
like
already.
I had to learn that shit when I'm watching sports. That's why, like, when I look at Jello, it's like he probably would have been a killer in college, but in the NBA, it's like, I mean, he just ain't there yet.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see how it'll play out. But I am interested to see how Bronny do in the league if he make it in,
And
and
I
when he
personally
make it
think
in.
Bronny gonna be either he gonna be a player that ain't supposed to be in the league at worst, and at best a 3-and-D player.
Huh. That's
But like I said,
interesting.
when you like Lonzo been a number 2 pick in the draft. If Lonzo ain't, if LeVar Ball ain't did what he did,
I
and
can't
Ben
even see Bronny playing as good as the Isaiah Thomas for Boston Celtics in the league.
I mean, he gonna be I don't think he that type of player. Like I don't think he gonna be some scoring player that y'all like how Isaiah Thomas been like. I don't think that's somebody think his game is gonna be like how you look at Lonzo game. He gonna play some defense. He can shoot the ball and he can move the ball around. He got high IQ. I don't think Bronny gonna be no top scoring player. I
Like
don't think
no
he gonna be no
Patrick
LeBron. I
Beverly,
don't even
none of
think he gonna
that
be LeBron height.
type. Wow, Patrick Beverly, none of that.
I think he gonna be like 6'5" at 6'5", 6'6" at the most. I don't
Yeah,
think Bronny gonna be LeBron's size. But anybody, I think the youngest gonna be more of a LeBron as far as size wise than
yeah.
Bronny.
Bryce is kind of nice.
Yeah, like, but that's how it is. Like, if this been back in the day, I'd have looked at it like, oh yeah, Bronny about to be cutting up. He could be the next LeBron. I understand shit don't work out like that. Like, LeBron is a special talent.
Yeah, sucks.
I tell you, Bron might just be a 3-and-D player in the NBA.
But you know what's funny though? I am interested to see when Carmelo's son Cayenne come in because I believe Cayenne got a better game to me than Bronny.
Bro, I don't really see too much of him.
Yeah.
But he might be.
Well,
I thought the Dwayne Wade son would have been somebody halfway decent because I had look at it like the Dwayne Wade kind of not. I don't say the word overachieved like he been some sorry player to me, but like Dwayne Wade him been the most athletic player. I remember watching him at Marquette. Like he ain't been uber athletic. He just been shit. He been a dog. Yeah, remind me of Jimmy Butler.
Jimmy Butler also wants one.
No panic. I was gonna be quiet and let you roll, but unfortunately, that's a no.
Oh
Dwayne
wow.
Wade at Marquette was a phenomenal athlete.
Yeah.
Dwayne.
Remember, he was picked number 3.
Mind you, I ain't
No, he
saying
was
he
not.
have.
No, he was
Oh
not.
no, Carmelo.
Uber
Carmelo picked
athletic.
number 3. Yeah,
All right.
he was
I
picked
said he
4.
was
Yeah.
an uber athletic. When I
And
say
he was
uber
picked number
athletic, I ain't
5,
thinking about
actually.
people like
5. It was 5. Okay,
Yeah, Bosch was 4.
yeah, Bosch
that's
was
right.
for the
Bosch was 4. Right. Yeah.
Toronto.
Right.
But
Kirk
Bosch was
Hinrich
4.
no,
was
Dex,
number
why I
6.
saying is I said he ain't an uber athletic. I ain't saying he ain't athletic. I just saying like he had all the measurables of a Jordan or all the measurables of all these other super athletic players that come up around that time. He been one of them players like he ain't come out of
Flash,
high
come
school
on
as a
now.
highly talented player.
Well, I don't know about high school because I wasn't on him in high school. But when he was at Marquette, the dude
Yeah,
took
he
him to
been
the Final Four by himself.
Yeah, like he
The
been a
dude was a
dog, like he
freak.
been that dude. Like I agree with that, but I just saying like coming out of high school, like he ain't been this player that you could have been
But
like, oh, he gonna be in the NBA one day.
He's solid. Zaire got game, but I feel like his situations. He went to the Utah G League, and I feel like he didn't really get the burn. He was kind of on the Jello side. He didn't really get the burn he
He need to
deserved.
put some size on him.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, I'm
He
not
got to
really
get his
familiar with
shot.
his game. I know he played at Sierra Canyon for a year.
Yeah,
But yeah,
he
I
got
didn't
injured.
never really get on him though. You know what I'm saying? I never like really try to watch what he was all about.
Him and yeah, he had players Sierra King, him and Bronny be coming off the bench.
Bronny come
Nah,
off the
he
bench, did
came
his
off the
job,
bench.
but Zaire couldn't. Yeah, transfer something like that. He didn't want to.
Nah, yeah, because he got injured he got injured most of the season, and then at the end of the season, they didn't like basically play him because they was like kind of good with their rotation kind of vibe.
Yeah,
So
them boy
then
had a
that's why
bunch
he
of
went to
top
the prep
players.
school last year.
Like
And
even
then
Bronny had to come off the bench. Like in that, but her daddy's coming to all the damn games. Like them boy had some real top players in that Sierra game. Like you couldn't bring them off the bench. They wouldn't even come to the school. They have to come off the bench.
I believe Kenya Martin's son went there too.
Yep.
Yeah. Like they're at the
Sure
league
did.
in about 5 years. The league about to be so much full to so much NBA player sons. Cause you got like Gary Payton, son in the league right now. You got Kenya Martin, son in the league. Shit, you got a lot of them boys coming out.
You got
Yep.
Cole
Gary
Anthony.
Trent's son. Cole Anthony. Yep.
Cole Anthony.
You got a few of them.
And they more skilled. Like they might
Wiggins,
not be.
Wiggins' dad played in the league.
Yeah.
So yeah, you got
The guy
a
in Dallas too, when he was like, "Yo, my dad."
Bronson.
What?
Yeah, Bronson. Yeah, Jalen Bronson
yeah.
dad played in the league. Sure did. Played with the Clippers. I remember that.
Klay Thompson, of course.
Klay Thompson. Yep, Klay Thompson. Steph Curry and Seth Curry. Both of their, them
Yeah.
two.
I remember when Steph Curry first get transferred over to Duke. Like he going to Duke on the strength of Steph Curry having a good college career like that. And he going to Duke. Said he ain't really done
Steph
too
Curry,
much.
he
Because
was
where
over
was he
there.
at? Well, I mean, what
Steph
school
Curry
was he
over
at
there with
first?
Kyrie.
Was it Davidson? No, he ain't been Davidson. He been
No, wasn't Davidson.
Where he been at? He been a smaller school.
I don't
I
know. I
can't remember
really
off the
only
top of my
remember Steph
head.
going to Duke. Duke. I don't remember him at no other school. Honestly, that's what
Yeah,
I
because I
paid
think
attention to.
I think he did transfer to Duke if I'm not mistaken.
Nah, I believe he did transfer too, but I just don't remember the other school though he went to. I believe. Yeah.
I'm trying to think, man. What was that school that he was at, man? It wasn't Temple. Was it Temple?
Liberty.
No, that wasn't Temple.
Liberty.
Liberty. That's what it was. Liberty. Yeah. There we go. Liberty. Yeah.
What's
What's your name? What's your name was at Temple? Dante Jones. Remember Dante Jones was at Temple, and then he transferred to Duke. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Liberty. That's what it was.
Dante Jones did a nice interview with Gilbert Arenas. That was cool.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Gilbert Arenas be having some good stuff. The guy that sits on the couch with Gilbert, his name is Chris Johnson. His dad is Marquise Johnson, and his dad was a real phenomenal player too. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, you got Luke Walton. Well, he's not in the league no more, but
Yeah, he's not in the league no more. I mean, it's some more guys in the league that their parents played. I can't think of the names right now.
So I know DeJuan Wagner's son, number one in the nation right now, coming out of high school.
Right.
They got a lot of sons that's coming out in high school right now. Though. That's crazy.
I know that's gonna be crazy, right?
Yeah. Gonna be very interesting.
So on this draft that's coming up now, who's the number one pick?
It gotta be Chet. It can't be nobody. Gotta be Chet. Like I don't see nobody else.
But the Orlando Magic got the number one pick, and they don't need him because they already got Franz Wagner.
No, they trust me. Like one moment they say about Jordan, when they been like, oh yeah, we already got a center. Draft Jordan, put him at center. That's Chet. Like his body. I don't know. Like I don't really like small guards, and I don't like lanky like big men who just skinny.
Yeah.
Because when I think about that, I think
Stickly.
about I think about KP. But with him, like he skilled, like he can dribble the basketball, he can get his own shot, he got a mid range, he can shoot the three ball a bit, he got a back to the basket game, like he played defense, like he passed the eye test for me. Then if you look at the other couple of picks after him, like you got Banchero from Duke. I mean, he been in and out all season as far as like consistency wise. You got Jabari Smith, who I mean, said defensively he might be that dude, but I mean, I still need to see more of his game because I ain't see too much of his game to be honest. But I mean, as far as the eye test, I gotta go with Chet.
Okay, that's what you like. Okay.
He can pass the ball too, like shit. I think he
Because
can
I
do
didn't
all
really
that
watch
play.
college basketball that much, and I used to be a hardcore college basketball fan. But it just seemed like so much BS been going on with the what's that the likeness and the image and all that.
Yeah,
It just kind of threw me off a little
innocent.
bit.
Don't get me wrong now. I always say that if I gotta pick which crowd to play in front of, I would play in front of college, whether it's football or basketball, because they fans, them boys go crazy. But
Yeah,
like
oh yeah, they
college
nuts. They go
basketball, that
nuts.
junk ain't really
Yeah,
been the same. Like you got players that either go like some of the better players, like if LaMelo had gone to college, that would have bring college basketball back.
I think
But he
so too.
didn't. You see what I'm saying? So
Or
now it's
Jalen
like,
Green. Yeah, Jalen Green didn't go either.
yeah, like all the top players out of high
Jonathan
school that you
Klamunga,
know,
he didn't
like
go.
they going past the college ball,
Mhm.
they going to G League or they going overseas. So it's like now you kind of gotta learn about new players. So when
Right.
the season going on, you ain't really got no favorite player to watch. Like if you ain't got no favorite team already, like ain't really nobody to watch until later on the season to the big tournament come up.
Yep,
Like
the
I remember
tournament.
I used
Yep.
to sit down and watch the entire season with Duke,
Yep.
watch every other team, watch the SEC tournament, ACC tournament. I used to watch the big NCAA. I used to watch the even the NIT tournaments and shit like that.
Yep.
Like
I used to watch
I used to
NIT
watch
too.
all them jump, but now it's like bunch of like pretty much everybody that playing like you is like up and down, like a bunch of one and dones. You getting these super teams that ain't doing nothing. Like Memphis had all them number one picks, all them top players
Recruits.
out of high school, and they ain't really done nothing with them. Duke doing the same thing. They one and done all over. Ain't no more JJ Redick's, ain't no more Jimmy Vedettes. Ain't like Trey Young, like the last of the like that one player for a small team, or that one player for a team that's like, oh yeah,
For
he's
3
going to
years,
everybody's stadium. Everybody hate him.
Right. Yeah. That kind of messed up. But you know what? College did that to themselves. So I don't
Yeah,
blame the players.
yeah.
I blame the NCAA and all these big schools who were just trying to lunch off these young kids
Yep.
instead of trying to bring them in and treat them as partners.
Right. All they had to do was give them a low stipend that's higher than the
That's it.
average college student. But now
Mm-hmm.
they got this thing where, oh yeah, if Alabama want this top running back, oh well, let's go to this local store, this local lawyer who can, oh yeah, just sign him to a low deal, like this deal or whatever, to give him $600,000 from you. We can say it come from you, but we really buying this player.
Yep.
So now, I mean, you like
Name,
mess of
image,
that,
and
everything messed
likeness.
up.
NIL.
Yeah, like everybody superstars, like. And if I come to your college and I know like shit, I'm gonna get $300,000 for every season I play at this college, right? I ain't gotta play as hard. I ain't gotta do all this. I know like shit, I getting all this money. The NFL gonna look at it like he had to been doing something, right? I just gotta turn up when he come to the NFL. Now they get an NFL, like the money don't mean too much to them boys because they're not making money in college.
That's a good point. And then look, you got situations where dude like Nick Saban is mad. You know what I'm saying?
He's
Because
snitching on
people are caught up.
everybody.
Yeah. Yeah,
Nick,
he
I
done
never see
took
him
down
that
a whole
bad.
block. He done took down a whole block. You know,
Yeah, they even people who used to work for him.
that's bad.
You get real mad at that little thing like, yeah, they gave a kid $1 million to come play there. They bought their whole class.
Yeah, the whole team. Yeah.
That boy was real mad that day.
I mean, like he didn't do it. You know, he did it too, but he just did it a different way.
He mad at
And
now
so,
that people bring their big pockets out because they ain't gotta hide it no more.
right, you ain't gotta hide it no more. Exactly.
And then you see, we call it Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders put on like, I forget what social media, but like, I'll be making my statement tomorrow. Then he tried to call Deion on a low to apologize and all that. Deion said, no, because it make this public, so I got to address your public, not in private. I said, yeah,
that's how they do it.
Yeah, Next thing even know what he been doing.
And then Jimbo Fisher talking about, I know where the bodies are buried. I know your work. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I know your work. You're not this.
Right, like how you get all these top players to come from LA all the way to a small town in Alabama to play football for 3 years. Yep. I don't care how good this how much NFL players y'all churn out. Shit, UCLA churn out the same amount. Damn, a lot of these
USC,
other places churn out the same amount.
Mm-hmm. Yep, exactly. So yeah, it was a scam, and now it's finally uncovered. So now it's become the Wild Wild West all over again.
Yep. Now they trying to reclass every different team. They want this team to be in the SEC, this team to be in here. No, like, no, I can't do that now.
Because that's all. Because it's for money. That's why. You know what I mean? And teams are. Some of the college teams are trying to have their own alliance where they're not even aligned with the BCS. They're going to do their own thing. And they was like, oh no, because the BCS. I mean, to be honest with you, no panic. The BCS is BS.
Yeah.
You're going to always have your Alabamas, your Georgia, because those schools down there, the LSU's, because those schools down there in the SEC, they figure in their mind that's college football, and anything else is inferior. So they're going to try to keep one of those teams in the top 4 of the BCS playoff series because all the money goes to these schools from their fans because there's nothing else left to do in Alabama and Mississippi.
Exactly.
There's nothing down there.
Because like Clemson won the championship like maybe 2 or 3 times in the last 5 years. I
Sure
from South
did.
Carolina. I ain't never been to one Clemson game. I ain't never thought of going to Clemson game. Like football is not a South Carolina thing. Like we don't live and breathe football down here like they do in Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas and all that. So like just like how you say like them teams you name, Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas, like them footballs, that's all they got to go on. Like that's all the state care about. Like they don't care about nothing else. They eat, sleep, pray football. Down here ain't like that. Like if you ain't in Clemson, you ain't going to see a Clemson game.
Right. Exactly. Right. Yeah. So basically, when Clemson was winning, I mean, you didn't even go to not one game.
No, like I mean, it ain't even been a big thing down here. I mean, and Clemson maybe been a big thing, but like Columbia, Charleston, all that, like we ain't,
You're right.
it ain't really been nothing to us.
Right.
Just like when the Panthers can win the Super Bowl right now, and I guarantee you, most people down here would not feel like we won the Super Bowl too.
Is that right?
Same thing with South Carolina. Like remember the girls basketball team, like they the
Gamecocks,
best
the
basketball
Gamecocks,
team. The women's college basketball team, like they done win a championship like 2-3 years in a row. I think, if I'm mistaken, nothing.
Did they win this year?
I think they did win this year because Dawn Staley they coaching it.
Yeah, because I knew the Stanford got put out, and once Stanford got put out, I wasn't even watching it no more.
Yeah.
So I didn't know who won the women's NCAA championship.
Like our state as a whole, like we ain't really a sports type of state.
Right, because I damn sure been through South Carolina on that 26. Right through that 26. Yep, I've been through Clemson. Also, I've been through Clemson. Because I remember when they won their championship. I said, man, I want to see what that college like. You know what I mean? Because I remember Clemson from back in the day. They won a championship in what 1980 or 81 or somewhere around there. A long time ago. I forgot who their quarterback was at Clemson, but they won them a championship back in the day. And I used to say, man, I always want to go. I want to see what that school is like. But nevertheless, yeah, that college thing is basically a scam, and now it's uncovered. So it's like, well, they went down that rabbit hole. They open up, they open up that can of worms, and here we are. Everybody's scrambling to sign players. And then when you look at it, Texas, like the Texas A&M, the University of Texas, the Baylor's, the Rice, I think a lot of these college now is going to come up in Texas because they got that oil money.
Yeah.
So their pockets are deep.
They gonna buy themselves a damn team.
They're gonna buy them a team. You're right. Y'all don't go here. Y'all go here. Everybody, let's go here until we get a championship, and then we kind of, let's just bring a championship to the state of Texas. That's what they're gonna do down there, boy. Them Cowboys down there, they like you say.
Like some of the players that I remember from where I at that made it to the NFL is AJ Green. He had played for Somerville. He ended up going to play for the Bengals.
I remember AJ Green, but AJ Green went to Georgia, right?
Yeah, he had a you see, and he going to Georgia to play football. He ain't going to
Yeah.
Clemson. He ain't going to Carolina. He going to
Yeah.
Georgia to play football.
I like
Same thing
AJ
with
Green in college. Yeah, AJ Green.
yeah,
I
like
like him.
Robert Quinn. He ain't going to South Carolina. He ain't going to Clemson. Who else? Who else come from down here? Oh, he slipped my damn mind. Another defensive end. But he ain't
Yep,
going to
I was
another
getting ready to say
school.
that it was a defensive end dude. Did he go to Auburn?
I trying to remember we going to Dunlap. That's what he going
Dunlap.
to Dunlap. Matter of fact, his daddy just died like a year ago. He got hit by a car down here.
Oh, is that right? From COVID?
Yeah. Huh?
How you die?
Yeah, get hit by a car.
Oh,
Yeah, he been a bond.
wow.
He been a bondsman down here. Everybody used to use him too.
Wow, that's crazy.
But shit, Roddy White. He from down here. He
Oh,
ended up
Roddy
going
White? Yeah, from Atlanta.
yeah.
Where did he go? Where did Roddy White go to school? Georgia Tech?
Roddy White going to where did he go?
Was it Georgia Tech? Roddy White? I think Georgia Tech, right?
Oh, he going to for real.
If I'm not mistaken. I know he was a receiver for Atlanta Hawks with Michael Vick.
Yeah, Roddy White. He going to UAB, University of Alabama.
Oh, Birmingham. Oh, he went to University. Okay. Then what wide receiver went to Georgia Tech that I'm thinking about?
You think about Calvin Johnson?
Calvin Johnson. That's right, Calvin Johnson. Right, Calvin Johnson. Yeah. Yeah. You guys bring up a lot of players. You guys got a lot of basketball players.
Yeah, Kevin Garnett from down here. Shit, Ray Allen that was born down here. Like we had a bunch of players that from here, but it's like they ain't up going
Don't
to
forget
college to other places.
your boy Kwame Brown.
Yeah. Shit, even Zion. But
Zion, yeah, and Ja, right?
Yeah, play high school. Yeah, play high school down.
Oh, he's not from South Carolina?
I don't think he's from me. I think he just has lived down here and been playing high school ball down here.
Then where are you from?
Well, let me look that because he might be from down here.
Because Ja's from down here too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's born in South Carolina, man. If I'm not mistaken.
Let me see. He born in Salisbury, North Carolina. Which is
he's in North Carolina.
45 hours from North Carolina border.
Oh, okay.
But he did go to high school, and I think like
So they moved. Did they move to South Carolina, or they stayed in North Carolina? He just went to high school.
I know. I just remember going to like going to like a lot of them boy games, and I know who he been. He's been
He was in Spartansville, right? Or something like
Spartanburg, that.
Yeah. Spartanburg. I've been through Spartanburg. Yeah, I've been through there before, that little ass town. The Spartanburg, what's it, Blackburg? Is it Blackburg? Is another one?
Yeah, they got Blackburg out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm familiar with them little areas over there. Little South Carolina girls. You know, some nice little something to, play with every now and then.
Yeah.
So you've been down there for a minute or what?
Yeah, I'm born and raised down here.
Your phone went out.
Oh, I said yeah, I've been born and raised down here.
Okay, got you. Yeah. So somebody else is from South Carolina, man. Who I'm thinking about? A good basketball player. Damn, I forgot, man. Because I was gonna ask Murgot about this dude. Damn it, slipped my tongue, man. But yeah, you guys turn out some pretty good talent, because most of the Gamecocks is from South Carolina, right? Most of the guys that go there.
Yeah, like Stephen Gilmore, cornerback from
maybe that's
cornerback from.
He played with Dallas, right? Didn't he play with Dallas before?
Stephen Gilmore, no, he had played with the Bulls. He had played with he's still in the league right now. Josh Norman, DeAndre Hopkins, Cordell Patterson.
Oh, DeAndre Hopkins. That's what I think I was
you probably
thinking
think about Jadeveon Clowney. I forget about him.
Davion. Oh man,
I
the
forget
defensive
about him.
end.
Yeah.
And
Shaq Lawson.
he went to South Carolina. Yeah, he went to.
Yeah,
Oh, Shaq
yeah.
Lawson from South Carolina.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know that.
I forget about some of these players.
I didn't know that. Yeah, Javion Clowney. Everybody thought he was going to be the next. Who what's his name? What's the boy named? He be on a New York TV.
Strahan.
Strahan, yeah. They thought Javion
Yeah.
Clowney gonna be the next Strahan, man.
And see the thing about that, Alshon Jeffrey, I forget about him.
Yep, Alshon Jeffries.
But see the thing about him is when, and I'm trying to break this down to somebody. I'm at the barbershop one time. When he come to Jadeveon Clowney, he one of them players that always been like physically gifted, like super athletic, like he been getting by on just athleticism. When he get to South Carolina, he been like, oh, you gonna be in the NFL. We just need to get you through 3 years. So he played that first season, he played good. Second season, he get hurt, and that kind of ski him up a bit, like, well, all up now, because I trying to make it to the NFL. And after that, I feel like he just been kind of like, even though he could have literally dominated and had like 20-something tackles in the season. He been getting triple team all season or whatever like that. But I feel like he just been like, he ain't been giving his full effort for them 2-3 years that he been in at South Carolina. And then when he finally get drafted, now it coming like, okay, you playing against players that you still physically more gifted than, but it's like now you need that
gap close,
and you
right?
need
The
the
gap
skills.
close, yeah.
Yeah, but so he ain't never developed actual pass rush skills. So he's spending most of his first couple of seasons in the NFL, trying to be healthy, still trying to maintain being healthy, and at the same time learning how to actually use his hand, use spin moves, stuff like that. Because like I say, like a lot of players who like, you coming up in school, they always been like other churn who been like, they just uber athletic, way more athletic than everybody else. But as time go on, y'all get in high school, it's like you catch up to them, and it's like, well, I
They
remember
close
used
the
to be the
gap.
fastest kid in their school. Like, now you kind of like as fast as me. Like,
Right.
that's
They
kind of how it is.
close
Some
the
people be
gap.
late bloomers.
Yep, exactly. That's true.
And I think that's what happened to him, to where like now he stole like, and he get a big contract. He get signed yesterday, back to Cleveland or whatever like that. But he, like how you say, he supposed to be the next Strahan, but he ain't never work on nothing because in his mind it's like, well, I've been killing high school offensive tackles, college offensive tackles. I can just do this in the NFL. And then by the time you hit the NFL, like the NFL ain't about to wait for you to develop nothing. In their mind, you supposed to come now to develop. Because you supposed to be this number one pick, blah, 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 or whatever like that. But sometimes people just, like they say hard work beat talent, with talent don't work hard enough.
Right, exactly. Without a doubt, that's a perfect saying. Also, now staying on the Gamecocks, what did you think when Spurrier first came over there from the Gators?
Man, I thought they were gonna have one of them offense where it's like all over, like 500-yard passing in the first quarter. Come on, the crazy thing about that is my favorite team was the Redskins. So remember when we had them as a coach?
Right, yeah. That
You
was
couldn't
a
tell me,
failure.
we've been there. Like I thought we were gonna be one of the most electrifying offenses. I've been like, we finally about to start winning the game and all that. And like I said, even the time I used to watch sports younger, that I used to understand that everything don't translate like how you will see somebody dominate in college. They're just gonna come to the NFL and do the same thing. I thought that I see him signing all these old players from Florida. He used to coach like the quarterbacks and all that.
Right.
Man, after that first season, I used to want him going. I'd be like, man, I don't know what need to happen, but he need to be going. And then he leave after that first or second season. I'm like, man, I don't want no more college coach for no team. But I ain't gonna lie, we first get him, like, you couldn't tell me we ain't gonna win championships.
I think y'all won 10 games, right? Didn't y'all win 10 games with Spurrier?
With Washington?
No, no, I'm talking about the Gamecocks.
Oh, yeah, the Gamecocks, he's pretty decent. I ain't gonna lie, he's pretty decent. He the one had Alshon Jeffrey looking good. He had he been pretty good. I think he just saying him winning the big games. It's like he'll win 10 games, but it's like, that
right.
BCS,
Then when it comes to the SEC championship or something, he'll
10-4
falter.
don't look good in no championship game, so he like,
right.
Yeah, like that's all he been.
Now
the Gamecocks, I don't really. Are they even still relevant?
Not at all.
Not at all. Huh?
You ain't really hear about the Clemson like that no more.
Well, where ever
They're
since
so good,
Lawrence
but
got drafted, right? Ever since Lawrence got drafted, yeah, you don't hear about Clemson,
yeah.
and that's only what 1 year, right? This was his first year.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence, he been there. We had Taj Boyd there 1 year. Yeah, like Clemson maturing out some good players. Like we had some good like Sammy Hawkins.
Deshaun Watson. Don't forget Deshaun Watson.
I forget he come from Clemson.
And then wide receivers. Remember, you had them hell of a wide receivers. I can't.
Yeah.
He had the Emmy guy, Emmett T or something like that. The running back, the little
Etienne.
Yeah, Etienne.
He get drafted. Same team as Lawrence.
Right. Yeah. So they had some pretty good guys there. They had their defense was real good. Listen, they used to stick it to Alabama.
Yeah, I remember we had at one point we had like Andre Ellington.
Yep.
Damn, Sammy Watkins. Like they had a good little
Sammy
roster.
Watkins. Yep. Exactly.
DeAndre Hopkins come from.
Didn't Shaq come from there?
Lawson. Yep.
Yeah, Shaq Lawson. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But Clemson has some pretty good players.
Hell yeah, they had some good players. They was turning out some hell of a good players out of college. And I used to like them because they used to put a whooping on Alabama because they used to try to make Alabama be this certain type of team, right? That was invincible, and everybody's cheating for them. I mean, it was so obvious. Even the SEC used to cheat for Alabama. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Tennessee could be beating them. Florida could be beating them. Then all of a sudden, they get called a penalty, a pass interference, because they want to keep Alabama alive. You know what I mean?
Man, I remember one season Alabama had, I think they had 2 losses or 3 losses. And even in the BCS, and they still end up coming out and being one of the 4 teams. And they're like, they made it over 2 undefeated teams. And they try to justify and saying script the schedule. And it's like, okay, with the other team, they went undefeated and they also played 2 or 3 teams that been good.
Yep.
It's like they had to have Alabama in that top 4.
Yep. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of teams was like, you know what, this is ridiculous, man. But like I say, they bring a lot of money to college football because they get a lot of TV revenue. Everybody in the state gonna, support them, and you know what I'm saying. So it's all about that's their money guy. Alabama is the LeBron James to college football.
Yep.
And that's Duke to college basketball. It used to be Notre Dame, but Alabama surpassed Notre Dame. You know what I'm saying?
And see, when LeBron decided going to LA, people don't even realize how happy the NBA been. The NBA wanted to have a reason to be in LA heavy.
Yep, of course, big time.
That's why they every year they want big frees to go to New York. They keep talking about, this player going to New York, going to the next.
Yep.
The NBA want every market, every major market they got, they want to have a star player there. So they got a reason to be in them different areas.
Yep. That's exactly why. Exactly. You got to keep the markets going. You got to keep those markets going. You know what I'm saying? And I think this is why Chris Paul went to Phoenix.
Yep.
And I think this is why what's the boy name again? Zach LaVine went to Chicago. And I think this is why John Wall went to Houston.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? After what's your name left? After James Harden left, they had to get another star because that's a big market down there in Houston. It's the third. I believe it's the third largest market in America as far as media attention and things of that nature. So yeah, the NBA kind of script a lot of this stuff, man. That's why you just don't never know who's gonna go where and what. But the game of speculation is just so exhilarating that it keeps content creators and even media floss heads at it and up all night and throughout the day to try to get an inkling of information to feed the people who are eager to feast off the content that we bring to them. So, as long as you keep an integrity, your integrity intact is all good. But other than that, it's just crazy how this
I tell everybody like this. I was like, just think of this, man. The NBA is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and you think things just happen, just whimsically? You think things just happen just on happen chance? You feel me? You think things just happen just by luck or fluke? No. Most of the NBA, I would say at least 85% of it is control.
Yeah.
The other 15%, they can let it be willy nilly to keep the excitement going. You know what I mean? But most of it is control because when you look at it, no panic, it's basically impossible. Like when we look at the Heat in Boston series, how you get blown out one game and then you come back, play the exact same team. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just what, a few hundred miles up north, because it's all on the 95, right?
Yeah.
Boston and Miami is on that same stretch. Not go all the way up to 95. And you basically don't even have to exit the highway. You know what I mean? Until you get up to Boston, you might have to make a few little junctions and everything to go to the TD Garden right off the 93 and the one and all that. Yeah, I know where all that is. But nevertheless, these two teams, they've seen each other all year. They've seen each other in the playoffs constantly for 6 games now, and you keep having these lopsided victories.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I put my money on Miami Heat. When Ray was talking all that talk yesterday, and I told Quiz, I said, Quiz, don't do it. And I was trying to get, because I know teamwork like to play the parlays and like to lay a little wager down on these games. And I was like, teamwork, man, you better take Miami, man. Especially they giving Miami that many points. You got to take them. How you gonna give a number one seed that many points? This is why I say Vegas just play people to be so stupid, right? The number one seed in the series is 3-2, but the next game you're gonna give the number one seed nearly 8 points. You don't think I jumped on that? I saw that immediately. I said, Vegas think they slick. Let me jump on this immediately so I won't be fudging towards the end, coming close to the game. Once Teamwork gave me that spread, I said, Teamwork, you should throw something on that just on GP, man. Because 8 points to a number one seed, then because they playing a away game, but they're playing the same team they've been playing for like almost a week and a half. You got to jump on that.
I see there's a lot of stuff that, like, remember when LeBron first became out of high school, boom, Cleveland get the first round, get the first number one pick. He from Cleveland. All right, boom, LeBron leave Cleveland. This was before they had a Supermax and all that, and incentive for players to stay with their home team or whatnot, stay in small market teams. As soon as he leave, boom, Cleveland get the number one pick. They get the number one. LeBron come back. Boom, they get the number one pick, which has been trading for Kevin Love or whatnot. Then Anthony Davis from a small market team asked for a trade out of Pelicans. Boom, they get the number one pick. Like, I feel like the NBA been kind of like rigging everything to like, okay, yeah, you lose your star. We understand how things work. Y'all a small market team. Y'all may not get no superstar ever come in to sign with y'all. So here's the number one pick. Cause like y'all get Zion right after Davis leave. Cleveland get Kyrie Irving right after LeBron leave.
That's right.
So I'm saying, like, LeBron come back, shit, they want to be they want a third player, whatever they want, a big three, whatnot, because that's the new thing. Shit, y'all get the number one pick, ship them off to get Kevin Love. Because without that pick, what they really had to give to get Kevin Love, like
nothing.
You see what I mean? It's like sometimes like you gotta look at it like that. Sometimes don't be rating for real. It may not be
I agree
all around the board, but like they know what they're doing.
That's why I said 85%. In the 15%, they just let us fight over those crumbs. You know what I'm saying?
Remember when they been having that little? Well, I say remember, like I've been watching basketball at the time, but like when the Knicks had won the number one overall pick, and they been seeing him in a frozen envelope and all that.
Right.
I don't know how they did it, but I know that ring, like,
Yep.
like, on the conspiracy
With
theories, but
Boston, with Boston and Larry Bird, they made sure Larry Bird stayed another year for Boston
right,
could get Larry Bird
right.
because he was gonna come out. You know what I'm saying? So Boston drafted him anyway. So how you gonna draft somebody that's still in college?
For real. I say they
You know what I'm
slick with
saying?
it now. They slick with it.
I think something happened with the Lakers with James Worthy too. I think that was a coin toss, right? Was that a
I
coin toss for that draft pick for James Worthy?
um. Well, I remember what on. I don't know how true this is now, but I remember watching Winning Time, and they did that for the Magic Johnson pick.
Oh, that was a coin toss. Okay, that was a coin toss.
But I don't know
Magic
how true that
Johnson.
is because this is just a TV show. Because everything on the end, actual factual stuff. Like,
Right. I think that might be a little more accurate. Yeah, because I
right,
remember Lakers got somebody really good on a freaking coin toss.
right. Because on the show
Uh,
they've been trying to say not Genie Bus, but what a dude name was the logo. They were trying to say
Jerry
he had
West,
won Magic. He actually had won
Sidney Moncrief.
Sidney Moncrief,
Right.
and the owner had won Magic or whatnot.
hmm I mean, Sidney Moncrief was a beast back then, though. You know what I'm saying? So it
Yeah,
wasn't like he's some chump. We know that, of course, the history is best qualified to reward one's research. So when we look back through the annals of history, of course, it would seem like Moncrief was a dud. But Moncrief had a nice year. I mean, he had a nice career and things of that nature. You know what I mean? I think he's in the Hall of Fame, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah.
Sidney
Because I remember
Moncrief.
hearing that name even outside of that right there. Like,
Because he's from LA, I think. I think Sidney Moncrief from LA.
oh, for real.
Yeah, I think he's from LA, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think he's out of LA. I think he went to Crenshaw High or something like that, Manual Arts, one of those things. Yeah, Sidney Moncrief. So that's why they probably wanted to get him because he was a local.
And he was saying because they had on Norm Nixon already at the point.
Right. Yeah, Norm Nixon was at the point. Yeah, and Norm Nixon was a fan favorite. I
Right.
remember we used to go to Laker games from our school. Right, they used to give us free tickets to see it wouldn't be no like Lakers in New York or Lakers in Boston. We said I think one time it was Lakers in Phoenix, and then another time I remember going for free. It was Lakers in Denver, and Denver at the time had Kelly Chapuka. I don't know if you remember that name.
Mm-mm.
Wait, no, not Denver, not Denver. That was Detroit. Detroit had Kelly Chapuka. Denver had Kiki Vandeweghe. They had
Right,
Kiki
right.
Vandeweghe. I think Dan Issel was still on that team, and was it Dave Thompson? Was Dave Thompson? I think Thompson was on that team too. The Denver had a nice little team. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And yeah, they they gave us tickets to go see that game. I'll never forget that. But I always wanted to see like Boston because Bird and all that. They would never
Yeah.
give us no free tickets for that game at all.
And the crazy thing about it is, I remember like even like before LeBron get to Cleveland, and even when LeBron been at Cleveland, I remember hearing people talking about like, oh yeah, like Jordan beating Cleveland in the playoffs. Like, I used to be like, damn, like Cleveland actually used to be good. Like they used to actually be a good team before LeBron. Like in my mind, like just me being that age, I used to feel like I just thought like, oh, Cavaliers always been sorry in their history until LeBron come. And the same thing could be said now to like younger churn who watching the Pistons now. They don't understand like the Pistons had 2 runs where they've been one of the best teams in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Right,
don't look at the Pistons like they been good at some point. They look like, oh, Pistons always been sorry.
right.
But like that's like somebody bring up like, oh yeah, Cavaliers used to be good back in the day. Used to always be sorry. Like Elo, who's an Elo?
Exactly. Yeah, that
But
was
like they
that was a
actually
really
been
nice
good.
team though. Yeah, the Brad Dohertys, and Ron Harper's. Yeah, that Cleveland team was tight, man. Mark Price, Craig Elo.
Mm. Same with
Who?
the Suns. I thought the Suns always been sorry until like Nash didn't get there.
Right, exactly. when they had the Barkley era. You know what I'm saying? Suns was good, and even before Barkley, the Suns was good.
Yeah.
They just could never get over the hump. And Barkley was the same way. See, that was a similar to the Kevin Durant move. Kevin Durant could never get over the hump until he got with Golden State. And that's how
Right.
Barkley felt. He couldn't get over the hump until he got with Phoenix. Because even though he was with the 76ers and they were good, but they couldn't get past Boston Celtics or the Detroit Pistons.
And see, coming from somebody who ain't really get to see Jordan, like as a older person to be understanding what I looking at. When I look at like trying to compare Jordan to like LeBron and say who the best and who the GOAT or whatever, even though I ain't gonna make that comparison, because I mean I a Kobe fan, it's like I can't take away the fact that so much players that I know been Hall of Famers don't got a ring just because of one man. And you can't really say that about LeBron. Like, if Curry had no chips because every year he gets to the finals, LeBron did. If KD ain't had no chips because every year he get to the finals, LeBron did. If Giannis ain't never had no like, it's like, okay, cool. Like, LeBron probably the GOAT. But, like, to understand that, like, Barkley, Patrick Ewing, like, just all the players that I
Reggie
look at,
Miller.
like, they don't have a chip just because of one person. It's
Yep.
like, it's hard to not say he the GOAT. But I just
Yep.
I just can't really, I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable saying somebody the GOAT who I comfortably watch. But
Yeah,
like
that's crazy.
that's a tough, like, that's, I mean, like I said, if somebody gotta say something about me, about my basketball skills, and like the first thing they say is like, well, think of all the players that you know in the Hall of Fame that you remember growing up hearing about. You know why they ain't got no rings? That person. It's like, damn, that's cool.
Man, for real, because when you, I mean, let's just think about it. If you go down the list of the 75 greatest players in the 75-year history of the NBA, you get a lump sum of those players
Yeah.
that played during, the 90s. And those, like you said, those players were ringless.
Yeah, like they said, 90s is probably the best and it's the golden era of basketball. And like I feel like that's true. Like I feel like 90s basketball is what I fall in love with. Cause I mean, like, even I might not be old enough to be like, oh, I watched the 80s and I watched all of the 90s, but like, shit, when Kobe first get the league and Shaq been in the league when they were dominating in the 2000s, that been 90s basketball still.
Right. Yeah. Cause Shaq came in the league, what, 92, 93?
Mm-hmm.
I think 92, 93 season. And then Kobe came in 96. So yeah, that's still 90s because Kobe came mid 90s.
Yeah, like
Shaq
I
came
feel like
early 90s.
basketball really changed like closer to 2010. Like LeBron really did change the way basketball looked when he go into the Heats. You can't even deny that. Like, I can remember watching the Kobe Bryant dominated league and Kobe Bryant every night because being from the South, Lakers don't come on to 10:30 at night, like late at night. So I remember staying up till late night to watch Kobe play, whatever. Whether that
Yeah,
because
your
of Shaq
phone going in and out.
or just come along.
Your speaker, something wrong. Yeah, you got to fix your mic.
You can hear me?
Yep, now that's better.
Yeah, it's like shit. I remember watching Kobe in like 2004, 2005, still trying to get another chip and all that against the like that story. Remind me of 90s basketball, even up until like I said, until 2005, six to after even when he go into the finals and they beat Dwight Howard and come back the next year and beat the Celtics. Like, to me, that's still been 90s basketball because that, like, yeah, Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, like some 90s stars pretty much.
Right.
But
Yeah,
after
still
that,
90
like, all
style.
I can
Yeah.
remember is like LeBron going to the Heat after that, and that been a wrap for 90s basketball. Then he turned into like to what we seeing nowadays, like big threes and big twos, and like LeBron really changed basketball. I ain't saying he changed it for the worse or nothing like that, but 90s basketball, like, it died when Kobe won his last championship. Like, after that, he been just LeBron, like LeBron. And that's why I am talking about earlier. Like LeBron is a staple in the NBA. Like when you think about 2000s basketball, like LeBron gonna be the face of that. Even though like the Lakers had 3 chips in the 2000s, Spurs had about 2, Detroit had 1, but like I feel like that when the crossroads of basketball, that's when 90s basketball died, the way we knew it. Basketball, how we knew it died, and then LeBron era. Now I got Curry and all them. Like now, like people ain't even really fans of teams. People just like favorite players. Like people don't really watch the game. They just kind of watch highlights of their favorite players or whatnot, or watch just the big games.
So, what you think? You think they should hold on to the whole territory, or you think they should just bust it up?